Well, hello there, everybody. Good morning and a happy Tuesday. I look really weird today. I look really pale, and I think it's because I caught the sun really badly over the past couple of days. I went to the beach yesterday, and I've just caught the sun really. I'll look like Casper the Ghost. And I got a bit of bed hair going on, so.
At least you're not struggling with this bright face.
That's true. That's very true.
I can't get the camera to stop auto-correcting, and I need to go and download some software to make it stop. It doesn't want to.
I'm trying to play about with the warmth on my camera, on my ring light, to try and give me a little bit more human color.
Dude, you look good. You look good. There's a nice blue hue behind you. It looks natural. Looks like it's a very bright day for you. So it looks good. Looks good.
Dude, I'll be honest, mate. You do look good. You just look bright, but you look good.
Give it a second, and this forehead's gonna shine. Dude. I don't know even where to begin. I'm having a morning. I'm not gonna lie. I'm having a morning.
That's okay. That's okay, mate. We all have our mornings.
Yeah, I'm having a bit of a morning. But I am in a trade already in NASDAQ, so I'm going to share my screen and then see if I can bring it up.
Let me see if I can. I'm not gonna look at your.
Okay.
Not look at the stream.
You guessed.
Yeah.
You guessed, and then we'll see where we are.
Okay. Right. I can't. I'm not looking. 5 minute.
I have zero confidence in this trade right now.
Zero confidence. Oh, okay.
I have zero confidence. I'm in it, but I have zero confidence on it because it's not moving.
Well, now I feel slightly lost because I thought you would have taken it at 10 to 8 my time, which would be here. I'll tell you what. Actually, can you go over onto my screen so I can't see your thing?
You're not sharing a screen.
No, you share. Yeah, no, I know. I don't want to see your trade. Hang on.
Something like this. You can look at the screen now.
Oh, sweet. There we go. Yeah, I'll share my screen, and then if I bring it up, there we go. Cool. Let's have a look. So I'm gonna go with. You entered the trade around 10 to 8, which would be 10 to 9 your time. We've got
10 to 9.
Yeah, we've got a clear push down, bit of consolidation, break below, pull back, although we did break and close above this zone.
I'm going to be honest with you, mate, it's a sell.
Yeah, I could have almost guaranteed the sells. Yeah. It's not going to be earlier, is it? Cause
no. It's
it's like
okay. You know what? You know what, mate? I'll just show it. I got in here, so we had this push down lower volumetric after really struggling to do anything in the direction of the gap. So
we
have the gap there.
That's a bit high.
And I got in, and we went a little bit into profit, and then into drawdown, a little bit more into profit, and then it's just been stuck here at break even, which is aggravating considering the morning that I've had. So my patience has been tested today quite a bit.
Multiple reasons.
Multiple reasons. So I want this gap to be tested, at least. I didn't mind, like, if we took TP1, maybe TP2, and then go back to stop loss, that kind of like thing.
Yeah.
But the fact that we are doing something similar to what we had done here is a little aggravating. A little bit aggravating.
If I'm honest.
Yeah. And then I did put a trade in on the futures account.
I'm going to be setting that up today.
Well, here's the thing. I couldn't get the trade to activate. I don't know what I'd done wrong. It didn't want to put the trade in at all.
Did you manage it in the end?
Eventually I did, but
Okay.
it basically got in down here on that trade.
Okay.
So I was doing the same trade, but on the futures side. But it basically got in like at the low end of these candles, and I think my stop loss for this one is maybe somewhere over there because of that. And I was like, oh, that sucks. So I'm fully prepared to accept that this is going to be a losing trade today. Straight from the get-go, I'm accepting that this is going to be a loss. I'm a little annoyed about the fact that I couldn't get the trade to activate when I wanted it to activate
Yeah,
on
fair.
Black Arrow. So I went and watched a few videos this morning, and I've noticed that you can do shortcuts.
Okay.
So you can do a market short, market long, that kind of like stuff. You can do a break even with the shortcuts. So now every trade that I'm going to take from now on will be that. So I've added a few things basically. No, actually I got in a little bit different. I'm going to bring this one up so you can see. Tell me if you can see it properly.
Yeah, go on.
All right.
Yeah,
So
it looks okay.
I got in. That's the only thing is I don't know. Do I? Yeah. Okay. So the red line here is the entry. So not quite as low as I initially thought, but slightly higher. So if you compare it to this, it's somewhere over there is the entry. So it's a little bit higher than expected. Anyway, so okay, there we go. I'm still getting used to the controls. Anyway, so you'll see here it says buy, limit, sell, stop, market, buy at market, sell at market, and that kind of like stuff. And I think I clicked sell stop instead of sell at market. And I didn't see it, and I was like, where was it? And I think it ended up being somewhere down here. Oh,
Yeah.
well, okay. I think it ended up being somewhere down here where it placed the order. And I didn't see it because I was zoomed in like this. And then I've tested with the simulation because you can go over to simulation to test it. So I was like, okay, it's not doing what I want. So I went to simulation and then I entered it on the simulation. And I was like, okay, this is how it works. And then I retried. So switch off simulation and then I tried again. And then that's when it entered somewhere over here. But yeah, like I said, fully accepting that this one is going to be a stop loss as of right now. Learning curve on this platform, but it is. I would have loved to have started it with a win. Would have been so nice.
Me and Richard Wells always had a theory. If you enter your first trade on a new account and it wins, you'll lose the account. And if you enter your first trade on a new account and you lose, you'll win you'll win and succeed through the account. Don't know why we came to that conclusion, but every time we seemed to put on a first trade and it lost, and we're like, oh, okay, cool. We'd end up passing the account, or we'd end up, scaling the account, or going up into some nice, decent profits. Every time we'd put on a trade and we'd lose, it always seemed to go into drawdown. So if you're superstitious, mate,
Not at all. I'm not a superstitious person. So
well, I tried to give you a little bit of hope. So
I mean, if once again, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. It's part of the learning curve. In this case, it's going to be for a new platform. But
more importantly, though, it's exciting to try a new platform and have that learning curve.
it is.
That's really exciting.
It is very much so. However, it can be a little annoying when you're trying to do something and you just don't quite know how to do it, or you just don't.
Or you know how, but you don't know how. Like you're like, okay, yeah, I get how to do this. I know how to do that, and I know I should be doing this. But where is everything?
Yeah. Yeah, very much so. What I'm being hopeful of is that this is going to end up being just a little bit of consolidation and then a continuation break lower. That's what I'm hoping.
I think you're okay. Dude, I really do think you're okay in this trade.
Yeah, basically this. So this being just a an attempt at pushing lower, a consolidation, and then a recontinuation lower. That's what I'm hoping for. But as we know, hope means nothing in the market. You can't make profits on hope. The hope is for your sake. It's not for the market's sake at all. You can see on the MACD down here as well, we're slowing down significantly when compared to this downward movement that we had. It coincides with a little bit of slightly flat action. And then over here, you can basically see it was trying to push lower. It just didn't. We basically tried to push above this consolidation area that we had here. No follow through, and then a volumetric push lower, breaking these lows that we had here, and then breaking these lows over here as well. That last line was horrible, that low there. And it had exactly that. So a reaction off of an established area. In this case, it was the Tokyo low that got swept. Rejected 1, 2, 3 candles, but then had a volumetric next follow-up bearish candle. I was like, well, confluences that are stacking is the fact that we are trading below the 50 EMA. The MACD is also showing a bearish push down lower after a little bit of or after an attempt to push higher, which it failed. So the confluences are there. I was confident initially in the direction, and then the longer we're at break even, the more I'm like, I'm not so sure. But yeah, it is going to be what it is. Once again, just accept that it is. Accept the outcome. Just accept it. If it's a loss, it's a loss. If it's a win, it's a win, and carry on with your day.
Yeah. Yeah, no, fair. No, I like it. You know, like you said, you know, there's still confluence in this. There's still something back in it. There's still, you know, you entered it for a reason, and I still personally think you're okay. I thought initially that if I just bring this chart up, I thought initially that you'd gone in up here.
Oh, yeah.
I did think that you had that zone there, but then when I looked at the break higher and the consolidation, I thought, maybe he's not. You know, maybe he's looking for something a little bit more, you know, a little bit more sort of, not guaranteed, but a little bit more confluential, should we say.
Confluential.
It's like
it's confidence and influential.
Yeah, like a major confidence and influence is confluential. And I thought, maybe not. Maybe he's gone a little bit lower down. But that would have been the area I predicted for you. But I feel like that would have been a little bit high risk.
Yeah. That to me is how can I put this? That would have been lovely. Yeah. Like in hindsight, looking at what price action is doing now.
Yeah, of course. That's why, you know, it's easy to look back in hindsight. And that's why, like, when I'm trying to predict where you got in, I'm like, I get beautiful hindsight price action. I'm like, oh, well, he could have entered in here, and this is beautiful. But then I got to, like, try and envisage, I got to be like, right, okay, well, no, pretend that this all hasn't happened. Then I started seeing, you know, consolidation, break and close above, drop in volume, and I thought, ooh, maybe he thinks that, you know, we got low, higher low, consolidation, break and close higher, consolidation. Maybe he thinks that this is going up. So maybe he's going to wait for a break above that. So it does make sense that once we got this price here, that broke and closed under here, it makes sense. I thought, okay, yeah, now that I've seen your trade, it makes complete sense that you'd want to be trading here. The only issue I see with that is that we've got this rejection here.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I don't like. Yeah.
So rejection there is fine if let's say it respects the dynamic resistance point, which is in this case the 50 EMA, or maybe even a static one like the low of the previous swing, that kind of like thing. But it's tried again to go lower and it's just failed. So like I said, this trade is what it is. It's most probably going to be a failure, and I'm willing to accept it. It is what it is. You have to practice what you preach. And in this case, I had an amazing week last week in terms of like my P&L.
You did. You had a phenomenal week last week.
And this is just one of those, let's call it a correction for the week. It's just what it is.
Yeah. Right, what I'll do now then is I'm just going to ping this over to the team.
I'm going to start saying hello to everybody in chat while you're busy with that. First person in this morning is Henry. Good evening to you, Henry. We've got MGN in as well. Good morning to you. Greetings. We've got Azrael Trade saying, good morning, guys. I'm back. My exams are still ongoing. Good luck with your exams, my friend. Don't get distracted by us and try and focus on your education.
Get distracted by us in the summer, man. Get distracted by us when your exams are done.
Yeah. I mean, to them, it's probably summer as well. Northern Hemisphere and whatnot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We have Walker Games. Good morning to you, Walker. Shane, where's your base, Rich? I was trying to figure out this auto-correction color with the black case of the base being here. It probably did not assist. Like, if I were to take this off and maybe have a lighter shirt on, that might also assist, but I think it's the blue here is absorbing too much color or too much light, which is then causing the camera to have to auto-correct the color. That's why I'm so yellow and so bright. So it's just, I don't know, like if I do this and I come back again, it goes back to normal, but then you can see it just starts
gradually
start picking up the contrast.
Dude, that's
just
really
annoying.
Weird.
Yeah. So I placed this wooden board at the back to see if that can help absorb some of the darkness, but it hasn't done anything whatsoever. Garden decides whatever you do, don't squeeze it. Are you talking about this bright forehead of mine? That would be funny. He's also saying, I'm in NQ trade as well, but can't see it going beyond TP1. Yeah, I mean, the way that it's going right now, it's probably going to just go to stop loss, and it's what it is. It is what it is. Manzur saying, what about gold? Yeah, what about gold?
I will take a look at gold.
Yeah, Will give us a little gander at gold. Welcome back to the family. If you're new here, the 5ers are where serious traders get funded and grow. Agreed. Very much so. Yes. Ty Keith, good morning. Will and Rich, good morning to you, Ty Keith. Hope you're having a good day. Aman Bai Vlogs, one of the winners of yesterday's trivia. Rich and Rich, both are different people. I didn't know. Well, now you do. You have Rich Wells.
Oh, I was gonna. Yeah, fair. I was gonna say, do you know about Rich Wells and Butler?
Yeah, I'm the Butler. He's the Wells. So you'll see Mr. Wells a little bit later today. He is going to be joining us during LJ section, which should be in about 40 minutes or so. Felix, good morning. Rich and Will, good morning to you, Felix.
Morning, brother.
Garden Designs, a Welshman won't cross a path if a single magpie crosses it first, but will happily drive 80 miles an hour down a single-track country lane in thick fog because he knows the bends.
That's so fair. That's so fair.
Yeah.
Dude, this like me and CC say, there's something so connected with the Asians and the Welsh. You know, we are strangely connected that way.
Very superstitious bunch of people. The Welsh are.
Yeah.
Setlako is saying, good morning, gents and ladies. Good morning to you as well, sir.
Tomorrow.
Azrael, okay, guys. Julius saying, morning, check out GJ. I'll have a look for you on GJ, my friend. Wesley, Yellow Richard, hope you're well. Yeah. Very, very yellow today. Sup Will from Wesley as well. RM Mahimba saying, in a GU buy. I'll have a look for you at GU. So GJ and GU, and then how are you guys? It's been a long time. Yeah. we're well enough. And then Void last in saying good morning to you. All right, cool. So we've caught up to everybody in chat.
Indeed, caught up. Dude, I don't like the buys yet.
In which
EU and GU.
let's see the DXY. DXY is tried to push up, just didn't sweep, but like came into the gap that we had on Monday.
Came into
and
it.
since then has been pushing lower. So DXY going down might help us push GU and EU up.
But why do
So little bit of correlation there.
I mean, I'm happy for the pound to go up,
correlation.
because if the pound goes up, it means, your payouts earn more money when you translate them into sterling. So
Yeah, but you need to have the payout first, and then you do the translation.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Technically, you're getting paid less dollars.
Yeah, that's very true.
So you want the payout to be when the dollar's really strong.
Then you want it.
And then you want the slowly, I don't know,
maybe I'll just
degradation of
wait.
Yeah.
I'll wait before I convert it into local currency.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a few areas on the pound that looks nice. We're very early in that idea of reversals, and I say reversals because we are in a downtrend on the immediate 15-minute, let's call it. So on the 15-minute immediate time frame, we are. In fact, I got a channel. Let me get my channel out. Bosh, there we. Of course, it has to work like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I'm excited to see what LJ has done, because he sent me a message in the early hours of this morning with his new account, the futures account.
Okay.
And if what he sent me was his actual P&L, then I will never in my life doubt LJ's trading ability, ever.
Thing is, LJ's traded futures. Like, LJ started with futures.
Yeah, but it's a new platform. He was struggling with the platform last night, trying to understand how it works and all that kind of like stuff. So I don't know if he's taken an actual trade or if it was a simulation. Because with the Black Arrow platform, you can swap over to simulation and then just test out strategies and theories and all of that kind of like stuff. But if it is the actual P&L, non-simulated, dude, it's ridiculous. Not gonna lie. Yes.
Yeah, fair.
I think he doubled the account.
Oh, really? Wow.
Or he got like 50% of the account's growth. That's what I'm looking at. So give you an idea, if it's a 25K account, he made over $13,000 on it.
Yeah.
So I want him to come in and tell me, no, wasn't simulation, was actual account. And then it's just like, dude, you legend. Like,
yeah, hopefully it's like, oh yeah, no, it wasn't simulated. Yeah, so this is my idea on GU. We are downtrending, but as we move higher up the time frames, we are in this uptrend. I just feel like we've got to move a little bit lower first. I feel like even on the uptrend, we've got to move into some nice area of interest. And I feel like it's going to be around, I feel like we've got to come down to around 134.49.1, maybe. I feel like that would be nice. We haven't reacted. We haven't come up into this area here. So you can see that we've got, pause, drop, consolidate, drop, consolidate, drop, consolidate, drop, pull back. We've got 1, 2, 3. I'm not going to count this. So we got 3 areas here which we can pull back to before continuing down. Now, like I said to you guys the other week, I'm slowing up on my EU and GU strategy because it just hasn't been playing out in my favor. And sometimes knowing when to press pause is what will keep you profitable in the markets. So gold seems to be really nice for me still. I am looking at the Nasdaq. Nas seems to be shaping up really nice. I'm merging like a strategy that's similar to my gold, but it's also got hints of like Rich's strategy as well. So I'm doing like a merge super strategy for myself on the Nasdaq. I'm testing that at the moment, so that seems to be doing well. If that can do well, like I've got a strategy for the Nasdaq, and I usually trade New York session with it, but I haven't traded New York session recently because I just haven't needed to. So I go out and take the day off and enjoy the rest of my afternoon, especially when the sun is shining. So if I can trade this Nasdaq strategy in the London session, which I have been persuaded Rich has attempted to persuade me many times to get into the Nasdaq on the London, and I have been testing it, and it does work. So I am officially testing it now, thinking, okay, can I actually move this into something good? So I am doing a lot of forward testing on the Nasdaq. If that can go well, I will probably move away from my currencies. I'll probably be looking at Nasdaq and gold. That's probably all I'll trade, because the currencies at the moment for me are just not performing how I would like them, if I'm honest. You know?
Yeah, I feel like sometimes you need to make a decision about what is the best thing for the longevity.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly that.
And I think the longevity of your account or your trading in this case, sometimes you need to know when to step away from one asset and then move on to another one, that kind of like thing. So in this case, I think that if you realize that it's not going your way for a long period of time, then it might just mean that, the nature of your strategy just doesn't align with the asset, or the asset doesn't align with your strategy, that kind of like thing, and then have to make a change. Give me a second, mate. I just need to quickly hop off and then hop back on again.
Yeah. Sweet, that sound. Hello, everybody. Everybody was kung fu fighting. I don't know why that just popped in my head then. Yo, what's good, beautiful people? What is good? Vinny, how you doing, brother? Good to see you in. We have got Unbiased Trader. Good morning, all. Martin, what is good, Martin? How you doing, bro? Good morning. I can see there's a couple of questions here for Rich, so I'll leave them there. In fact, I'll tell you what, I'll even star them for you, and he can come back to them a little bit later when he comes back on in a minute or two. Logitrade, hello everyone. What is good, Logitrade in a gold long? Now that is what I like to hear, because I know a couple were asking about gold as well. So I'll jump on the gold charts, because like I said, I'm not really seeing much in the currencies at the moment. Euro looks like it wants to start pushing up. We had a nice sweep under here. We've got a nice break and close above, but it's very wicky. I'm not too keen on it. So I'll tell you what we'll do, guys. We'll just jump straight into gold and let's have a look. However, guys, if you haven't already, over 100 of you watching, please make sure you like this stream and make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Gold. I can already see, I think, where Logitrade wants to... Oh, Logitrade, let us know where you were trading from, my man, because this was really... I'll be straight up honest with you guys, I would have taken a fat L on this, I reckon.
On gold?
Yeah, this was teasing as... This was a really teasing trade. Let me see if I would have really entered this. Probably not, because like I said, I want to see this gap fill. So perhaps I wouldn't have taken this trade. No, we're also downtrending quite significantly as well. We've got consolidation here, drop. That's not really consolidation, it's farty, but okay, let's call it a base. Let's call it a base.
That's farty.
It's farty. And then we got
Tis but a
consolidate.
wind.
Tis but a
Past.
wind that comes out of the backside. The derrière.
Not a tailwind. Well, you call it a tailwind.
Tail end wind.
Tail end wind.
And then, in fact, though, we did pull back beautifully into it. And then a continuation drop, consolidation. No, I probably, yeah, okay. Now that I've properly analysed that, I probably wouldn't have taken this this long. Let's drop down to the 5 minutes, see what the 5 minutes saying. Oh, although the consolidation is beautiful. Absolutely bloody beautiful.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. It's a shame this is... If this wasn't counter trend, then I probably would have been in this trade and it would have hit my stop loss. However, I can see further price moving down on gold. I really, really can. If anything, this move up, even though it's a consolidation breakout, which is nice and it is my strategy that I like to trade, it is still counter trend trading. If we get a break and close under, you could even look at selling. Yeah, we haven't filled this gap. Let's get this consolidation low just over here. There we go. Okay, yeah, so price at the moment on gold is still very consolidative. You know, we've got this price action here. There we go. In fact, you could probably actually... In fact, what does LJ call it? Megaphone price action? When price is expanding?
Oh, trumpet?
Trumpet, that's what he calls it. Yeah, trumpet, not megaphone. So, like LJ says, this is his like trumpet price action where price is still consolidating, but it's expanding in volume while still consolidating. So we haven't got a definitive range yet. And why haven't we got a definitive range? Because we haven't actually broken out consistently. And this is why I always say look for confirmation. We broke out. Cool. What happened once we broke out? We then went and broke out of the lows. Okay, cool. What are we now looking for? Well, now that we've broken out of the lows and we've broken out the highs, we've got a new range which we need to see a breakout from. So now we need to see a breakout of this high, or we need to see a pullback continuation for confirmation. So if we can see something like this, we haven't really even closed below this yet. We need to see a nice close below this previous. We're triple wicking it at the moment. However, you know, we could see a pullback into some nice areas of interest around here. You know, get the fib out. Oh, nah, that fib is invalid for me. That's too deep of a pullback for that move on the fib. So yeah, you know, we have, however, got an area of interest here. Or we could potentially look at a complete reversal again, which would just be crazy to me. But then we need to wait for confirmation. And then we can either enter here or enter here. Because price and the way it's acting now, it's very difficult for me to trade. You know, two things would have happened to me. I would have either entered a trade here and taken the stop. There we go, something like that. I would have either option A done that, or option B, I would have stayed out. Now, the reasons I would have stayed out are literally it's counter trend trading, and I like to trade with the trend, especially with consolidation continuation. However, if I was to enter this based on the fact that I want to try and get something out of the markets with the consolidation break and close, I would have taken a stop on this. But to enter this trade, I think if I took a stop, I would have been fuming, because, and I would have been more angry at myself knowing that it was potentially an invalid trade. So honestly, right now, look, we've just had bank holiday. It's technically Monday, should we say? You know, it's the first day back. It's the first day of the week properly after the bank holiday, after the public holiday. So honestly, I'm not looking at jumping in on any wild trades yet. You know, a bit like I said yesterday, I think end like sort of New York session Wednesday and then Thursday, Friday is going to be the days that start moving the markets again. When the markets start waking up. LJ then came on like an hour later and said pretty much the exact same. So I think towards the end of the week is when we're going to have the week starting to pick up and wake up a bit and pick up some volume. Don't forget, guys, as well, we are going into summer markets, and the markets are secular, and summer markets do tend to be not as easy to trade. Summer markets I'm a more of a winter trader, so summer markets for me, it's almost more survival mode. Like I'll probably just go a little bit more mechanical, place a trade here, like here and there, and then just see if I can break even or see if I can float about. And then September through to like January, that's where I seem to make a lot of money. Q1 for me usually is good, but it didn't seem to be good this year round. So, it depends on what the markets are doing fundamentally as well. But the summer markets are coming. End of the month is near. This is literally the last trading week of this month, and then next week is a new month. So we're gonna get volatility coming in next week as well. We got NFP next Friday, so I think we're just gonna allow the markets to flow and do its thing today. And if we can take something out of it, then we'll take something out of it. I'm not gonna go forcing it today.
Yeah, same here. I think this trade this morning, I had confidence in it, in its directional movement and whatnot, but I think that may have been a bit of a preemptive entry.
Yeah, fair. I still like it. I like why you traded it. I like where you traded it from. I think it's just one of those trades. I think.
Yeah. No, I'm almost certain it's going to go to stop loss in this case, because it's really, really struggling to find downward momentum, and it's starting to get a little bit more volumetric pushes now up. So, and then the MACD as well is also showing that we've had a significant amount of slowdown here, which coincides with this price action that we have here, and it seems as though it's starting to produce a bit of an attempt to push price higher. So one of those things, this one will just go into the we'll just go into my screenshots and just say, you know what, it is what it is. It'll go into my journal. Tis what it is. It's a loss.
Anyway. Exactly.
Anyway, moving on swiftly from that one. GJ, I've had a little bit of a gander at GJ. So if we go on to the daily, you can see that we've had quite the significant upward trending over the last, I don't know, how long is this? Since February 17th. So we've had a few months now of pushing higher highs, higher lows. We've had nice long runs trying to push price higher. At no real point that we make a new low. We did sweep with news. I think this was the 30th of April. We had an attempt to push price a little bit lower. Apologies, I just had a notification of something. We tried to push lower, but in general, we've been staying within this band, trying to push price up higher. If you zoom out even more, you'll notice that we are very, very bullish. I think I just got stopped out.
Oh, is that without? Yeah, fair.
Yes. I've just got stopped out on the...
On the NAS.
Yeah, on the futures platform.
Oh, fair. I'm with you.
And then CFD, not yet. It doesn't look like I'm out yet. Almost though.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to GJ. So, on GJ on the daily, we have been very, very bullish over quite a few months now. Well, more than a year. We've been very bullish. So, we've had some areas of attempted pullbacks. I think this was that intervention that we had on the 30th of April from the Japanese market makers, the banks. This was that reaction, and since then we've tried to retake a little bit of that intervention, in this case on JPY. So going down onto the 4-hourly, I'm just going to remove this because it's too many lines. If we go down to the 4-hourly, we can see that we had, prior to this absolute sell-off in this intervention, we had this area over here, which acted as an area of support, driving price higher over this time frame that we had. We eventually had the intervention, which ended up being a bearish order block, pushing price through this breakpoint over here and pushing lower. We've come into previous areas where we've had support. So what was once resistance eventually became support and confirmed continued support, pushing price up higher. We've had small intraday breaks and retests of areas, a little bit of consolidation, retested. So in general, very much bullish on the higher time frame as well as the lower time frame, with a let's call it an outlier for that, with the strong bearish push that we had from intervention, but not really breaking new lows. However, highs are slowly getting taken. These intraday highs that we have here are slowly being taken, pushing price up. So what am I looking for on GJ? As of right now, I want to see this previous break point, which was an area of support, now become an area of resistance. So I would like to see price. I like the pullback. The pullback is good that we've had. We've wicked above that recent high. We've pulled with this movement here. We've pulled back a little bit. I want to see us close bullish and then start pushing higher. So I would like for us to start doing this, come and test this area over here, and then see what we want to do with that area. If this area is now a area of interest, or if it is just a area that we're going to break through volumetrically and start looking at coming back to the pre-intervention highs on GJ. So that's what I'm looking for at the moment. However, where we are right now as well has a potential, if we just look at this area over here, that you could have had as a area of interest as well. The last time, if I can just zoom in here, the last time price tried to push down volumetrically and then never really came back to test it was the lows of this section, but also the upper end of this section. That's roughly where we are right now. And it would be nice to see if we can have either a rejection here, try and push price back down, retest, and then continue lower for a sell. That is a potential thing that we can see as well. But I'm not too confident on that section. I would much rather see us try and buy up into this breakpoint that I have up here. So for me, GJ, bullish. We had a bit of a pullback on the 4-hourly. If I go down to the hourly, we've had areas where price struggled previously. We broke out and retested that area this morning and is now moving up higher. So I'm very much bullish on GJ. But I can see the potential for sells as well.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think today is going to be one of those weird days where there's going to be more volume in than yesterday, but I think we're just going to be slowly. Well, you know when someone's overslept and then you wake them up and they're like, oh yeah, what, where am I? The market's going to be acting like that today. You know, I don't think we're going to have that. Wake up! You've overslept. You're late. Your alarm didn't go off, and then next minute they're jumping out of bed, like jumping straight into whatever they got to do. You know, I don't think the market's going to be like that. I think this is going to be a real dawdle, get out of bed slowly, scratch your butt on the way to the bathroom while you brush your teeth at like half a mile per like an hour, you know. So I think the markets are going to be like that today anyway, and I think towards New York session they're going to start slowly picking back up.
We'll see.
Yeah,
See
time
how
will
it
tell
goes.
though, you know. Like me and you say all the time, Rich, you know, we're reactive traders, not predictive traders. That's why it's so hard for us to predict the market, because we fully understand that we cannot predict the market. So we're just going to wait and see what happens. And
I
that's
don't
why
think anybody can predict the market.
no, exactly. But I think people try too hard. I think people are like, oh, I want to know what's going to happen with price action today. Well,
You know what? You know what I think it is? I think people predict the market and then they wait for it to actually show what it's done, and then they say, "Look, I predicted it."
yeah, I think it's
How
almost
easy
like
is
right
this?
and right.
I
Yeah.
think price is going to go up. It's the reaction on that. It's like saying, "Okay, I believe price is going to go up, and I act upon it. I back myself." Where I think the majority of people say, "Oh no, the price is going to go up," but they have no skin in the game, and they just like, "Well, it's going to go up because I said so." It's like
Yeah,
LJ was talking about yesterday. It's like understanding how it operates and how it moves, and the prices, or the market is very quickly going to show you whether or not you're right or wrong.
yeah. I mean, fair. Yeah, that makes sense.
Dude, give me a second. I just need to
Yeah, no worries.
reply to a message.
I'm gonna have to jump off bang on 10, so hopefully LJ can jump in because I've got a trader interview. I've just been reminded. I've got my calendar on full alert today, dude. I jumped in stream yesterday and then I got like a ping message saying you've got a meeting coming up. I'm like, have I? Check my calendar. I was like, oh my god, I have. I was like, whoops. Yeah, so I will be jumping off in about 5-ish minutes time, so I may have to drop out slightly early.
Yeah, it's no problem. We'll see whether or not.
Now,
See
Crash
whether or not.
saying, love you, sir. We love you too, bro. Big shout out to you.
There was a question earlier over
Yes, there
here.
was a question. Yeah, I was gonna say I started it for you.
Rich, I throw in two questions this week. One, does any one of you guys use daily open and closes? And if you do, how? I do not.
No.
Like, in
Well,
what
what do you
way?
mean
What do you
by-
mean, like,
yeah, what do you
use
mean by
it? Like, are
daily
you
open?
asking about whether or not we're buying and selling at the daily opens, or if we use it as confluence, or is it part of our
Is that like the
analysis?
orb open range breakout? Is
Yeah,
that
but in this case, it would be the daily open breakout.
orb daily open
Dorb.
dob?
Job. I do not. What I do use is I use the daily open as a. Where's the daily open yesterday? So let's take a random day. Let's go over here. This was last week Friday. So the daily open is over here on this like section, this whole area here. That's the daily open. So what am I looking for on the daily open is basically whether or not price is respecting the daily open when it comes back to it. I don't trade out of the daily open because this whole section here I am asleep. But I do use it as a established area, but not in the same way as I would use a session high, a session low, or a daily high or a daily low. So generally with market open, there's an influx of orders. They were either placed the previous day or they were placed just prior to the daily candle open, so rollover. So to me, the daily open can sometimes provide you with information that is not necessarily an indicator of what the market wants. It is that idea that there's a bunch of orders and then it's simulated volatility, or it's simulated volume, because it's suddenly pushing out of one area. That's where a bunch of people were, until they see, the market is doing a certain thing, it's establishing a new trend, and then it comes to retest and then prove whether or not it wants to continue out of that area. So for me, daily opens is just a visual thing. I don't trade out of it, if that's basically the question that you're asking. I think I have just been knocked out. No.
You still in?
Yeah, but it wicked like very close to the stop loss, but it didn't take it. So I'm still in this one, but it's gonna hit stop loss now anyway. And then follow up to that, Rich, I'm following up on your comment when you mentioned that naturally when Nasdaq goes up, GU goes down. No, I said when the DXY goes up, GU would go down. We're talking about the correlation between the DXY, which is the dollar index, and any of the major US connected pairs. So in this case, the DXY, if it's pushing up the dollar index, it's indicating dollar strength. So in this case, we're talking about price here is pushing up. So let me add this so you can see it clearly. GU. So when in this case it starts pushing up on the DXY, you can see the equivalent side on the right hand side is pushing down. So if the dollar index is picking up, it's indicating dollar strength, which then inversely is proportional to, or inversely correlated to, pound dollar, because the dollar is a component of this asset. So if the DXY starts pushing lower, we should see GU picking up. So not NASDAQ, GU and the DXY. So the NASDAQ, if I were to compare the two as well, has... that was not something, that was something that I marked out earlier, didn't trade that. You'll see it's similar, but not always. So if the DXY is pushing up, NASDAQ seems to be coming down often. And if it's pushing lower on the DXY, then sometimes NASDAQ picks up. But that has got to do with investment. So if you're investing when the dollar is a lot stronger, the value of that stock picks up. So but it also becomes more expensive for you to invest as well, because you're not getting the same amount of stock as you would have if the dollar index was lower. So it's just that slight correlation that you have there. So generally what happens is, if the dollar index picks up, there might be some selling pressure on the stocks to try and catch, or trying to lock up some of that profits from a currency differential in this case. But we don't, it's inversely correlated. But the correlation that I was referring to was the DXY and GU.
Yeah.
I hope that clears it up.
Seeing a question out here from Vark saying, will look on gold, it will break or sweep. Dude, I'm literally waiting for that exact information myself. No,
Low.
Yeah, like I said, you know, I don't want to rush any trades here, but
Yeah.
it's not doing a whole lot of much. Oh no, wrong one. Come back. There you go. You get out of the way. I'm not going to call this a break. I am going to call it a sweep. We have swept. Clearly, you know, we've got a 3-wick rejection here. And we've also got a big wick rejection here. So yes, in theory, we have swept. What I'm more worried about is that we're not doing anything after that. If we could have... I don't know what I don't know what I want to see on gold. I really don't know what I want to see. A part of me wants to see like consolidation, then get a breakout, break and close above, and then start chasing these highs. But I don't know if I want to see that. I don't know if I want to see an immediate reaction straight up after a sweep. I like. We are downtrending. We are bearish, and if we jump onto the 15-minute, we can see we've filled quite a chunk of the fill. We've probably filled over 50%. However, we've not filled the whole thing. I'd like to come down and test this area and touch down into 45.10. And we are clearly showing some form of bearish momentum, bearish strength. We're just not showing it yet. Now, if we can get a nice close under here, then I think we're going to get that price action to the downside. Guys, I am getting an important call. I got to jump off.
All right, mate. No problem. I'll carry on. Let's go over to my screen. I will just answer one or two questions quickly. So Matthew is asking, Rich, why didn't you close the trade once you knew it won't work out? I would love to know why you didn't close at break even. It's very simple. Two reasons for it, really. First and foremost, I don't know it's going to not work out. I'm suspecting it's not going to work out because of how price action is working at the moment. That's the first thing. So what can happen is it can have a... If this green line was my entry, it could have pushed a little bit lower, done a break-even bounce, and then started pushing lower. Could just as easily have happened. That's the first reason. So you can suspect something's not going to work out, but you have no guarantee. All right. The second thing is, if I take a trade, I want it to either hit my take profits or my stop losses. The reason for this is I want to make sure that I am as close to my expectancy from my back testing. And if I go ahead and close trades early, in this case, I think it has hit, yeah, it's hit stop loss. So in this case, let's say hypothetically, I decided to close the trade somewhere over there. So I'm not allowing it to play out to its fruition. What I'm doing is I am manually impacting my expectancy because some of my trades have done this where it goes into drawdown and then it starts to gain downward momentum. So if I'm going to go ahead and start cutting trades halfway through, I'm not allowing the trade to play out. So in this case, I accept that it is going to hit TP or it's going to hit stop loss. I just accept it. And in this way, I ensure that I'm a lot closer to my expectancy based on what I have tested. So in this case, I'm happy to let it go to stop loss because that is part of the plan. It's part of the process. Cutting a trade short, in this case, somewhere over there, today it might prove to be a more profitable decision. But if I go and look at all of the trades over the last, let's say, month, 2 months, or whatever that I've taken, and I adapted the same concept and I added the same idea, how many of them would have been profitable trades? How many of them would have been into drawdown and then cut off? So that's what I'm thinking of when I'm looking at a trade. I'm either going to hit stop loss or I'm going to hit one of my TP zones. In this case, I hit stop loss. It's as expected. I go back to my journal. I put it in saying, look, took a trade, didn't work out, confluences were in place. Did I follow the strategy? Yes, I did. Did I close it early? No, I didn't. Great. Done. Carry on with the next trade. I don't want to be a focus only on the now trader. I'm looking at the future aspect of my trading. Can I consistently trade at a profitable way by using my strategy? And in this case, closing it early is not a part of my strategy. So that's the short and long answer of it, the two reasons basically. To keep as close to my expectancy and my backtested results as I can, and I don't know what the outcome is going to be. Are you using it as a confluence? I use it as a magnet myself, as a springboard. So not necessarily as a confluence. So if I look at the daily open was over here. We had the daily open at this area. I'm generally trying to see whether or not we are trading close to or away from. And if we were to come and react off of it, then I'll say, okay, great. I know now the direction. Because once again, I'm not trading in this section here because I'm asleep. And if price moved very far away from it and then eventually came back to that area, to the daily open, I need to look at what was the price action during the time between daily open and to where it came back to it again. And are we reacting off of a different area, pushing back into the daily open? So not necessarily a confluence, but more of a point of interest, let's rather say. So I don't trade off of it necessarily. SGN asking, oh, sorry, missed this one. Rich, if you know it's going to hit stop loss, why you don't exit the trade earlier to realize less losses? Exactly the the example that I gave earlier. To me, individual trades don't matter. It is the bracketing of all of the trades and making sure that I stick as close to my plan, first and foremost, and secondly, making sure that my expectancy is the important thing, not the P&L. SGN, hey, Rich and Will. Will is already gone. Hope you are fine this day. Question to Rich. Could you do a quick lesson on market session timing and your settings for the session indicator if it's not? Yeah, dude, I can do that very quickly. No problem. All right, so market sessions. It is an indicator that is free to use on TradingView. These are the settings that I have. I'm in a GMT +2 time zone, so I use GMT +2. But what I generally add, or where I go and have a look at, is this. So I'm just going to reject all of it. I use tradinghours.com as a means to see what is the open and closed time of the stock exchanges of each area. So I use the stock exchange of London for the London zone. I use the stock exchange for the New York session for NYSE for the New York session. So what I do is I will, for argument's sake, London stock session, my time, it opened up at 9 and it's going to close at 5:30. So what I do then is I make sure that my London one is selected from 9 to 5:30 in the afternoon, making sure that I am on the GMT +2 one, and then I use the blue one in this case for the session. So I use the stock market open and close for my session. Now I know that there's pre-market trading, there's post-market trading, and then some of the sessions also have lunch. Like for argument's sake, the Tokyo session has a lunch period where they trade session number 1, lunch session number 2. But what I do is I just use the full one once again because I'm asleep here, so it doesn't really matter to me. I look at what the price is or what the price has done at market open all the way to market close. That's what I'm looking for. So in this case, simply market sessions I use as a visual indicator of what a session's interest was on a specific asset. So in this case, NASDAQ had a strong move on Monday during that session pushing up. London session was a lot flatter. Obviously, it was a bank holiday. And then New York session was consolidative, high and low, no real directional movements. And then what I use is I use this for the next day to say, okay, if market conditions continue to be the same the next day, what is the likelihood of us coming to a specific area, reacting off of it and pushing lower? Remember yesterday, bank holiday across US, pound, German and French, European holiday, as well as CHF. So the price action that you're having on a day like that is not necessarily a good indicator of where you are today. It's just a simple way to look at it like that. I like looking at session lows as a potential area to react off of, because during that time frame, that was what was of interest to the market, that specific market session. The highs and lows was the interest. I look at how price moved within that section. I look for specific areas of slowing momentum. Okay, so yesterday is not really a very good example because of price action being a little bit limited. Let's just look at, what is this, Thursday. So I look at the session to see the whole Tokyo session from the low when we opened up was flat. So, or not the whole session, but the initial start was flat. I want to see how price reacts when we get back to that area. So it's consolidative. Then we had bullish price action on the lower time frame. We eventually came to the top of the session, the top of Tokyo. When we got back into the London session, we came and reacted off of that consolidation area, which happened to be close to the low of the session. We started pushing up again. We sweep the high end of the session, of the Tokyo session, but we do nothing with it. We basically flatten out ever so slightly in that area and really struggle with a directional move. Then we eventually start pushing lower with conviction, come back to the area initially where we reacted off previously, which was also the consolidation at the start of the Tokyo session. And then we kind of mundane in that area and then eventually sweep the low and then start picking up. So I use it as points of interest, not necessarily like market open trading or anything like that specifically. So the sessions that I use... What's up, Pedro?
Morning, Richard. Morning.
The sessions that I use is just a visual indicator of what a specific session was doing. I see we have a trade with Jem in the background as well. Jeremy, thumbs up if you're ready, mate, if I can bring you up. There we go. What's up, Jeremy?
Hey guys. Hello.
Morning.
Hey Pedro. Hey Richard. How you guys doing?
LJ's going to be late. He just sent me a message saying he overslept. So, Pedro and Jeremy, how are you guys, mate?
Good.
Oh, good. It's finally the summer arrived in UK, so it's quite hot in here for the second day in a row. So just getting used to this 30 degrees in UK. Aside from that, yesterday was bank holiday, so I didn't really pay attention to market. And I'm going to start doing my own analysis for the week with you guys here, because I haven't looked at the chart since Friday, and I think a few things happened since then.
Not really. Not a crazy amount of reaction so far.
Yeah,
I did try and take a trade, and it knocked me out now, and it also knocked me out on the futures platform as well. Tis what it is.
Is that on NAS? Did you try to go short? Is it?
Yeah. I tried to go short on NAS, and then on the BlackRock futures one as well. I don't know quite yet how to look at what was my order history, but I had a sell that ended up being a little bit lower than I anticipated. I wanted it to sell lower, and then it just rebounded, took me out, and then I don't know. It's not really showing me what it wants to do as of right now. So
yeah,
still learning how to use the Black Arrow program as well. It's
a great tool, by the way. It's a great tool.
You would say that. You would say that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I still need to learn about it. I still need to learn about how to customize everything. We had actually someone from the Black Arrow coming, and it was already with Dave as well on the futures program. But
yes, I watched that one.
Yeah, since Black Arrow is a Brazilian company, so we actually invited one of their representatives to come to the live stream, and the power of customization for some of us that's really good because you basically can do whatever you want with the platform, from hotkeys to the type of orders that you want and everything else. And actually, one of the questions that I asked him was about also to show your previous trades, I think, on the chart, which, to be honest, I don't really now remember. But one thing that it was happening to me was because you can have different accounts, even a demo account or then the 5ers account, whatever, and when I executed a trade, I executed on a demo, kind of whatever, and then on the futures account, and both orders were there. So kind of you need to go to a place, kind of just to filter to show exactly the orders that you want to see, not all of them.
So
or it
when
was
I
just
click
from
on
one
trade,
account.
you can
Yeah.
literally say enable simulation mode, and then you can do
Okay.
simulation trading. But it seems like it shows your daily P&L as a combination of the two, because
Yeah,
my
so you
last
can.
was
I
an
think you can
8.
filter it. I think you can filter that out.
Yeah.
Just to show
I-
the one that is currently active on the top left,
Yeah.
top right corner of the
Yeah,
account.
I just don't know how to do that yet, so I need to go and figure that out, because I tried taking a trade earlier, and it didn't. It didn't. I think I screwed up because it didn't place the trade, and then it ended up being not a market entry, but a stop, like a sell stop down here somewhere. So I clicked sell stop, and then it took this price at the top right as the entry point for it. But I didn't see it because I was zoomed in like this. And then I was like, why is it not selling where I want to? And then eventually, I then quickly went over to the simulation, into the trade there, and I was like, oh, okay, this is how you do it. And then I went back again and then realized, okay, I accidentally clicked sell stop instead of sell at market. But then I figured out that you have hotkeys.
Yes,
so
you do.
you can literally go
Shift
Alt
and Alt.
S.
Yeah.
Yeah. I changed it to Alt S for short, Alt L for a long, Alt
Yeah.
C for close, Alt B for break even, and then an Alt X for inverse. So if I wanted to inverse the trade,
Yeah.
and then go.
So
So
and you can pre-default as well what type of risk you want to take it. If it's just one target, two targets, you can kind of pre-default all that. Where it says that bracket there on the underneath your account, you kind of you left it. No, top right corner. No, top right corner. Where it says bracket underneath, the one underneath.
Yeah, I've already got one up here.
Yeah, you can create as many as you want there, and then automatically does whatever you want to do. But just a little bit of time adaptation.
Yeah. I'm just gonna quickly address this. Navicam saying didn't receive the trivia giveaway amount. You didn't win yesterday, Nagar, and I've already seen your email. I've already spoken about people trying to scam us into getting giveaways when they did not win. The 2 people that won have already sent me the proof that they are the ones that got the account, or that won the trivia. So, Navicam, you were not a winner yesterday. So, yeah, you can go and sit on your hands, mate, because you're not getting anything. Trying to scam us into giving you information. It wasn't you. I know for a fact it wasn't you. Anyway.
However, there's going to be more opportunities. I mean, in the future. Okay, so just keep trying. In the future, there's going to be more giveaways, most likely.
Yeah, Aptos was the winner previously. I won last time. I did receive the account. See, he was the previous trivia winner. Yeah, yesterday it wasn't you, Navikam. So nice try though, nice attempt. Anyway, gentlemen, I have some work to do in the background. LJ should be here very soon. I'm gonna let you guys take over. Jeremy, it's great seeing you again, my friend. Sorry that I kind of like took over the how are you section with that. And then Pedro, I'll talk to you soon as well. And then see you guys soon. Have a good one. We'll just go over to Pedro's screen.
Thank you, Rich. All right, guys. So what are you guys looking at? Let me know in the chat as well what you guys are looking for, maybe me and Jen to be able to do some analysis. What opportunities are you looking to trade this week? Did you already traded anything today or yesterday? Let us know in the chat, and you're going to be able to go through, basically do the analysis for the week and to try to see where are those main opportunities. The situation in the Middle East looks like it continues. There's still no resolution. Now potentially US starting to bomb again. Some vessels. Who knows what's going on in there. That is on the chat, okay? And they're going to look at it. And some people asking about oil. Okay. Jem, how are you in general? First of all, have you been trading anything recently? And if you could, by any chance, if you could just share your chart as well, so then we could take a look at your analysis. That would be great. But yeah, what have you been looking at? Where do you think the best opportunities are for this week ahead?
Yeah, I have been trading a little bit here and there. I took a trade the other day on Euro GBP. So Euro GBP was on a pretty nice downtrend on the 1 hour chart. So I took a sell on that. Let me see if I can bring up my screen.
Yeah, 1 second. Which one would you be? Because maybe the guest. Let me just see if this works. Yeah, that's the one.
Oh,
Okay.
there we go. Oh,
It disappeared now.
sorry, we'll just let that load again.
Put it mine again. So you mentioned Euro Yen. That's the trade it took.
Yeah, Euro GBP. Yeah, I was looking for some shorts on Euro GBP on the 1 hour chart. It was pretty interesting. It's kind of stuck in this really big range on the daily chart. Not sure why my screen is running. Give me 1 sec. Let me try to share my screen again. Sorry.
That's a great question. Yeah, Matthew, we are going to go to your question in a bit. Okay, it's a great question, but just to see what trade did Jam guessed this one. All right, so that was a trade, yeah.
Yeah, that's was the trade. So Euro GBP was on a nice downtrend on the 1 hour. But when you zoom out on the daily, it was stuck ranging quite a fair bit on the higher time frames for a while now, all the way since I think like almost a year now. It's really been just going up and down between this key levels of support and resistance. And I saw the other day that it was trading in this range here. So like basically just bouncing up and down between this key level of support and resistance like this. And then when I saw it had a nice sort of reaction here and then broke to the downside, I was just looking for shorts throughout this entire move here. So was able to get a nice trade on the 1 hour chart, just like this. It was like a 1 to 2 risk reward, which is nice. I try to go for like a minimum of a 1 to 2. Ideally like higher, maybe like 1 to 3 or 1 to 4 if I can find it. But if not, then I would normally just stick with like a minimum of 1 to 2. But I'm not sure if it will continue to go down and break past these lows here. Because this is a pretty key support level on the daily. So I'm just watching this. If it breaks further down, then I might, like if it breaks and makes lower lows and lower highs all the way down, I might start looking for sells again. But if it doesn't and it starts to reverse, I might switch my bias and start looking for buys. So for example, if it makes like a head and shoulders or something and then breaks to the upside and starts making higher highs and higher lows, then I'll just look for buys all the way back up to this resistance level up here. So that's kind of what I'm looking at for Euro GBP so far. Gold is an interesting one if you guys are trading gold. So gold is very choppy / rangy right now. Keen to get your take on it as well, Pedro, but I haven't really been trading gold that much just because it's very sort of choppy for me. It's not really trending that much because I normally like to trade trends. We're sitting at this key support level on the daily here, just around this area here. So I think everyone's sort of watching this key level, like to see what it does. I think we also have some big news announcements in 2 days, I believe. Let's check that.
It's the GDP, the US GDP or something.
Yeah, GDP, core PCE.
Yeah.
Personal income, personal spending. So there's a whole bunch on 20th of May, which is 2 days from now. So I think depending on those news releases, we might see it break this support level. And maybe, I'm not sure, if it breaks, it might retest it and then start to go on a new trend down. because gold has been on a very big uptrend for a while. So it might head down, and if not, and this support level holds, like this level here, it might actually break up towards the upside and start going up. So yeah, just watching it over the next couple of days to see where it goes. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks nice. Maybe I'll just show you a little bit more of what I'm doing as well. The trade on Euro Pound that you took was quite nice. Literally price has been, I haven't looked at Euro Pound for a long time, to be honest. Where is it? Yeah, it's here. I think actually the last time I looked at it, it was when I had these rectangles, and it looks like this was already 2025. Yeah, this was 1 year ago. Since price has been within this level, I barely have looked at it. I think I may have tried to look for a short, but price just went there really quickly at the top. 1 second. So when price reached these levels at the top in here, so basically when price cleared to that top in there, I think most likely I was looking for price action to look for a short, but then I never really traded it. Trade anything in here, and then price just started trading way below the levels that I wanted, and then never did anything. And now price, as you mentioned, is in this support level. My price is struggling to go below the 0.86. It's becoming a really strong support zone, and we'll see what's going to happen. So basically, as I mentioned, between 0.875 and 0.86, price has been ranging in here during all this basically 2026. Yeah, so nice trade. Basically, you managed to catch this last push down. So that's really interesting. Now, personally, I'll just wait and see if price actually managed to hold this level again, maybe try to go higher. And at this point, I think everyone is thinking about the same, which is there must be a lot of liquidity underneath this level, which even if you break below it, I'll be afraid that this could be just a squeeze to go back to all the way from below this level, and then maybe price
go back up.
Yeah. Instead of just break out and continue. So I'll be more concerned of maybe this could happen, and that's why usually I struggle with the trend continuation setups, because some others will definitely wait for price to break below this level, maybe break and close below this level, maybe on the daily time frame, and try to rally the move to the downside, hoping that this now becomes a zone of resistance. We'll see. I'm more inclinated to kind of potentially see this scenario, just a quick fake out, maybe aggressive fake out, just try to come back into this range again and try to go higher. We'll see what's going to happen there. But then gold, because you also mentioned gold, and then guys, I'm going to start looking at the questions that you mentioned. You mentioned oil, you mentioned Bitcoin, and some others. Gold has been also in this range. I think we may be still a little bit more, or there's maybe a little bit more room to the downside. Personally, I would like to see maybe price getting a little bit more to 4,400s, maybe 4,350s, even if it gets closer to this low. I would like to see that. However, price is starting to create a little bit of a good base at around this level. Okay, for some maybe this may start to kind of a head and shoulder, or inverse with the head and shoulder, or kind of a Quasimodo. Not exactly Quasimodo per se, because maybe this high needed to be taken, since this may be the last high that created this last low. But overall, I was actually potentially looking for a longer around this level, which never really got filled in there. But price is still respecting this top as well. So we kind of need to see which direction price wants to break. I did mention already last week that this level could still be interesting to potentially look for a short around this structure. It's a zone or a level that price has respected either as a support or resistance several times. So if eventually price comes to this level, I'm still going to be interested to see what's going to happen in there. And maybe the only move that's going to happen from here is just to test now this level and then maybe continue. But we'll see. Okay.
Do you think, Pedro? Do you think that price might go all the way back up to that? Yeah, to that level.
Do you mean to 4,800 or this 4,680?
Yeah, that one.
I think if you break above this level, we may feel this level. Okay, at least maybe close to this level. I think we may feel this one in here. Maybe for others, maybe they'll be looking at this as fair value gap. It's a big fair value gap in here on gold, maybe on the daily time frame or whatever it may be. I don't really trade fair value gaps. I like to see price actually reacting from structure, not just pausing in between two levels, which is basically the definition of a fair value gap. Like you have this level, that level, and there's a gap in here, and price could reverse somewhere around this level in between, and that will be enough. I like to see then price going to the next structure, react from it, and then try to move. But yes, I think if you do go above this level, I think price can feel this structure at least to 4,620s, if not even a little bit higher. So that's maybe the next good opportunity. Now we are at this demand zone, so we see how price may react from this demand zone if it wants to continue to go higher. It's a bit tricky. It's a bit tricky now in terms of direction. Maybe you can trade within this range still. Maybe if you find some confirmation, price is accelerating in here, so that can be a good sign. If you get the trigger or confirmation, then maybe then you can try to trade it all the way back to this highs again, and then just wait to see if price actually ends up taking this structure either to the upside or to the downside. To be honest, altogether, if price breaks below these lows, I think then we can eventually squeeze this last push towards these levels in there. That will be a bit more of what I'll be looking on gold. But at this point, this is not exactly the level I like to trade. Now, if price goes there, maybe I'll try it. Otherwise, I'm just waiting to see price going a little bit further downward. Then maybe we can try to go for longs again on gold. That would be a bit more of what I would like to see in here. Yes. Then oil. Who asked about oil? Right. So it was, I think, our friend the FX looking at oil buys. Yes, potentially. So I mentioned last week, I think it was last week, like 18th of May. I mentioned last week when price was at around this level, that it looked like that it would be a good opportunity to look for sales. Again, just pure ranging market. We have seen that price of oil, anytime it gets closer to these 110s, it kind of squeezes down, and then anytime it gets either close to these 82s or around this level, it also tends to move a little bit more to the upside. And I think I'm not a big trader of ranging markets, but if there is an asset class that it would make sense now to be bouncing in a specific range, it's oil, okay? Because we know how impactful and negatively impactful can be if oil starts going to 115s, 120s. That kind of everyone gets scared in the markets, and for that to happen, literally something bad needs to happen now in the situation in the Middle East. Otherwise, and the situation last week also, it looks like that situation was calming down a little bit. So potentially, agreement on a deal. So I think there was a high probability that price could eventually move to downside. That was last week. Now today or this week, as you mentioned, that you are looking for longs because price now is at the base of this range. I'll be looking potentially at least maybe close to these 99 or 100s as a target if I was looking for longs, and then we'll see what will happen. It's more, and my concern at this point it will be: are we getting closer a little bit for a resolution, or to continue to stay within this uncertainty, or then are we looking even for worst case scenario where actually price of oil is going to even go high? I think we may be a little bit within uncertainty to better news, which is potentially price of oil could go down if we get actually closer to a resolution. That's why I was more focused on shorts, because I think we are getting a little bit closer to something that's going to be good news for everyone, and with that, the price of oil would go down. Looking for longs is potentially looking a little bit more for uncertainty, a little bit of a stress in the Middle East. I think this could be at this level, close to this level, but higher than that, I wouldn't maybe aiming for that much. But yeah, do you trade oil, Jim? Is it something that you pay attention to or not?
Not too much, actually. I haven't really traded oil that much. Yeah, mainly gold, I would say.
Okay. Yes, I don't know if you guys agree or not. Yeah, with the bias on oil, but that's a little bit. And then even looking at the question here, I'm interested in how you guys utilize news events, fundamentals in your trading strategies. I'm a mechanical trader and only look at red folder news so that I avoid trading during that time. Jem, do you trade fundamentals? I think you look a little bit at that as well, right? But I think you are much more technical as well. Just like
Yeah.
said.
I would say for me, I probably like 80-90% more technical than fundamental. I do have to stay up to date though with like red folder news events as well and all that stuff, especially if you're trading with like 5%ers or other prop firms. They have very strict rules around how you trade news and taking trades like 5 minutes before and after high impact news and things. So definitely need to like stay on top of that in terms of like not breaking those rules and things. But in terms of using it for my analysis, yeah, so I sometimes do use it for just bias to just see how strong a currency might be or what the bias or where it's sort of moving towards. But I probably don't use it as much as other sort of fundamental news traders. Yeah. What about yourself, Pedro?
Yeah, so for example, oil could be an example of that. Okay, so in the sense that the reason I was looking last week for shorts on oil was because, first of all, we know what's going on in the Middle East, and oil is definitely one of the assets that has been most impactful during this period. And whatever news comes out is going to be the first one to react. So there you go. You know that most likely there was maybe potential of agreement or getting close to it, so it was not a moment of stress. I'm talking about last week, okay, which we 18 of May when price was at highs. Then we can look a little bit at the technicals. You see that price has been founding this structure in here as a resistance level. Okay, so we are at a good resistance level. We know that the price of oil cannot just continue to go higher because that's going to literally create a negative impact into the economy, and everyone's going to start talking about it. Therefore, combining a little bit of, again, what's going on in the Middle East, geopolitical situation, a bit of what the price of oil can impact in the world, and where price was in the higher time frame at a good level of resistance, then that combined into potential short, then you can just differently just look at what's going on in terms of price action or confirmation for execution. Now, this is one specific one. Now, if you want actually then to pay attention to the news and to the calendar, then you can try to trade it or to use that information as well differently, which is maybe starting to look a bit more at the NFP data, CPI, and some other news, and how can that impact the market in general, and most likely the decision of the Fed. Okay, because at least when I'm thinking about the fundamentals, it will be more towards the calendar, the red folders that you mentioned. I'm always thinking in the end what the Fed is going to do, or what's the concern from the Fed, or what the market is also paying attention. So basically, what is the market paying attention to, and how is the Fed reacting to whatever news is going to come out. Okay. So, for example, right now we know that unemployment is steady. So the economy is actually quite steady in the UK, in the US. Sorry. So any news related to unemployment, NFP, is not going to really have a big impact, because there's no uncertainty in that aspect for the Fed to make a decision in terms of cutting rates. Even if the NFP is too high or too low, most likely it's not going to create any, it's not going to change the idea from the Fed right now to start cutting rates earlier, or even to keep the rates like they are. Now, maybe CPI, it's a different story because of the situation in the Middle East. Now, the main concern is towards more the inflation, CPI, and that, yes, if you continue to see higher CPIs numbers coming up in the next month or so, then that's going to delay even more the Fed to cut rates, and then how the market's going to react to it. Okay, so most likely it's going to be a negative thing, because now you're going to keep the rates unchanged for longer and higher, then eventually can lead into the US indices to maybe start feeling a little bit of pressure. The economy is going to struggle as well, and that eventually can push the US indices to the downside. However, the US indices, because of AI, they've been behaving in a complete different way, and it looks like that everyone involved in trading the US indices are not really concerned too much about the real economy. They're just looking at the AI and whatnot. But yeah, that's a little bit of how I'll be looking at it.
Nice. I think we had another question from Matthew. Hello, guys. Can you tell us of the method you both used Oh, there it is. Yep. To set your stop loss, is it below session or I lost it. Oh, yeah. Below session or level lows, or using ATR or any other helpful way. Thank you in advance. Okay, so for this one, maybe I can share my screen just real quick. But
Morning, guys.
hey, LJ, how's it going, man?
How we doing?
Morning.
Good.
Definitely good morning. I was asleep before, so I'm still kind of waking up. So forgive me. I'm not a morning person at all. No surprise to anyone. I'm up super late all the time, so I'm still trying to wake up. I woke up like 25 minutes ago. Boot up the PC, was about to jump in, and then I saw myself on webcam. Just looked disheveled, had the worst dead hair, so I had to try and reset myself. So,
Is
but
this
here
an
now.
afternoon
Give
nap,
me,
or do you normally sleep like in the afternoon, or do you take naps, or?
No, yeah. So just an afternoon nap. Monday I had like an hour's sleep, hour and a half,
Oh, geez.
and had to get up early with some other stuff. Landlord real estate here. We've had like a burst pipe in the building and stuff. So, and I was at my partner's place at the time, so I had to come back over. Then last night I ended up staying up. I was super tired. I was going to go to bed. I was on a call with like Rich and Henry and Akram and a couple of guys and Sean, going over Black Arrow, like the futures, 5ers futures, and trying to figure out the platform. I was like, oh, I'm too tired for this. I'm going to go to bed. We ended the call. I ended up staying up for another like 4 hours trying to play around with it, which I don't know. I got like a second win, but by that point had to get up again early today, and it got to the afternoon, and I was just like, no, I can't stay awake any longer. And then I just way overslept my sort of nap quota, so I slept for about 4.5, 5 hours. So yeah, I was just working late. So
Those are the best naps, though, when you like go to sleep in the afternoon and you wake up and you're like, what day is it? It's so weird.
It definitely feels weird. That's the only part I hate, actually, because I feel like I've woken up the next day, but it's obviously the same day, and it full, yeah, you know.
Yeah.
So
Did
anyway,
do
Morning,
you even
guys.
care? Like, do you have? It looks like that you have your own time, your own day. Like, you have your own schedule. Like, I don't think you work 365, 24 hours, 7 days per week. You don't work like that. Like, you have your own. Yeah, it's like whenever you are exhausted, just recharge and then come back again, regardless if it is 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. or 6 p.m. or 5 a.m. Doesn't really matter. It's LJ time, and we just need to enjoy it, guys. We just need to embrace it and go with it. It's actually a privilege for us. It's a privilege for us to be on LJ world time zone and everything.
You're exactly right, Pedro. Like the world goes off like 24-hour clock. I feel like my clock would suit better like a 28 or 29 hour. Like I always have that final 4 or 5 hours of burst. And then if I sleep, too early, which is like normal people, I'm then awake too long the next day, right? I've got this like split. So it's almost like if I sleep properly, and then the trouble is obviously things are at a set time every day. But for me, it would almost be like sleeping like a 6-day week. But then, of course, every day I did that, it would shift what time I'm actually up and awake and doing things, So the rest of the world keeps turning on its normality, and I'm out here being a weirdo. So
Life of a trader. Odd hours. I have a friend who trades. He's based in Melbourne, but he trades like US stocks and futures and things like that. So he's up at like really weird odd hours trading, and then he like gets like 4 hours. I don't know how he does it. I think he's like slightly on the spectrum, but like he trades at night, and then he has like a job during the day. So he'll trade at like odd hours, get like 4 hours of sleep, and then the next day he'll be like at work. So I was just
that's
like, I don't
exactly
know
what I do. So thanks, Jem. I guess I'm on the spectrum now. That's literally exactly what I do.
Well, nowadays we're all on the spectrum.
Yeah,
we have a bit of the tiz, all of us.
Yeah.
But there was actually a question, I think. Sorry, I was supposed to answer it from one of went on
Yes,
a
Mike,
tangent.
this one.
Yeah, go on.
About stop loss position.
Oh, stop loss. Yeah. Maybe I can share my screen.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Help
I didn't mean
answer that.
to click it.
No,
Yeah.
it's all good. It's all good. Let's see if oh yeah. So for stop loss, what was the question again? How we set our stop loss? Oh, ATR. Yeah. So for me, I do like to use, I would say both. So just like key levels, and then I also sometimes use ATR. ATR is a nice one because it takes into account like the session's volatility, right? So I don't really know any other indicator that really does that well. So what I normally do is I'll just like pull up ATR and I'll just make sure that like my stop loss is a minimum of, depending on like how volatile it is, but sometimes like 2 ATR, just as like a sort of thing that I do to make sure that like my stop loss is not too tight and it's not too wide. So for this one, if it's like, 6 or 7 pips, then I would probably want my ATR to be maybe 14 pips at a minimum. It doesn't mean that I exactly set it at 14 pips, but I'll use it as like make sure that I just give enough room. Because if you set your stop loss like too tight, like let's say 5 pips, then you're just going to get stopped out before your move actually happens. So you need to make sure that you just give it enough room to take into account like fluctuations up and down, because that's just how price it will sometimes just go up and down at a level before heading into your direction. But then combined with ATR, what I normally like to do as well is just base it on like the key level. So for example, if let's say this is an uptrend and I'm thinking that price is going to continue to go up to maybe up there, and I'm thinking of taking a buy, what I'll do is I'll just set my stop loss like below the last swing low or the key level where my area is. So for example, if there's a support level through here, then I'll just set my stop loss like slightly below that, but just make sure at a minimum it's like 2 ATR. That's what I like to do. But yeah, just wide enough that it doesn't get stopped out before the move happens, but not too wide where you won't get a good risk reward. Because if you set your stop loss like super wide, like that's it feels nice in theory, but then you're just going to get like a really crappy risk reward. So you're not going to get good risk reward trades. So it's kind of like it's kind of like not an art form, but like it's a bit subjective. You can like try to see what works best for you, and then when you experiment with your trades, you might find you're placing your stop loss a little bit too wide and you might want to narrow it, or there's certain pairs where you need to give it a bit more breathing room and things. So it just takes a bit of experimentation. But yeah, so to answer your question, I would say, yeah, the last swing lows or key levels, and then combine it with like ATR as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
I've
For
got
me-
mine. Do you want to run yours first, Pedro? Like how you?
Yeah, for me personally, it's just about structure. So I like to see which structure I'm trying to trade from. Okay, and that's based a little bit on usually on the left side, or something in the moment. Okay, so let me just try to here. No, this is all-time highs. This doesn't work here. Let's look at Euro Yen, for example. Yeah, so this could be a good example. Okay, so in for me personally, it would be more of I'll be looking left. Okay, so if price is around here, I want to see where is the structure that I'm trying to trade from. Basically, try to find either order block or supply level or demand zone if this kind of below the price. So one of those structures, and usually then I could at least try to protect, or at least so basically what I'm trying to answer is, if price goes above this level, most likely it invalidates my trade. Okay, so that means that my ultimate stop loss at the moment that I'll stop trying to short from this level is if price goes above this stop. Okay, now It depends on the time frame, because if this structure is too wide, for example, you're on the 30 minutes time frame, most likely on the 1 hour, 4 hour, you would also see the structure, and maybe it's too wide. Okay, maybe it makes me with a stop loss of 50 pips or 30 pips, and that's for me is quite big. Usually I don't look for that. I look at like 10, 15 pips maximum, and sometimes even below 10, but usually around 10 pips, 15 pips. Usually that's kind of what I'm looking at, unless there is a specific asset class where it's maybe the pip difference is a little bit wider. Now, if this is too wide, then I'll try to find out a structure being created already within the current price levels. Okay, so I'll try to find. I will zoom in a little bit. Where are we? Okay. Then I'll try to then follow price, whatever price is doing on the approach towards the level. So I want to see at least maybe price react from the level that I'm expecting to trade from. And then I can try to find a new structure being created in here, for example, a new Quasimodo pattern being created, and then I could squeeze my stop loss literally just above this level instead of above the overall level that I want to trade from. Now, in this particular case, or in this second scenario, I know that I'm at risk because I know that there is still a chance that price could still create a new high, go above my zone, get a little bit deeper into this rectangle, and in this case, I'll be already with the stop loss. Okay, but if the level is good enough for me, then with new confirmation, I'll try to trade again and try to short it again. Most likely then stop loss just above here. Or if price now is already way too close now from the top, now maybe I just place my stop loss at this level. And the reason I do that is because just in terms of risk reward, okay? Because if price was already about to react from here, basically from, let's just give the example of here. If price is already about to react from here and I managed to just place my stop loss in there, the risk reward, it becomes much better instead of placing a stop loss like from here, basically just to show it. Basically, this would be scenario 1, or then scenario 2, it's way wider, right? So just for price to move exactly the same, it's way different. So I don't mind getting 1 or 2 stop losses in this type of situation and then try to catch the good move. Instead of just catching one good trade with a super wide stop loss. But I do that if the level on the left side is correct. Otherwise, if I like the level on the left side, if the level on the left side is not relevant to me, and this is usually what I'll be then categorizing as a maybe B trade, is maybe I can try to trade the current price section, but I'll just give it one attempt. And if I'm stopped out, then I'll let price move until it gets to a specific zone that I actually like. Yeah, so I'm way more structure wise instead of ATRs or anything else like that, or moving averages. I don't use moving averages. So yeah, it's more of structure for me. And points of liquidity, of course. I pay attention to if there's a double top nearby. Maybe that's a risk to place a stop loss there. So that's something else you want to pay attention to. Is levels that price, basically levels that can attract price to do something like this, right? So if you are aware that maybe if you have a double top and there's high probability that maybe price can just squeeze a little bit before making the move, it's quite risky to place your stop loss just above this highs, because this move, there's maybe, I don't know, 70% probability that this can happen. So it's better actually if you are a little bit more patient, wait for this to happen and then try to short it. And if this happens, this capture of liquidity, now you have a proper place to place your stop loss. Yeah, that's basically me.
Yeah, the amount of times that I've entered a trade and then it's hit my stop loss and then continued like down in my direction, it's like I can count it like so many times that that's happened to me. So yeah, that's why I like try to give it a little bit wider stop loss nowadays, just because the pain of that happening is too much.
Yeah, I think all of us have been there, right? Anyone that has been trading definitely has been in these scenarios. But with that being said, is that sometimes, well, if it happens once, it's okay. If it starts happening way too many times, there's maybe a little bit of a lack of patience that you can maybe try to study from your trades, that you can improve to actually wait. Like if it's kind of a saying, like if you're not patient enough, you're going to become the liquidity of the move. Like, so it's either kind of you are one being faked out, or you wait for price to fake out everyone else, and then you can try to participate on the move. So if you constantly see that there is kind of a move that you try to go, and then all of a sudden there's this move stops you out and then goes, And if this is a repetitive pattern that you see when you're analyzing your stop loss trades, then you better start being patient. That's what I did. I learned from my own mistakes and for studying my charts in this scenario. There's a point where you cannot just be kind of frustrated and saying, "Ah, damn it, I was correct," but constantly being stopped out. Like, you need to evolve, you need to learn from those moves. But everyone has been there and constantly be.
Yep.
LJ, tell us.
Indeed. All right. Yeah, I'll jump over to mine. Okay, so I'll show you guys on my one of my MT5 platforms here. So,
what's going on in
yeah,
there?
there's a bunch of stuff. It's a little bit pixelated. I don't know why MT5 does that, because TradingView is much more clear. It's on the same screen size, but we'll see. So basically, where this starts is I've basically got 5 pieces that this comes together. Now, this is around figuring out that ATR kind of position, like we're talking about, or like you're asking, I should say. Now, you can see these guys here, these bolly bands, right? The little squiggly around price. So I'll have them. Then I've got this 2 standard deviation band, which runs over 120 prior candles, right? So this is the midpoint. This is 1 standard deviation, and this is 2 standard div, and then obviously -1, -2. This will be for my day trading situation, right? Then I've got the general direction of the moving averages, which I always have a 10, which is this little gray line. Hence, that sort of helps me see if we've got a trend, more so like a stronger trend. As you can see right now, we've crossed over it a few times, but we haven't managed to close. So that's kind of what I'm looking for on a number of bars. Normally I'll go to the higher time frame for that. But to keep it simple, so it's a 10, 50, 100, and 200 moving average. I see just what total direction they have. And obviously, as part of the bolly bands, you've got a 20. So the bolly bands are measuring that volatility, which gives you a very nice visual. So you don't have to go and like calculate all the numbers, especially if you're darting around assets. You can visually see that right away. However, it's only on that 20 band. I'm just using a standard bolly setting, right? So that's why I have the 2 standard deviation channel on either side, -2 and +2, over that past 120 bars, which tends to give you the extent. The moving averages give you the direction. Then I've also got pivot points through here, right? And then the final one often is key options levels, which are where there's large clusters of options, and then I check like spot gamma from dealers and that kind of thing, and leading into those expiries, you tend to pull towards that. Now, how I'll use this as far as placing my stops, etc., I'll prefer to look for where the moving averages are. So in this case, we're obviously in overall like a uptrend after the gap higher on Monday. So we've got this lower portion being the 200 moving average. The bolly bands are going to expand over time, but then because I've got the 2 standard deviation channel, it can give me a rough crossover distance with the prior price action. So coming from yesterday, right? From London into New York, cross rollover all through Asia. This is on a 15-minute. So this will give me some kind of cross section through here. Then I'll have a look at the pivot points. The dark blue one is basically the neutral level. This is the S1, this is the S2. And then you've got the +1, +2 for the pivots as well, right? So what you'll tend to see, I'll basically look at where all of these sort of intersect, look for trades down here, try to get some entry in that lower intersection, and then the stop would be, okay, let's try and highlight some of this. So if I looked for this kind of cross section here, that's where I'd look to enter. Then, just like Pedro was talking about, I'll then go to the left of the chart and see where some of these head levels are. So right now, this is $. I'd see we've got this band, and we've got a few heads through here, which created lower lows, and there's a bit of a double top sort of through there. But you've got this general cluster, and normally when I look at this, I'll look more at the candle closes. So this got higher candle closes, and then this guy had a wick, but failed candle close through there. So then I'll take that over to here and see where these line up. Now, this top guy is kind of roughly coming through the midpoint, so I'll ignore that one. Where is the base we're looking at? Because we're looking at the stop loss. You've got the top, this sort of box here, which comes to that, the candle closes through there. And then you've got this lower section that we came into, tapped into it a couple times, lower trading area, before ultimately, of course, breaking through. This was obviously on the gap, but I would then find where this section overall lines up, and I would be putting at least the stop loss below here. And you can see we did wick down exactly into there. Ideally, I'll be putting it down towards this bottom portion. Now, normally I'll start to layer into the trade. So I'll enter the first trade here in a partial risk portion and have the stop somewhere in between that section. But I've then got, because I'm entering it in a partial, I've got room to drag it down here if we get a further expansion of volatility, so long as I still believe that the market is ultimately going to like turn up, right? So then if we just come down to here, like we got this wick, came up, closed the next candle bullish, then this is normally where I'd add, and I'd put the original stop loss just below this wick, and then the second trade that I add to the cluster will also have the stop loss down there. But I start the trade having more room to move the stop. So it gives you that kind of flux area for a bit of variance in your entries and also market volatility. This is especially important in something like gold, where it obviously often overshoots and things. Once I've got that and the trade starts performing, then I can draw these up, and then I can add to the positions and just place it under the previous wick lows, right? And then now you can see we've come up to this top section, and I'd potentially look to take profit here because we're up at that top two standard div point, right, for a take profit. And then normally I'd look for us to come back somewhere to the midpoint as like just a general daily retracement, not daily, just a stochastic retracement within a trading session. And then I'll bank the profit there. If I believe that the trend, the momentum is still intact, then I'll re-enter here and again just take that stop all the way down here. And then kind of keep doing that all the way up until we're up into whatever top target band that I see, which again, just like Pedro was saying, will typically be coming back to some of the left shoulder targets. And you can see that wick high right there is with the R1 of the pivot points today. So that's how I sort of size out the scope of the trading range for the day. And then that's how I'll try to enter. Now, inverse, obviously, would be the opposite. If I'm trying to short it, maybe there is some kind of macro situation where I'm looking for this to go forward that I think the macro situation will actually pull us the other way. Good example right now is oil. I would prefer to wait for us to hit some kind of highs and then look to short oil rather than trying to go long at the moment, right? So that's the kind of situation. And I'd basically just do the opposite for that. But yeah.
Brilliant.
Nice one.
Brilliant. Can you see price? Can you see price on that chart, LJ? How do you know what price is?
What do you mean?
I cannot
Up
see
here,
the price.
or-
Okay, yeah, that's the only way, right? Because you cannot see the candles. It's impossible to see the candles. It's so many lines in there. Come on, it's you.
I can see it. Look, I've probably been looking at this stuff for so many years that I see right through it. Right, you know, it's
okay.
it's,
It's
yeah,
multidimensional in your own mind. Okay.
Yeah,
Because otherwise,
it's like
yeah.
it's like when we've had my C Trader and stuff, and I've got various platforms all dotted with different things, but they're all a bit chaotic. But if I had them all on one, it would just be a mess. But for me, yeah, I see straight through that, right? Like all the other channels and lines and bolly bands and moving averages kind of all just disappear just because I've looked at it for over a decade, you know, every single day. So yeah, if if you're someone else coming and looking at the charts or something, yeah. But for me, yeah, I mean, this is a very simple version, I would say, for what I often have scoped out. Yeah, and I'm not always using all the stuff that I layer in a chart like right now, but it's in there for like prosperity or something that I'm going to want to recall or look forward to later. There's always a reason it's there. And then eventually I go through and like curb some of these bits and pieces. So, yeah.
I was just joking, man. I was just joking, of course.
Yeah, I know. but it's worth explaining because most people will be like, oh. But yeah, so even, here's my, I was going to bring up my trading.
One second, I'll show it again.
So even like, hence my trading view, I try and keep relatively clean. It's just drawings on here for you guys, but hence I go through and like hide most of the indicators and stuff over time. This is a bit more chaotic, which is why I was bringing it up. This is gold. I think this is also, we had some other banter from one of the past streams. That's why we got the pass the mango thing on here still. But yeah, so I'll scope these things out, and I normally have this. I will also have like another, like I've got a personal broker that is just like a clean chart, right? So I've got certain platforms with all this kind of mess and information or data that it's offering me, and then I've also got a clean chart. So I know I'm always looking at something clean, and you're not getting sort of skewed or tilted by an information dump, right? And then I go through like kind of a checklist of, is this actually good? Am I seeing it across the board, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like being in a plane, right? Like, have you seen someone fly a plane in the cockpit? It looks crazy, but for them it's easy. Yeah, that's kind of it. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah. And then you just do like our friend Forex in here. You just press on the wrong button, and luckily it actually goes in your favor. And all of a sudden it just make 1,800. So if you actually are about to press the wrong button, at least hopefully it goes in your way. So Forex, congrats, man. Just going to press it here.
That was easy.
All right. So
that was easy.
One more time.
That was easy.
There you go.
Pedro,
1,800.
You got to send me one of these, right? I need one.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, that's nice, man. Congrats, Felix. Just I don't want to be the bad guy in here, but whenever you're actually going to do the mistake and goes the other way around, okay, just remember that usually it's just to make it even. It's that usually at the market, okay. But yeah, just good profit. That's market.
Yeah, I feel like that was me on the futures platform last night. I was clicking buttons, trying to figure it out, and no idea what's going on. I'm trying to set up all the layout and the charts, and then I keep changing the window size, and then they keep changing. I'm like, how do I just lock it? And like all this stuff. So
that's what I thought when I looked at the Black Arrow platform. The amount of customization, and for someone that is used maybe just as a training view or MT5, where kind of it's a little bit limited in terms of customization. All of a sudden, you have something that you can do whatever you want. Like you get lost into, and that's what happened. Like then you spend 4 hours like LJ just trying to customize stuff.
See, I really like that. It's just I got to figure it out first, right?
Exactly. Exactly. Same way. Yeah. Same thing. Yeah. So someone mentioned Bitcoin, and I'm just going to take a quick look at Bitcoin. And by now, it's actually pure technical. Okay. So even if before I mentioned about something fundamental, whatever, it's going to be pure technical. Of what I can see here on the charts. I see this break that happened actually Saturday. I think this can indicate that price wants to go a little bit deeper. Further down, okay, on Bitcoin, I'm looking at 4-hour time frame, just to give a little bit more context on the higher time frame. So basically, I've been trying to push price higher all the way since we had the low in February. We got into this first structure of basically that was support now becoming resistance a little bit. And the only trade or the only range I'm looking to trade now, I think there's actually a little bit more room to the upside on Bitcoin. Okay, however, on the lower time frame. And looking a bit more of what's going on within this level. After price breaking the structure, this for me is maybe that traditional market shift or price breaking into something that can lead into a continuation of a move to the downside. And the reason for that is because below this low, in my opinion, I think everything has been basically touched. I'll call this compression zone. And usually price can just break slightly into this new structure, go higher, collect new orders before resuming the move to the downside. And then for me, the next target to be maybe 70, let's call it just 72s to 70s, okay, 69, okay. So basically somewhere around here, I think could be an interesting level. It's basically where I have these lines in here. Now, where could we look for shorts? One of the scenarios could be just where price is. So basically, price continue to respect these levels in here at around 78 and try to squeeze price to the downside. Or if by chance price does want to collect a little bit of liquidity from this level, I think there's something around this level that could still try to push price further down. So that would be a bit more of what I would like to see in this case. However, if price actually does go a little bit higher and starts reacting from here, the first initial target is going to be this next structure. From here, price could just react, bounce down from this level and continue. But then if price actually starts moving to downside, then actually I think there's a high probability that price then is going to go below this low and go all the way. So careful if you do trade this level. This needs to be our first target because from here price can bounce and go. Start price going a little bit further down, then I think can be a little bit further down into this level. And then from here could be potentially a good opportunity to look for a little bit of a good long position, if that's the idea. Okay. I'm still not entirely convinced if this is the bottom of price. Those want to go maybe a bit more into those 57s or 55s on Bitcoin. But if this is the bottom, I think somewhere around here could be then a good level to try to push price higher. But that's future topic, not for now. Rich is here. Okay, need to behave now.
How you doing, Rich?
We have the conversation. Welcome. Good morning, man.
Hey, how's it going? How's it going?
Oh, good.
Going well, man. Going well.
Yep. Okay. So well that he disappeared.
Yeah.
That was the best timing ever. Going well and just gone. Wonderful. How are we doing for time? Does anyone need to hop off before we dive into stuff? Or
I'll send you 11:30. Then let's go, because we do have a few things to organize. Just to give a little bit of context for everyone in the audience. We have so many events, not just for the English channel, also for the others, Portuguese, India. We are working quite hard to create good events for the summer. And all of us in the background are working quite hard to do so. But let's go. I want to spend at least 20 minutes to speak with you, Richard. Let's go.
Awesome. Well, today is my apologies, first of all, a little bit later on stream, and for good reason. Today we were sorting out something behind the scenes. I can confirm officially tomorrow we will be launching something inside the Discord for all the 5ers traders. So if you are a 5ers trader, if you have a 5ers account, and you want to get involved, if you want to take your trading to that next level, then we are launching something very, very specific. A tool I wish I had 7 years ago. 8 years ago when I started trading, I'll be like, I don't need that. A year into my journey, I'll be like, yeah, I totally need this. So I can't say officially what it is until we launch it tomorrow, but if you're not in the Discord, this should give you an incentive to get in the Discord. How you get access to the Discord is to become a 5ers trader. All you need is one account. Doesn't matter if the account is active or if you've had the account in the past, that will give you access to the hub, which therefore you join the Discord icon. Now, what we're doing is an extension to the performance coaching department, where we're looking to really build traders and give them that level of support at the level they need it the most. So what we kind of find two things, right? So when we come on the YouTube stream, if we say, hey traders, what's the pain point in your trading? What is the thing that you need the help with the most? What we notice is typically the audience will be a little bit more quiet. When we engage on a more of a personal level within the Discord, I mean, some of the coaching workshops, we can have 600 messages in an hour. And when it's just yourself on stage trying to keep up with 600 messages, as long as it's not a game of pass the mango down, which is, I don't play in it. It's something that the traders do. I'm sure LJ knows exactly what that is.
I never participate, all right? Don't blame me.
Okay, fair. Well, yeah, there's kind of a new version of it, but we won't go into that. So the Discord calls can be, typically the audience will be just so much more engaging. So we figured that the Discord is the perfect environment to use that engagement and create the kind of support that traders really need. So we're talking about journaling. We're talking about reflecting on our trade performance. We're talking about going through certain modules of the course, doing homework assignments, proving that you're doing it. We're talking about built-in accountability and setting targets for traders, not based on P&L, but based on consistency. And then what we're doing is we're rewarding traders in there as well for their ability to show up and execute on their plan, not just to help themselves, but also to help the community. Because that's one thing I would say that I've experienced in the 5ers community. It is unlike any other prop firm community I've seen. It is so supportive. There is so many traders in there that are just encouraging and rallying alongside other traders. And when I think back to 8 years ago, when I started as a trader, I just went solo. I was on my own. I was literally just me trying to make trading work. And I was like, I can figure this out. 2 years into the journey, I'm like, I need a friend. I need someone to help me. I need a mentor. I need a course. I need signals. I'm willing to try anything. And I pretty much did. I bought a couple of courses. I had 2 different mentors, and one of which I paid. One came with a course that I bought. And I tried signals as well. And I would say that each of these things helped build me into the trader I am today, but it didn't directly give me the result I was looking for at the time. So I think many times we can look back at life and say, well, I couldn't be where I am today if I didn't go through them lessons, maybe that school of hard knocks. But many times we buy a course or we get involved with signals because we think it's going to be that immediate relief. And what I found in trading is there has never been such a thing as immediate relief. What there's been is slowly release of tension over time of doing great processes. So in this area in the Discord, which is the I'm not going to say the name. You'll have to join tomorrow to find out. But we're genuinely encouraging all 5ers traders to get in, be a part of this. And I know typically, when you see stuff like this, a lot of people get involved and then over time they drop off. That's human nature. This is what we see typically when traders try and follow their plan. They try for a little while, but like New Year's resolutions. What's the stats? Like 80% of people who have a New Year's resolution has drop that New Year's resolution by like February the 1st. So we know that kind of same performance overlays into trading when it comes to traders trying to execute on their plan. They set out, it's Monday, right, I'm going to try really hard this week. I'm going to follow my plan perfectly. By the end of the week, they're like, I can't even remember what my weekly resolutions were. So we're really rallying alongside traders to try and set them on a path that they identify as their best path forward, and then actually hold them to that path at the end of the week and said, hey, no, these are your goals. You said this is important to you. This is what you're working towards. I'm turning up. I'm showing up. I'm showing you what I'm doing. Now match the effort. If you want to get out of that rat race, if you want to get your trading to that level that performs for you, you're not going to do it by mistake. You might get lucky, but over time, that luck won't hold. So it's about saying, how do I be intentional within my trading? And how can I consistently put my trading in a place where it gets the support that it needs? And this is what we spent a lot of time, the community manager and I, really looking objectively at the community and the way they engage with Discord and saying, well, how can we support them? And like I say, if traders want to get involved with it, tomorrow morning, I'm going to say this as well to hold myself accountable, because we've been looking at launching this for the last few weeks, and there's been, as Pedro said, so many things on the back end, so many things that we're all involved with that just take a lot of our time. And I said to Abe, I said, look, mate, it's ready. Let's put it out there. Let's make it a permanent thing, because I know how much traders will benefit from this. And I can't wait to participate in it as well. So I get to be the performance coach within it as well, within this project. But the cool thing, and this is the twist, I'm going to be involved in it as a trader as well. So stay tuned. And if anyone on the 5ers team fancies being a part of it and leading by example, there is absolutely a special space for each and every one of you. So Pedro, LJ, get yourself. Yeah, you're up for it?
Dude, Rich, I'm sad you didn't tell me about this before. Come on, man.
It's a total secret.
I thought we were friends. Come on. share with me.
We had to totally keep it secret.
Yeah.
But yeah, excited for this launch tomorrow, because this is, we spent about 10 months building the performance coaching course, and now we've launched this into the Traders Hub. So traders have got access to that. But we said, well, that's great. That's theory. you know, we all kind of know the theory. We've got this knowledge base. We've got this place we can go to. But how do we transfer what we've learned into an actionable way that actually benefits our trading over the long term? You know, some of us, we need that encouragement. We need that support, or we need that accountability. I know for myself as a trader that was something that lacked within me for ages. Now, a wonderful book, Atomic Habits, talks about building habits that go on to become your normal and your routines. And so if you're willing to engage with us in the 5ers Discord with this, you might not need to do it for more than 3 months, more than 2 months, and then it becomes your normal, like your muscle memory. It's like, think of it like having a gym buddy that you go to the gym with. And if you had a gym buddy, you might be a bit more consistent in the earlier days. And a lot of times people are like, nah. I remember when I used to gym regularly, honestly, half the week I wouldn't even bother going if my friend wasn't literally waiting at the gym. Like, knowing that he was going to be there was the reason why I was like, I've got to go because he's going to be down there. And then you go and you would always feel better for it as well. So we're replicating that same environment where traders have a reason to show up that's bigger than just themselves. Because when left to our own devices, you know what happens behind the scenes when traders try and trade their plan. Many times they just suffer in silence. And I feel like if we can put a spotlight on it, and we've said this in, Henry, it's a little bit more than an accountability partner. I'd say it's actually way, way more than that. It's got a lot more structure built into it as well. We're talking about weekly challenges. So have a look tomorrow.
It sounds like a, sorry, Rich, but it sounds like an accountability, almost like a accountability competition, like a ladder in a way. Right, like everyone's kind of part. Obviously, it's not a competition, right? Everyone's trying to self-improve, that kind of thing. But it's a very broad, collective, open space type thing. But because everyone's trying to push forward with that, it sort of keeps everyone locked in, right? You can't get away with kind of just skirting the system. You're like, oh yeah, I definitely did that. Nope, that kind of thing. At least that's what it sounds like. You didn't tell me before, so I don't know, but it sounds like that.
Yeah, no, you're pretty close with it. It's setting an intention. So I've been blessed to work with a coach for probably the last 3 years, and I've really been able to observe and experience what it's like when you sit down with and I say coach, but we're talking about a very, very, very highly trained professional. Okay, but to be able to sit down and have someone help create a space where you find your right answers, I understand both firsthand how valuable that is to be on the receiving end of that, but as a performance coach, that is my intention when I work with traders. When I sit down one-on-one with traders, I'm not trying to just give them a big blueprint and ram it down their throats. I'm trying to say, what is your pain point? And then helping that trader recognize and just gently steering them towards a way that they become very clear on how they move forward. And then it's all about getting that trader to say, you know what, I understand where I'm stuck. I understand why I'm stuck, and I know what I need to do. And then we'll give traders the space to say, right, now commit to it. And at the end of the week, we're going to be there to hold you, accountable to that. So yeah, there's built-in accountability as a byproduct of what it is, but it's actually more about getting traders to really hold up that mirror and not just say, hey, here's a mirror, figure it out, but actually stand next to it and go, what do you see? And really talk through it with them and give traders the opportunity to hit their next level. And I want you to know that next levels don't come necessarily with a next level P&L swing. Like, it doesn't naturally mean, hey, I'm going to sit down and do psychology work for 5 hours this week, and next week I'm suddenly going to earn loads of money. The likelihood is you're just going to have a higher chance of following your plan. If the market doesn't agree with you, you're not going to get the result that you're looking for if it's on a P&L basis. So again, we're compounding the skills that over time, over years and years, as we all know in here, it's about the little supporting muscles that hold up the big structure that we build as traders, and just giving a trader the area where they can realize how important that is to do it. And like I say, this is, I would have thrown myself at this 6 years ago, 7 years ago. I'd have been like, I remember the second course I ever bought, the mentor, I got fond memories of the guy, really liked the guy. He said to me, he said to his wife, he's like, I really hope this guy doesn't buy this course, because I asked him so many questions before I bought the course. And then when I bought the course, he actually told me that he had said that to his wife. And he told me after 6 months and he said, you know, what's funny, I told my wife, I hope this guy doesn't buy this course because he's just so intense. But after 6 months, this is what he told me. And after 6 months, he was like, dude, he's like, that's what I told my wife. He's like, and I'm so glad now. He said, I'm so glad you bought the course. He said, because you've pushed me. He said, and you've gone and back tested my entire system. You've validated it. You've verified it. He said, you are the hardest working guy in this group. And it's always been my experience of just kind of really pushing myself, but often doing so in a way that maybe wasn't helpful as much as I thought it would be. So what we're doing is creating the environment that if traders are willing to come and put in the effort, then I'm confident that their results are going to follow. And I'm not talking necessarily about a P&L result immediately.
Yeah, and that basically just means you are his mentor as well, right? Because what you did was essentially pushed him further, where clearly if he's pushing back against that, going like, oh, I don't want to, like, it's because it's this is going to be more work. This guy seems intense. Like, I got this thing, you know, rolling, that kind of stuff. But you ended up, I guess, you know, sort of pushing him to the next level, sort of stress testing that, confirming it, that kind of thing. So it does actually play back and forth. I was just going to, basically what I was trying to highlight is that whenever you do have like a sort of mentor type thing, mentee and, I don't know, what do you call, I don't know, Padawan? I can't think of the word right now, so I'm going to use that. It's not just one way. Like you both test each other, and it does help. So the same thing with, I mean, we see this all the time with a bunch of guys in the Discord as well. Like you're saying, Rich, like the community here at the 5ers is amazing. We see a bunch of people becoming friends, you know, just having general chat in the Discord, and then they become friends, and they sort of, I don't like the word accountability buddy. It sounds a bit whatever, floozy. But yeah, when people do link up, they tend to push each other. Like, it's always a both ways type situation, which is amazing, right? It's really good.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the real grind is happening behind closed doors, where you won't see it. Because if you look at the 5ers Discord, there's some incredible areas where we can reflect. There's psychology areas, and there's like a general chat where traders will network, and we've got the traders calls where traders will come in, and we have some really awesome conversations. But where do you do the work? So like a lot of it is theory based. A lot of it is like, hey, I'm going to have a chat with someone, and you know the feedback we get from the sessions, you know, both yours, mine, they're amazing feedback. But where does the trader take those insights and then really grind? Mostly it's behind closed doors. And if they're lucky, they might have a study partner, and I know what you mean with the word accountability partner. It's almost like saying, you know, like I need someone to pull me along because I can't do it on my own. But
Exactly,
most of the time, a trader is going to be at their best when they have routine, they have structure, and you know, you have to have that if you're going to have like a study buddy or someone that you're going to really push with. So most of the grind is actually done in private groups, private communities, private WhatsApp groups, private Discord calls. They're areas where a lot of the times public traders won't see that because they haven't built that kind of a bond with traders to be able to have that rapport and have that trust and build that kind of regular routine where they're willing to sit down and spend hundreds of hours on the charts together. And I know the value in that. So we're like, okay, there's going to be a lot of traders that are like, well, I don't know really anyone to study with. Well, now you do. Now there is a designated space where people can come along and say, you know what, like, I kind of want to be involved in this, and I'm just going to stand at the sidelines and observe and kind of find my bearings with it. So we're taking the real deep, intimate work that's done personally, and we're putting it into a forward-facing Discord that people can now observe. And it gives a lot of support. It gives a lot of morale. And if we get some negativity in there, we'd be getting the ban hammer out real quick, because it's not about that space. It's about encouraging traders to grow and hit their next level as well. So, dude, I hope to see both of you with your own channels in there, because every trader who joins has their own designated space and designated channel, and you get to use this for whichever purpose you feel is going to help you hit that next level, and we get to do that as a community. So there'll be some traders taking on new accounts and committing to be able to trade them over like a bigger picture. I'm a little bit torn with the idea of like, hey guys, here's my payout. Hey guys, here's my P&L for the day. Hey guys, here's my R value for the week. I'm a little bit torn because I feel like comparison also brings a level of unhealthy competition. It can bring healthy competition, but in the right hands. And I feel there can also be the green-eyed gremlin that comes out and be like, that dude's just had a 10-hour week. And I just had a drawdown week. And it's like, there's definitely that side as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, Rich just said this in the background. I was about to say that as well. Comparison is the thief of happiness or thief of joy, right? Type thing. Yeah. So you can feel like, oh, you did really well. And then you see someone blow out your results, like double them or triple them. And you're like, oh, I'm not that great. But that's not the point, because that also, you got to realize that's in isolation. That's 1 week, 1 day, 1 period, set time period. And it could be reversed the very next period, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. I think the most important part, which is what you mentioned, Richard, is the part of practicality into it, right? It's trying to move away from theory to being practical and to actually give something that the traders can apply. And because theories, everyone can learn about them, everyone can watch podcasts, everyone can read books, watch movies, do everything, and actually can be in that cycle of just more theory. But then the practical part of it, that's what matters. And I'm looking forward for that project, because I think that's what's missing. The accountability is a key word. It's essential in trading. Like that's what we're trying to do here. We can actually just one thing that we cannot fool, which is the market, right? Like we can say whatever we want to everyone. In the end, the market is the market, and whatever our performance is our performance, and that doesn't lie. Those are numbers. Can be a story about it, but that's great. And the way to grow, it's exactly to face that and to be able to, again, even for the trader that maybe doesn't feel super comfortable, maybe showing their performance or the way they are trading, getting out of the comfort zone can be a great challenge, and actually can help to grow, not even just in trading itself, but also in other aspects of their own lives, getting out of their comfort zone and actually share and be a little bit exposed with whatever performance they have on a daily basis, weekly basis. It depends how much work or much time everyone has to be uploading. I presume maybe some people are going to be doing daily, some others maybe weekly, maybe some others even monthly. I don't know exactly the timelines or how does it going to work. It's the first time also I'm listening about it. But it will be great every now and then to keep updating and being consistent. I think accountability, consistent, that's what matters, and good routines and good practices. That's everything that's going to help everyone to become a better trader eventually. That part. So that's a great project.
I love what you shared there when you were talking about how there's two trails of thought here. So I'll go into the second one. Am I right in thinking that you're kind of quite a high-level gamer? Like when it comes
myself?
to...
In what aspect?
Like computer gaming, like competitive...
I am. I'm super competitive. I'm super competitive.
So I'll give you an example.
Go ahead.
There's a game I used to play a while back called League of Legends. And there was this character on there that could do these combos, and you'd have to smash these keys in a certain order. And I remember watching the tutorial, and it just looked really clean. And I thought, I'm gonna learn that. And I remember watching the tutorial 5 or 6 times, and in my head I was memorizing W, A, D, S, and like the keys that I had to press, and in what order I had to click the mouse button. But I never mastered the combo, because although I spent probably an hour learning the theory, I didn't spend more than 5 minutes executing on the practicality of it. And it was a very clear distinction that you made. You said traders, they have the theory, but where do they practice it? And the disclaimer here is that unless you're willing to practice the things that you learn, you just simply don't get better. And this environment is going to be an environment that is probably going to do what we all do as humans. Oh, that sounds amazing. And then 5% of people turn up and actually then 5% of people actually turn up and do the work, right? But it's the 5%. This is why it's called the 5%ers. It's the 5% that turn up and do the work on the days where it sucks, and on the days where it's hard, and the weeks where it's challenging, and the months where it just feels really pressing. And I think all of us are here because we've done years of compounding little steps of getting outside of our comfort zone. And so this could be the starting point for a trader to say, you know what, I'm not ready to pull back the whole, give it the big flash and show the entire, curtain, but I might be willing to share and have my own channel and just share one tiny thing and then build on that and build on that. Dota, I knew you were gonna. This is why I said League of Legends, because I knew that we could probably get a trigger point.
That's right. We can get
you're
Richard Butler in here as well. Right? We can have a. But yeah, go on, Rich. I do like your analogy. Don't worry. I'll let
that
it
was
pass.
my
I'll let
analogy
it pass.
finished up. That was my analogy finished up. But I feel like I should probably be bringing up my Dota analogies rather than League analogies next time. But hey, that was me. I've got many hours on that game.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but this could be someone's first step outside of their comfort zone, where maybe they just show a little bit and just look at this project as, you know what, I'm not doing this to look great. I'm not doing this to look amazing or impress anyone. I'm doing this to help me. So when you look at a channel and it says, click here to create your role, click here to create your channel, I want you to think about this question. How does creating this channel help me become the next version of me? And if it doesn't, don't click it, because it's better that you don't do another action and not follow through on it. It's better that you just say, you know what, I'll find my own version of it. But for the traders that connect with this and say, you know what, I'm going to use this as my serious level up. I've had loads of thoughts with it. I was like, do I use it to post 100 payouts of the year? I was like, do I make that the challenge? Like, 2026, the year of 100 prop firm payouts. And I was like, Nah. I was like, it's too results orientated. So, I've kind of got to balance the trader and the coach side, but this is a channel I'm going to be using as a trader, and I'm going to genuinely be using it to hit that next milestone within my trading. And I will be sharing that within the 5ers, but I would probably keep it more process based as opposed to P&L based, because I think, again, comparison is the thief of joy, I see someone say on the back end.
I'll save you some time. Definitely keep it process, because if you're going to post 100 payouts, save yourself some time, right? Just post a photo, one picture of the Bugatti, right? And then just one little line of what color it is. That's all you got to do, right? It would save you so much time. Okay. Gosh, thank God you got me here. You got to post and screen 100 payouts. Dude, just one little click snap and it's blue. Oh, it's red. It's silver.
That's why I pay consultants, right? Just this tip. It's just save you 100 screenshots to just one picture of a Bugatti. That's it. Done deal. Fantastic. But it's really good, and I think that's really important as well, to focus on process. And what you mentioned as well, because it looked like that you were about to mention kind of one topic that you wanted for 2026, kind of the 100 payouts in a year or something like that. I think it would be nice if everyone kind of would give it its own title or their own kind of journal or process, kind of what they want to try to improve for the next 3 months, 6 months, this year, whatever it may be. That being the keyword, the title of their journey right now, where they are, or the chapter of their journey right now, and then evolving, and then eventually when they feel like that chapter is finished or completed, getting to the new chapter. And for some is trying to be profitable, some others is try to scale, for others is try to get out of a drawdown period, developing their strategy, whatever it may be. And there is ways to try to see their progress, and process oriented. It's good, but process oriented, like you mentioned, I think, Richard, I don't remember what the session was, but I think I remember that you mentioned something about quantifying those processes, right? So in terms of, how many times did I actually follow my strategy? Is this trade related? Is it part of my strategy? Yes or no? So anytime we kind of reply that yes or no, eventually we're going to come up with some numbers that gives us some stats, a percentage of if you're farming your strategy, if this is an issue based on your strategy, if it is mental or the mindset, whatever it may be. So we can also still be quantifiable in the numbers, but process oriented, and I think that's the goal here.
Okay, just quickly, because I know, Pedro, you've got to go, but I'd love to just put you in the hot seat for 30 seconds. So if it was based on finding that next step, and I'll be a hands up, I'll say, look, 100 payouts in a year from the 5ers was just a random number that I picked out that I thought, imagine how that would look. Wouldn't that be cool? But what I realized is the gap between where I am and that is just simply too big. It's just such a big jump. That's not my next chapter. That might be a chapter I reach in, say, 3 chapters' time or 4 chapters' time. But what would Pedro's next chapter look like? If you had to use a space like this, just to get our traders thinking, what would be a purpose, or what would that next chapter for you look like?
I mean a little bit of a transition of trying to improve my processes and organization. So I think one thing that I'll try to measure above all right now is the amount of trades I'm missing. Okay, so the trades I'm executing versus the trades I'm missing. So I don't know exactly what title will that be yet. I think if I let my brain a little bit go and navigate a little bit, I think I find an attractive title to that. When I'm maybe meditating in the morning. But I think one thing that I'll try to improve and measure it to be the amount of trades I'm missing versus the ones I'm executing based on the setups that I want to trade, and that I think is more of organization process it's lacking a little bit at this point, maybe because of everything that we're trying to work on behind the scenes. On my mind also has been a little bit distracted from trading this year, but that's number one thing that I'll try to measure and to focus on right now. Because I know that if I fix that, then everything else kind of goes a bit more in alignment with what was to be my general performance in general. That's one thing that I'll try to work on. So basically, it will be I'll be measuring the opportunities there are, the trades I execute, and kind of try to close the gap. Like there's always a gap that you want to close. That's kind of what the main point is with this journaling, with this journaling performance, whatever, is trying to close the gap from optimal where we are. How can we close it? And that would be my main goal right now.
I think you misunderstood the question because it's almost like you answered it from a point of saying, what do I need to work on? Dude, you literally stolen my answer. That's exactly what I need to do. I can totally relate to what you're sharing. It's just life gets busy, right? And we've all got so many things that we're just trying to get through on a daily basis and do. And sometimes trading can't always be the chart on the monitor in front of us. And as much as we say we are traders and it has to be, there's these moments where we do miss trades. And it's identifying that reason. Well, why did I miss this trade? And is there anything in my ability that I can attempt to do next week moving forward that means I miss less trades? So absolutely love that you shared that, and it's very near and dear and close to my heart.
So as a title could be maybe like finding a little bit more of balance trading between my lifestyle right now. Maybe kind of the balance trader, because I used to be the complete obsessed. I've been always obsessed with trading, and I am. I have to admit again that this paddle thing is taking my mind a little bit from trading, and the obsession has been paddle. It's kind of a skill that I didn't know anything about, and now kind of just trying to learn as much as possible from watching videos, recording myself, and everything. So that obsession that I used to have literally trading, and as a beginner, because I haven't felt this beginner mindset approach of a journey for a long time, and with paddle, that kind of triggered me a little bit, and I see the upside, the depth curve is so high. Like I've seen people with so much higher skill than I am, and kind of want to close that gap as quicker as possible. So I'm trying to do whatever I can to do so, practicing and reviewing and whatever. I remember doing that like when I was back in the days with trading. Trading now is a complete different approach because of the experience I have. But now, trying to find that balance, a little bit more of a balance with everything. That's the main thing for now.
Yeah. I know you got to go, Pedro, right? But just the final thing on what you just said, I think is a very important point. Like, go and do something that you suck at, right? Just something
One second,
completely new.
one second. I don't suck at it. Okay, so hold on a second.
Yeah,
I'm good.
okay.
I'm
You're a
good at
novice.
it.
Okay, you're a novice. You're a beginner.
Okay.
Put it that way.
I'm,
You're
I'm
not.
actually quite a good talented player for the time I've been playing. At least I want to believe so. But
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. This wasn't a personal attack. Don't worry. Right, but something you're a novice at, like something you're not, something out of your comfort zone, right? I think in general in life, like you want to hope and try and do that all the way up until you're 80, 90 years old. Always try and do new things. I think that's going to improve. Yeah, one, the balance kind of aspect, like you were talking about, Pedro, and also obviously you got neuro pathways, different ideas, cognitive benefits, that kind of thing as well. So I think it's especially sometimes like trading and doing all this stuff and trying to chase those goals can become very mundane, and you're kind of like on this treadmill, like you've got this longer goal, but now it's rinse, repeat, and then people often as well get like just in this routine thing, which their discipline tends to drop off because it's become too routine in a way. But it's a very slow, like insidious little thing where it's like a small chunk. It's just little like 0.1s of 0.1 of like discipline, that kind of thing. I think doing those other bits and pieces does help you keep on top of that original stack, even in areas that you're already skilled in, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's very good. Like you should keep yourself on your toes. You got to be.
Yeah, even and just another aspect as well. And this goes into can be any online sport or can be any active sport that you do. For example, with trading, I can see that my personality is a bit more patient. I'm kind of I can wait. I'm patient. I'm not too aggressive, maybe as maybe LJ is or someone else is. But then actually, when I actually go into these sports or even like a paddle as well, I kind of see a different aspect of my own personality in there, where I try to maybe push myself a little bit, and that actually then can be applied a little bit in trading, or can try to bring a little bit that side of personality again back into my own trading aspect, which is a nice thing. Like you keep challenging yourself to see where are your boundaries a little bit. Kind of I have my own. Like trading, because of so many years around here, I kind of know exactly where every boundary is, but I can try to challenge a little bit just because I'm also doing it now something outside, and I can see maybe I actually can be a bit more aggressive in some aspects when being so kind of conservative or patient in this situation, which is nice, which is kind of a little bit of testing myself along the way. Which is
I think that's exactly it. So it's also that psychology element where it brings back that vigor, right? That vitality into your life when you're trying to push something that you're not got a full handle on yet, and you're trying to push those boundaries. It just energizes you. You feel more awake, more alive, and that permeates through everything else you do, of course. So like that's definitely the key portion there. I like it.
Yeah, and just to continue, just continue to carry on talking what could go through my mind, because sometimes also with trading, everything tends to be, or at least I used to have many things planned ahead, kind of, this is what I want to do this year, whatever, like everything planned a little bit. And like at this point, actually, what I felt like in this last maybe 1 year or 6 months or something like that is just try to live a little bit more alive without overthinking too much what's going to be for your, like, why am I doing this for the next 3 years? And just live the now, kind of a little bit, kind of have the experience of what I'm doing right now, and kind of things are going to sort out themselves. And I'm going to find a path, and I'm going to find a path of why I'm kind of maybe spending a little bit more time doing these things along the way. So kind of not being so restricted as well with kind of, I want to do this because of that kind of, I'm doing this because I'm actually enjoying it. Then let's see, I'm trusting a little bit more myself, my instinct that, this is going to redirect into something that I think is going to end up being not just a waste of time, but maybe along the way can come up something interesting, and also related to trading as well, which is interesting.
Agree. You have to view life in hindsight. It's all that, like everything. You can take all of that away from Steve Jobs, right? Like the dots, calligraphy thing, all that kind of stuff. Integrating that into the iPhone. His dad, working on the back of furniture, all that kind of stuff, even though people wouldn't see it, all that kind of thing, like came and wrapped itself into Apple and their design process and all that kind of stuff, which vaulted it forward. Which in real time,
Doesn't make sense.
what does that mean? You can't put it together. So you can only, in hindsight, it all wraps into one. So you do have to trust.
That's a beautiful speech. I've heard that speech from him.
I've listened to it too many times.
Okay. They connect the dots at the end. I've heard that one many times. I would advise everyone to listen to it as well. Yeah. Richard, thank you very much. LJ as well, and I'm looking forward for the launch tomorrow. And I think everyone's going to take full advantage of it, because I think that's something that it was missing in the community, and actually if there's something that can have a big impact on their own trading and growth of the traders, I think that's one of them. And I'm looking forward to everyone in 6 months from now.
Great.
Thank you, guys. Have a great one.
Thanks, Pedro.
Cheers.
Okay, cheers.
See you, mate. Hey. All right, Rich, what else do you have for us? Actually, before you start, I saw this before from, where was it? Let me scroll up. Where was... Dirk, what's up, boys? I'm back from mini holiday. Already have market withdrawals. It sounds like you're still on holiday, Dirk. You seem pretty hyped there. So, but congrats, good. That's always good to go away and then you've got some payouts coming through. I just had to reference that before. Sorry. But yeah,
I read it in exactly the same way in my mind, and then it literally sounded exactly like that when I read it as well. Okay, just bring up to speed ever so quickly, because I see you saying what's going on. How do I join the 5ers Discord? So you can register to become a 5ers trader by just putting in your email address, and that will give you access to the hub. Now in the hub, you'll see the dashboards. You'll get a view on the performance coaching course that we bought. You've got to click on Academy. Performance coaching, you got 3 modules in there. Now that's as far as you can go just by registering your email. Now if you want to get access into the Discord, you have to have purchased 1 account with the 5ers. It doesn't matter if the account is active, you have to have at least purchased 1 account. Now I believe the cheapest accounts are around about $20. It's going to be a 2.5k high stakes account or a 20k bootcamp account. So read the terms and conditions. You can have a look, see which account would suit you best. Then you get access to the Discord. It's a little icon that's within your hub. You click on that, it takes you into the Discord. Now in the Discord is where we do some of the performance coaching performance coaching workshops. What we've been talking about this morning, what we've been talking about this morning is a launch that we've got coming tomorrow, which is where we're going to give traders a place where they can be intentional, where they can practice that one kick. Now, I want to reference something ever so quickly, because this is something that a lot of traders will get caught up in the noise, myself included. It is very much a learned skill, but to learn it, you must be conscious of it. I'm going to start with the problem, then I'm going to move forward into the solution. So the problem is, it's like walking into a gym and there is 100 fighters in there and everyone is practicing a different move. And as you go around the gym, you think, wow, I want to learn that kick and I want to learn that punch and that headbutt, depends on where you're from. And I want to learn that arm grapple move technique thing over there, right? This is what we do as traders. We look at all this information out there and we try and think, I want to learn it all. I want to do it all. If Richard Butler's got a professional strategy and it works, I want to learn it. And if LJ's got one, I want to learn it. And if Richard's got one, and the problem is, what we do is we turn up and we end up doing warm-up reps on like 100 different things, but we never grow because you're not really breaking down that muscle and tearing that muscle by doing the heavy work. And so what we're doing tomorrow is we're launching a space inside inside the 5ers Discord that's going to become a place where traders can become intentional. And intention starts with becoming aware that you can't do everything. Cognitively, we just don't have enough attention in our minds to practice 100 different kicks all day, every day. So it's about learning, okay, 99 of these things right now are noise to me, and there is one thing that I've just got to really get dialed in, And my job every day is to turn up and practice that one thing, to be incredibly intentional with that one thing. For some traders, it might be doing that massive high 7-foot head kick. For other traders, it's just learning how to open the door and get into the gym. But we're all at different stages, and there's going to be something that's relevant to you that massively holds you back. So if you haven't done so, I would recommend that you check out the 5ers Performance Coaching course. It starts with strategy, risk management, trading plan. Then it builds into the mental side of trading, understanding the emotions, figuring out how we can create processes to make the emotions easier to work with as we trade. Then we've got weekly reviews, we've got feedbacks, how to log trades. They all come in module 3. Now, when you've got that as a complete framework for your trading, it doesn't mean the trader has to do it all and apply it day one. It might be that the trader just doesn't have an edge and they're just sitting there mindlessly watching videos. There might be traders now watching this stream thinking, I just wish I had a profitable strategy. Good. This is your one kick. This is your one move that you've now got to dial in. The rest becomes complete noise. There will be other traders that go, well, I know my edge. Like, Rich, what are you talking about? I just need to learn how to not lose myself on one trade. Okay, is it risk management or is it psychology? So it's about identifying what is that step that really catches you out as a trader. Now, trading is and I spoke about this in the course, trading is a journey of milestones. And you'll be stuck right now on this one milestone. And it might be that, hey, if I just get funded, I'll get a payout and then my life change. Or if I just stop closing my trades early, then I would be a profitable trader. Or if I stop moving my stop loss and doubling down and averaging into trades, there will be something that the trader is stuck at, that they recognize, if I could conquer this behavior pattern, I'll be the next version of me and everything will be okay. From my own experience, you do the work, you get past that one hurdle, and you're immediately faced with another. And it's like a door upon a door upon a door upon a door. It's like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, where you just keep opening these doors and there's more doors and more doors. And this is the journey of a trader, is just constantly finding very quickly what's the thing you're caught on and how can I move through this as efficiently as possible. And then you'll just find out you've got a problem with revenge trading, and then you fix that. And you think, right, life will be smooth. Then you have a problem with over trading, and then you fix that. Now you've got a problem because you've suddenly scaled your accounts quicker than your mindset can deal with. And so there's always going to be something for us as traders that we could slightly do to level up. Now, some of it is going to be foundational work because it's like you haven't got your legs under you. Now, for other traders who are a bit more established, it's going to be that min-maxing, that final touches, putting the cherry on top of the cake. But there's always a cherry that can go on top of the cherry, and it's about identifying what's that thing that stops you from being, as LJ said earlier, just 0.1% better. And so this place that we're launching tomorrow inside the 5ers Discord is entirely about traders recognizing that one thing and committing to it in a place where it gets seen by more people than just themselves. And then when they get that locked down, and this is the cool thing, that trader turns up to that gym, they practice their flying headbutt. I'll say it again because I got a smirk first time round. But they practice whatever move relevant to them. And what they realize is the rest of the gym is cheering for them. And then it's someone else's turn in the gym to do their move. And then the rest of the gym is cheering for them. I know it's a weird analogy, but maybe it sticks with a trader if we use it. I wasn't going to say flying headbutt. I was going to say flying armbar. There was a video of a security guard that did this to her. Anyway, moving on. But that's the thing that keeps traders stuck. One of the things is just traders going, I need to do everything and be everywhere and learn everything all at once. Typically, we become ineffective when we do this. So just focus on one particular kick. What is that one thing you can do? Turn up very intentionally and just practice it. For me, it might be saying hello to Richard Butler, who's been on the stream for 5 minutes, and I've totally ignored him. I'm so sorry, mate. How are you?
I'm good, and you?
Love that. I'm off on a rant, mate, but I'm going to quickly come to the end of my trail of thought. So if you are, I'll bring you up to speed for anyone who hasn't been watching for the last 10 minutes. Richard, tomorrow we're launching, as you know, we're launching the space inside the Discord where we actually go live with it. And we're encouraging every 5ers trader, every team member of the 5ers to create their own little space and be a part of it. If you want to, there's an opportunity there for you to come and have your own little space in there as well. But that launches tomorrow morning.
I'm going to steal a space. It's going to be RB Insider Trading .com.org.
It would genuinely be quite funny if a trader just created their own space and said, creating this space to see how well I can copy Richard Butler. And that was it. And they copy pasted everything you put. Well, one of you would get the growth from it, I guess, and the other one would probably not so much. So
See, I still don't know how this works because you didn't share it with me. So I'm in the dark. I don't know what's happening. It sounds good, but I don't know what's going on. So I have to wait.
I'll tell you what. Tonight, LJ, you put your phone on loud, you put your notifications on, and you wait for that announcement to hit Discord first thing tomorrow morning, and it will have the full description of exactly what it is that we've been working on and what it is we're launching. And I know that I've been talking in metaphors and paraphrasing, and everything's been all a bit hush-hush to this point. I was told it has to be right to this moment, and then we launch it, because traders also get caught in this idea of like, you know when you go, hey, I'm going to go to the gym, and then you think about all the exercises you do in the gym, and you basically get cheap dopamine, and you think you've done the task without actually doing the task. Like, I think you know what I'm on about with this, right? Where you can
you look at your schedule and you're already sweating, and you're like, oh, what a workout! Because I'm going to be doing this. You, by the end of it, you're so like tuckered out that you're like, I can't go to the gym now. I'm too tired.
And we convince ourselves that we've done it. You have no idea.
LJ doesn't go to the gym, guys. Sorry. LJ has no idea.
No, when I turn up to the gym, I don't have a plan. I don't have a set schedule of exercise I'm going to do or anything else. I just turn up and lift and then go until I can't anymore, and then I leave. I just say I'm doing generally this group or that group or something else, and then that's it. So I don't plan anything. I keep mine very loose. How do you measure
whether or not you're progressing? Do you just mentally remember, okay, last time I did this, I could do, I don't know, 100 kilos, 10 reps? Do you just remember that? And then this time it's going to be 110 kilos for 10 reps. That's improvement. So how do you gauge improvement?
Well, did I lift it or did I not?
Okay, but how do you keep track of what you've done previously?
Number go up.
But how do you know number go up?
Because I put more weights on the bar than last time.
Because you have to actively have to document what you're doing. There needs to be statistics.
I disagree.
What do you use?
I disagree. So so basically I'll stack on I'll basically put it this way. When I start a gym, like I go, okay, how much can I actually do? And then I try to do a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and a little bit more. And so you're just trying to progressively
baseline and then move up or move down.
Yeah, and I don't think about what the number is. It's just, is it more or less, right? Now, if for some reason it's less, I might be doing the same weight but less reps. Normally that'll be the situation, and normally that's because you're a bit more tired. You haven't slept as much, so your nervous system is more taxed, that kind of thing. Or potentially you've not been eating as much, so your glycogen stores aren't as filled. But then that's just an arbitration. So long as I'm lifting the same number, normally that's like arbitrary. And then I'll just come back the next time, get a good feed, come in, lift more, and then try and push it up again.
But that's how do you know that you lifted X amount previously, or a month ago, or two months ago?
Well, of course it's in my brain. Right? Like, I can remember like 3 months ago if I lifted 100 kilos or if I lifted 150, and I can tell you.
Okay, but here's
sitting under 200 kilos.
Richard, he's not telling you the whole story. He's not telling you the whole story because it's a private gym and no one takes the weight off it. So the weight always stays the same. That's what it really is. That's what he's not telling us.
Yeah, it's all fake weights, just like on social media.
Yeah, because here's the thing: our people struggle to remember small changes. In general, so
I don't.
You don't notice, on average, small incremental changes. Like if you look at color variation as an example, you struggle to see the very fine, detailed differences between one shade of blue and a different shade of blue, as an example. And your brain is designed to filter out inconsequential changes, so that it can focus on the broader picture and focus on more detailed information, like broad spectrumly. So, and the same idea happens
less detailed, because that's more macro rather than micro.
Yeah, something like that.
Technically, it's the opposite, right?
I meant like it's when you focus on something, you are looking at the detail. But when you are doing something and not really giving too much thought to it, and you're just doing, the smaller details are filtered out. So when you're doing incremental changes from going and lifting 100 kilos to now lifting 105, 2 or 3 months ago, it was 108, as an example. You might not necessarily remember what that amount was 3 months ago, but you remember like within like an average. Oh, I remember being around 110, 112 or something like that. And then you move from there. So what I'm saying is like,
Interesting.
if you don't document the information, some of the details gets lost. That's kind of like what I'm
Interesting.
alluding.
I can tell you, I remember that pure and clean.
Then
I will
you're a
recall
very
stuff from when I was
special.
like 5 years old, 4 years
Yeah.
old, 3 years old, 2 years old. Exact. Yeah.
You're
So
a very
hence,
special specimen then, because majority of people miss finer details, especially men. Men
I
tend
mean, it's
to
even
like get lost in that like the incremental slight changes.
Yeah, I definitely don't have that. Like I stack all this stuff together, and it just like I've got this constant chain of flowing data. I think it's even why I do well with macro. Like I remember all these like minor little details and constantly update and iterate, update. If you ask me to put it down, I'd actually say it's hard because there's too much for me to actually slap it down properly without putting out like an essay, right? Like to go extensively of how this got to here, to here, to here, to here, to here. Like it's so many filtration iterations the whole way through. But yeah, no, especially Jim. Like yeah, I can remember each stack like where I was at whatever point.
Then you're definitely a
That's
very special
interesting.
specimen, because it's not the average. Let's put it like this: the
Yeah.
typical person would forget what they were doing, like especially if we're talking about tiny details. Like if I asked Rich, without looking at any of your details, what was your lot size for your trading 2 months ago, without looking at anything? And if your changes were 0.01 lots or 0.04 lots or something like that, and not like a rounded number like a 0.1 or a 0.2, slightly larger number, those information becomes hazy and kind of like does not fill the brain all that much. The general person,
Okay.
let's put it like that. The general person. Yourself, LJ, as a special specimen, would probably remember minute details and the changes of such without needing to document.
But here's where I'll actually add to that. So yeah, I see what you're saying. But say if it was like 4.62 and then 4.53 or 4.82 and then you went to 5.7 lots or something like that, like these arbitrary kind of numbers. I don't really look at it like that. The same thing with lifting, since we were on that deviation before. It would just be I'll have more. What was the general quantity I did, and then the overall quality. So there's definitely a larger qualitative factor. Like how
Fair.
did I feel when I was lifting that? Was it easy? Was it simple? Did I just smash it and like, oh, I could have gone more? But hence I've been at the gym for an hour and a half. I could have stayed here for 3 hours today. But last week it was like an hour and a half. And then I take those qualitative factors and combine that into then the sort of more quantitative logical thinking of like where my nervous system is, what other things I'm doing during the week, the day, how much workload I have, how much sleep I'm having, that kind of stuff. And then I kind of give like more of like a band of flux, because just like when you're talking about something like gym, like I mean, good luck trying to get like, this is why it racks my brain when people write down every single little rep and all that kind of, like you don't have that kind of quantitative analysis on your biology at all. Like this
No.
flux is so wide. Like medicine doesn't have that, doctors don't have that, surgeons don't have that. We're trying our best as we go on to get as close as we can and iterate on that. So I think that's kind of the same thing with trading. Obviously, trading fluxes and changes all the time. It's not physics, right? I mean, you can look at all the Harvard, MIT presentations around markets, trading, economics, right? Where they go like, yeah, I'm a fully qualified physicist. XYZ, whatever, markets are way harder because the trouble is in physics, the rules kind of stay the same. In markets, the rules are something and then they change on you and then they change and the values change and this changes and that changes. And so there's no like core thing. You always got to be in flux with that. So you definitely have to have that wider balance. So I guess that's the logic behind why I operate that way.
No, fair enough. Like I understand how it is that you approach. But I'm letting you know that you are an outlier.
Yeah.
Like you are an outlier to the norm.
I think we all know that.
Yeah.
Like
you're
everyone knows
an
this now.
outlier to the norm.
As we always say, I'm a weirdo.
You're a special specimen, my friend.
I'm strange. So.
Sorry about taking over there, Rich.
Hey, what's up, Will?
You were trying
What's up,
to make a point as well.
No, anyway, it was a good talk. Yeah, go on, Rich. Yeah.
I just think the real difference is real Dota players are locked in. That's what it comes down to, Rich.
I'm a Dota player as well. I don't know. There's a reason why League of Legends is known as LOL, because LOL. Because you laugh at everybody that plays League of Legends.
LJ's locked in. LJ's got it locked in, like real Dota players.
That's why I play Dota.
Thinking,
so I'm not a real Dota player?
No, you're not, Rich, you crap.
I feel like I'm being attacked here for no reason. Anyway. Hey, Griff. Hey, Will.
Hello there.
Hey, good to see you guys.
How we doing?
It is hot in Wales today. 21 degrees.
You got 21, dude. It's like 25, 26. Easy.
Oh, this is in my cold little cottage. So it's pretty good.
Like, I'm no longer drinking coffee. I've got orange juice.
It's winter, and we're currently on 19 degrees.
Wow, that's crazy.
OJ is great.
Yeah, OJ.
Say that again, LJ? Who's great? OJ.
Orange juice is great.
Okay.
Gotta love OJ Simpson.
Wow, Will. Orange juice, right? Vitamin C. It's beautiful. Yeah. It's really good for you.
Yeah, but if you have too much of it, it's wasted. It just goes through the renal system and just gets extruded, or
Mango juice, dude. I've never had mango juice. Do you know what I did for it? No,
like orange mango.
Here we go with the pass the mango in the.
I'm not keen on mango though. You know, like
You're a banana guy.
I'm a banana guy.
Banana gang.
Yeah, I'm a banana.
Rich, question: are you a mango or a banana guy? Choose now.
Mate, if I had to choose, it'd be a banana.
Great. LJ, banana or mango?
I gotta go mango.
All right. Will is banana. Yes. Griff, choose.
I think banana.
Majority.
Banana. I tell you what, though, do you know what I fell in love with out in Hong Kong was dragon fruit.
Ah, yeah, dragon fruit's nice.
Bro,
did you have the white or did you have the pink dragon fruit? If you look at the flesh inside.
I prefer the pink, but I had both, and it was like probably 50p for the equivalent of like anything from 20 to 50p for a dragon fruit. I paid £4, and that it was like £2 for 4. So that hence why I said like it was like 50p equivalent. You know, I was out in my local farm shop here. It was £4 for one, and I still had to buy it. I was like, I don't care. I spent £4 on one dragon fruit, and I'll tell you what, I had the biggest smile on my face while I was eating it. It's the best £4.
It's the little things in life, I feel.
It is, mate. It is. It is. Sometimes it is the little things in life.
Beautiful,
mate. Bloody beautiful.
Just so we don't have you staying too much over Richard Wells. Got two Riches. It's so confusing. Honestly, we need. I mean, we got Rich. Like Richard Wells is Rich, obviously. What did you decide on your name, Richard? Butler. That's like the short grab. Just Richard. So
I think it's
Richard.
just written Richard.
You guys can call me Richard, or you can call
Well,
me
we
by
all
my-
know there is another name for Richard, but I'm not too sure.
You
Banana.
can if you want to. It starts with a
banana.
D.
does
It's
start with a
4
D.
letters long,
And yeah, no.
and it's my middle name. You can call me by my middle name if you want.
Is it actually your middle name?
actually your middle name. So
I
technically,
my middle name is actually 4 letters long and starts with a D.
it is, isn't it? It is actually.
Really? Wow.
It
That's
is.
funny. Mine is 4 letters, but it starts with a J. So hence
Mine
the,
is not 4
And
letters.
and yours is also the same as mine.
Yeah, I guess technically, kind of, it
Yeah.
could be. It's not the
Actually,
typical, but
What's your middle name?
John.
LJ's? Yeah.
Yeah. How is that the same as yours?
Oh, you're Johnson, right?
Yeah.
Oh, fair.
John. Yeah, Johnson. Yeah. So yeah, I'm Lucky John. So
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Lachlan
Lucky
John.
John, LJ.
there you go.
No,
LJ.
if you want to, you can call me Dean.
I prefer carry on.
All right, banana. Anyway, so Richard
No,
Wells,
literally,
aka
my
True
middle name
Rich.
is Dean. So you can call me Dean if you want to.
I know you probably got work to do, mate. So if you want to jump out, since we're just talking garbage right now,
The banana talk, the mango
free.
talk was just on point. I am going to shoot out, but I will give one last shout out for anyone who's only just joined the stream. Get involved in the 5ers Discord. Tomorrow morning, we're going to put out an announcement. It is going to be the next biggest thing that we're doing inside the performance coaching section, and it can help every single one of our traders if you're willing to turn up, put in a little bit of work. So if you're a 5ers trader, it's totally free to you. Keep an eye on your announcements tomorrow morning. For everyone else, LJ, Richard, I was gonna go by nicknames. I'm not gonna go by nicknames. We'll just go by normal names. LJ,
Hey, my
Richard,
name is a
Will,
nickname.
Griff.
Apparently, it's just LJ. So
Fair.
LJ
All right,
or
well,
Love. That's the one. Yeah.
So, Rich.
good to catch up with you guys. I'm going to shoot off, and I will see you all on Thursday, same time.
Yeah, man.
Cheers,
See you,
Rich.
See you soon.
Richard D. Butler, King of the Pirates.
So is that what Dean means in like Afrikaans?
No, actually, if you look at the etymology of my name, Richard means lion-hearted. Dean means from the valley. And my surname, Butler, is it depends on where we're from, whether it's Irish or French. If it is French descendants, then it is derived from Boutellier, which was like bottlers. They used to bottle drinks, wines, that stuff. They used to work with sommeliers and stuff like that, and wineries. And then if it's the other side, it's butler. If it's the Irish side, then it is derived from like serving, like as a butler. So
I need to get my name's etymology facts just in my back pocket so I can whip them out like that.
yeah, so the joke is
That's
this:
so interesting.
I'm the lion-hearted bottler from the valley. That's the whole story of my.
There are some scary
favorite.
bottles out there, man.
Yes,
You gotta be brave.
gotta be brave. So
I'll
yeah,
tell you,
you can.
something funny. Like Griff is my real first name, but I'm only known as Griff online. Everyone in my personal life, in real life, since I was born, calls me by my middle name, which is Ellis. So whenever anyone calls me Griff, I know that it's like work related or official. Otherwise, everyone else ever calls me by my middle name, which is funny because my parents, they wanted to call me Ellis, but Griff Ellis Jones sounded so much better than Ellis Griff Jones. So for their convenience, for the flow of my name, I've just got the most confusing I don't know who I am. Which one is my first? Which name do I use?
Who am I?
So yeah,
Forced
that's
into an identity crisis.
don't do that. Give him
Yeah.
a first name. That's the first name.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
it's
why
big
I
Jake.
also, my first name is Richard, my middle name is Dean. And the thing is, when I introduce myself to people that I don't know as a first time, it's always as Richard. So it's also that like distinction between my professional life and my home life. Like if you get to know me really well with time, you'll start calling me Dean. Because it's just, I don't know, it's just...
I disagree. Like, I know you pretty well now, and I've known you for some time. I still call you Rich.
Yeah, because maybe in your case, you've gotten acclimatized to calling me by my first
if I was
name.
to call you Dean, like, because like I hear your brother call you Dean all the time,
Yes.
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
and then it's like it still sounds weird to me, but like it's become like, oh yeah, okay, that's just his name. That's just he is Dean, but I don't think I could ever call you Dean. That would feel so weird. It'd be so
Yeah, it's just-
strange.
It's just one of those things. When I was younger, I was very lazy with writing my name, so I was always writing my middle name is Dean for everything. But the older I become, I'm like, look, No, really,
You're
like-
that lazy. Just
no,
write
I mean
Richard.
it's just one
Like,
of those things.
oh damn, that's 7 letters. I got to write the 4. Like,
And then-
4 letters is way
There was
quicker.
teasing. There was teasing involved as a kid when
Okay.
your name is Richard.
Yeah,
So, but getting older, I just couldn't care. Like I couldn't give two hoots about that anymore. So it's like, okay, well, my first name is Richard, so yeah.
It's fine. Yeah, fair.
Dean, do we even know you now? Well, technically, you know me better.
I haven't just been exposed to a fake Dean this entire time, a fake Richard.
Yeah.
He's been hiding behind this false identity.
Facade.
I guess that's kind of like my name as well. Right. Obviously, everyone, you guys here all know me as LJ. Like that's become a thing. But same deal where it's like Lockie, and then other people call me Lock, hence Lock, and that's normally more. I
So
guess,
does
like,
no one full name you then? Because even Locke is a nickname, isn't it? Does no one full name you?
No one has ever full named me except my my partner currently, which is only because her sister's boyfriend is also called Lachlan,
Fair.
right?
Yeah.
But people do call him Lachlan, and then also hence her parents call me
Because
Lachlan.
I remember when
When she
we
says it, sometimes I'm like, dude, I haven't heard that since I was like, I don't know, 4 years old or something. Like, no one
Yeah.
says Lachlan. It's
no,
always
literally, because
Lachlan.
I remember we were on call the other day, and for some reason I didn't call you LJ. I went to call you Lachlan, but I thought I stopped halfway through, and I thought, fuck, I've already said it now. I'm just gonna commit to it. But I don't think you realized, and I was like, oh, I escaped that one pretty smooth. And I was like, oh thank God, because I went straight back to LJ. I was like, that felt weird.
The other weird thing is when I meet like new people as well, no one calls me Lachlan ever.
Really, that's
Right.
really cool.
Yeah, because
Never
we're
has
lazy
been.
people.
I think
We'd much rather call you LJ.
It's effort.
no, but even LJ, I don't normally go by. Like it's always Lockie or Lock, right? I think it's and typically people default to Lock without me saying that, right? I think it's just my nature somehow. Like people, it's weird that people naturally gravitate to that. Like I didn't decide this for me. Like other people did, you know. So
Yeah.
hence there's other Lachlans where they're always Lockie, but I'm always just Lock.
Okay, but LJ,
Right,
using that
it's like
exact same example you just gave now, when we first met, I introduced myself as Richard, and I think by the end of that stream, you were already like, Rich. Can I call you Rich?
Yeah,
I'm calling
fair.
you Rich. So it's
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but that's okay. So you got to understand that though. That's like an Australian thing, right? So everyone has like a nickname. It's always a E or a this or a that. Like we shorthand like everything. So
Exactly.
hence as well when people talk like even speaking words, they kind of blur into each other. And
but
if you're
it's
not
the same across the world,
Australian
mate.
sometimes,
It's the same. Like
Yeah,
we
yeah, of
do
course,
the
yeah,
same
yeah.
thing as well. Like that's why I say we like shortening stuff, not because we're lazy, but because it's if you give a pet name to someone, you remember the name a lot easier instead of the
Yeah.
one that they give you. Because you're personifying that person. You're making it a little bit more personal if you give them a nickname
Of
that
course,
rhymes
of
or
course.
is equal to their current name. So
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
can we shorten Griff's name?
Hence,
if
I agree with you. Yeah, what you're
What's up,
saying, like,
G?
like,
You can call me G.
Wesley.
no,
My name's
just
F.
to wrap up. Just, yeah, I agree with you, Rich. I was saying that it's interesting that it goes to lock and not locky, though. That was basically my main point. Like, yeah. So anyway, move on.
Yeah.
I was just reading Wesley's comment. Next thing we will find out Will's real name is actually William. Dude, my brother will never call me Will. My mum and dad will never call me Will. Everyone else I've ever known will only call me Will. I'll refer to myself as Will. And it's super strange.
Will you now?
Yeah, I will say will. And the missus, the only time she'll full name me is if, like you said, like NGen said, if I'm in serious trouble. Like she'll go to me, William. I'm like, just only looking over my shoulder.
You start cowering already because you're like,
Yes.
man is gonna get thrown. You're like,
I'm like, what have I done?
okay, I'm safe.
What have I done? Yeah. Yeah, but like I'm actually William Jr. My dad's name is William, but his second name is John, so everyone calls him John. So I've decided when I have a kid, it's going to be called William, and then I'm going to call it by his second name because technically he'd be William the Third.
So what, you're gonna just call him the third?
No,
The third, come over here. Even though you're the first, there's two after you, but you're the first of my lineage.
Yeah, he will be the third generation William first name, and then I'll call him whatever his second name is.
Okay.
Nice.
So I'll give you one funny story, then I got to be back. I got to dip out for like 5 minutes, and I'll come back. Same with that. My dad's name is Kenneth, and he wanted to call me Kent. We live in Australia, so I'll leave you with that, where that would have
I
gone.
mean,
Imagine.
Kent is a brand of cigarettes. Sorry, I'm going
That's
to
it.
bring my screen up
No,
now.
that's right. I'll go to Will's then.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's a brand of
Gotta jump
cigarettes
off for a
here in South Africa. So, but I know exactly
Yeah,
what you're referring to.
Oh my god, could you imagine? You couldn't. You'd have to leave Australia, and you couldn't go to New
I'd
Zealand.
never
You couldn't go to New
escape it.
Zealand either.
So
Yeah.
Kent, as in Kent, if you say that in Afrikaans, it sounds like kind, which is Kind, which is child. My kind.
You're what?
Okay.
Yeah,
Wait a
My
minute.
child.
you're what?
Right?
Yeah, child, kind.
All right. I was thinking more like you could at least.
Yeah,
be
yeah, yeah. We know
Superman,
what you
not-
were
not a
referring to.
child.
We 100% know what you're referring to. I'm trying to keep this thing
Could be
PG,
worse.
mate.
Instead of Lachlan, you could be Declan. You imagine trying to say Deck. Well then.
I think you went. I think you went the wrong way there, Rich. I don't know. If talking about children is a bit. PG.
No, I mean,
was like,
I'm
could've gone
just kind
Superman.
of.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, I'm just
Gee whiz.
I'm just explaining what it sounds
That's
like
it,
in
I'll leave you
Afrikaans,
there.
the Afrikaans word.
I'll be
LJ,
back.
before you go, please, before
Yeah.
you go, you sent me
What?
a photo of your P&L on the futures account. I need
Oh,
to
yeah,
know.
sure.
I need to know. Is it evaluation? Yes. Is it evaluation, or was that your actual account? Because I realized something this morning, which Pedro assisted me with. I've been trading the simulation and not the evaluation. I've switched over to evaluation now. So I need to
Yes.
know which one.
Which is what. Hence, I was messaging you the same thing because I had the trade set up and I was wanting to take. And hence, I was trying to figure out is this on the sim or not on the sim, and I was clicking the other one, and I can't tell if it's on the sim or not. So right now, I actually don't know.
Okay,
Right,
so
I'm
I'm
trying
going to
to
help
figure
you
it out.
out, mate. I'm going to help you out with
I'm
this
pretty
right
sure
now.
it is on the sim because I checked my my 5ers, and
I'm gonna show
it-
you right
it
now, mate.
changed.
Top right-hand corner of
Yeah.
the account, where you'll see
Yeah.
just above your bracket, price, city, not city, quantity, all of that stuff here. If you
Yeah.
click on that sim section there, it produces two, a simulator and a simulator in red.
That's what I did before, and then I took everything because hence obviously
On which one did
found
you
that,
take it?
on the top one, but
'Cause
Mm.
it doesn't show up on my 5ers.
Because that
Like
is
on the hub.
that is the account. That is the
Yeah, so
actual
that's where
account. It's this one.
I'm confused.
Where this one is the simulation. So if you hover over it, it'll tell you. Is it over bracket? Which one? One of them, if you hover over it, it tells you, just remember you are in a sim account or something like that. I can't remember where it is if you just hover over it. But yeah, that's the difference. Like, this is the simulation. So I'm just like playing around with entries and exits and like moving stuff to break even and just seeing how everything works before I go over to the other one. Because I took a loss this morning on this account and I was like, oh, that sucks. And then I went to go and look at my P&L and it's still at 25K. Nothing has changed. And I was like, okay, why did it not change? And that's when Pedro was like, no, dude, you need to change it here. I was like, oh.
Okay. All right. I'll double check when I come back. I just got to jump out for a sec. But maybe that's the case then, because I was checking like the hub. I was like, okay, because I thought I swapped over, but I think I clicked it in the different layout, like up the top.
Yeah.
But from
If
what you
you-
just said, I think that just changes. Like it shows the portfolio.
Yeah. So
Well,
if
it
you click on the
doesn't switch
portfolio button, you'll see the
portfolio.
simulation.
So
This
you
is
gotta
the
change it
simulation.
on the chart
Yeah.
instead.
And then there's the actual account. No change whatsoever. But the simulation one is here.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you just click this cheese wedge here in the middle ish, like,
Yeah.
but here is where you need to change it in order to see whether or not it is.
So you got to change it on the chart.
Yeah.
That
Yeah, on the
part.
right-hand side, you need to change it. And then on top of that, you also, and this is also a little bit confusing, you can say enable simulation mode, but you enable this while you're in your regular account. So if I clicked here, as an example, and then went to trade and
It
then
does it
said
for me.
enable simulation. So it says only simulator accounts will be available for use. And I say yes. And then here at the top, it says trade simulation. And then lo and behold, I'm back to the sim account.
Okay. See, I didn't click that at all to begin with.
Okay, so that 13K P&L that you made was on the simulation.
Yeah. Damn. I mean, that's even worse news. Like, I guess I would have cleaned up otherwise. God damn it. All right. I have to
You
check
would have
after
added
the- I'll have
50%
a
of your
deeper look.
P&L.
Yeah. 50% of the account. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said, 50%.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of the account is just in P&L. Dude, it's sad. Otherwise, you would have been like, okay, I passed the account, now what?
Yeah. All right. I'll check in a sec. Let me jump out. I gotta grab food and stuff. I got ordered, so I'll be back pretty quick. So just give me a sec. All right.
No
be
problem.
back.
See you.
All right. Shall we go over to either Will or Griff's screen share so you guys can walk us through what you're looking at?
I'm not looking at anything. So I would have very interesting insights over the last week. You know me.
I'm sorry to hear that, Griff. I wonder how long it's going to take Will to realize.
I don't know what you're on about.
I mean, mouth is moving, but no words are coming out.
Yeah, it's called miming. God.
Oh, sorry. So sorry, mate. Didn't
Right,
even consider that for a second.
just
You're a really good mimer.
Thank you. But it's,
Yeah, it's
I've been
real.
practicing. I have been practicing. Let's try it again.
I'm pretty sure he's calling me profanities right now.
I thought about it, but I thought, to be fair, if someone can actually read lips, I don't want. Yeah,
We should
so-
guess
Do it-
whether Will
do it
has
with
his
a
mic
list.
muted or not.
Okay, mate.
So,
Like-
so when you do something, when you talk to someone as if they have to think about what you're saying, you add a lisp. when you're miming, add a lisp. Yeah,
Add a lisp.
yeah. So you can, because you're
Do you
not
want
going
like
to
a
speak
tongue
with
lisp?
the same
Do you
way.
want like a
Yes.
tongue lisp like this?
Yes,
Or do you want like
exactly.
a lisp like a spuckling mouse lisp?
You can do both, either or. The thing is, it's very difficult to read someone's sentences if they are jumping between the lisping and the non-lisping speech.
Yeah, fair.
Because you're using your mouth differently to produce certain words when you're trying to lisp.
Super paranoid people are just there, like
How do you know this? Where do you get this information from?
he was there trying to be nosy once with someone. He
He's
goes,
a
"Why
spy."
can't I read your lips?"
Yeah,
I
I was
feel
trying
like-
to read their lips, and I was like, "What are they saying?" And then I realized they had a lisp.
I was gonna say, like, I feel like so many of the interesting facts that Richard has got is just from his own personal experience. Like, I'm assuming it's from
yeah,
this
no,
some study
110%.
or like it's a fact. But Richard's
And it
just
desperately
like, "No,
needs to be fact-checked.
I've noticed." I assume that you've read like a thesis or something, but no, you've just spoken to somebody with a lisp and not known what they're saying.
I thought, bloody hell, that's hard to listen to him.
Wow, this is difficult. Why is it so hard? Oh, they're lisping.
Oh dear.
Sorry, guys. I just want to quickly just address this very, very quickly. Where was it? First and foremost, Richard, are you Iranian? No, I am not. I do not live in Orania. And I do not... What's the criteria in order to get into Orania? I don't fit the bill, unfortunately.
What's
I'll just leave it at that. If you know, you know. And then there was another one here. From Gift, Richie, I need to purchase an account, but I need 17 credits to boost my payment, but I can't join Discord because I don't have an active account. Please, unfortunately, I cannot assist you with that. You've already sent me an email about this, and sorry, I don't do handouts. We do have giveaways from time to time, and that's the only way that you're going to get a free account or some hub credits from myself. So, unfortunately, I would love to help you, but I'm not going to help you because we don't do that kind of give outs at all.
Mm-hmm.
So for anybody else who's going to email me and ask me that, I'm telling you straight up, I can't assist you with that, unfortunately. I can assist you on the live stream if you've participated in a giveaway and you've won an account that way. Then you can contact me and I can assist you to get the information to the success team. But we don't generally do handouts. So, yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
And,
Did we just get news?
Let me have a look. I don't think we had much out today. No. What's the time? 12:34.
I think we just got some high impact information. Because there was
No.
sudden volatility in Nasdaq.
Let's go to the news. Let me try financial juice.
Checking financial juice right now. The US has violated the ceasefire in the Hormuzgan area.
Where are you seeing that?
Right there. Yeah,
Oh,
right there.
Yeah, I
It's
got
not
it.
red yet, so we'll
Yeah,
see
fair.
if it's going to. Sudden bout of volatility on that 1 minute candle. If you go to the 1 minute, you'll see that we've suddenly had a little drop there. And if you look at the DXY as well, we had a bit of a spike.
Dude, this is what I mean by... In fact, let me get rid of all of today's drawing so far. This is what I mean by garbage price action. Like, look at this. Look at how are you supposed to trade this on gold? It's seriously crappy price action. Unless you're like... Even on the 15 minute, Maybe here. There's a nice area. Yeah, unless you're like really like just follow. Even if you're following the trend and following that downwards momentum, I can't find any nice areas that you could have been entering in on. Bit of consolidation here, maybe. I suppose Tuesday at 25 minutes past 2 in the morning UK time, you could have been looking at an entry potential, or 2:30, so dentist time. Other than that, yeah, I got no reason to be trading gold right now. Got breakout to the upside, continuation to the low, breakout to the downside, continuation to the high, failure to break, continuation to the low, news kickoff. And that's the Wall Street. No, bugger off. Bugger off! It's not come up as red.
Iran foreign minister, Iran will respond and will not hesitate to defend itself.
Yeah, there it is. Did Trump fart? Yes, Trump did indeed. He sharted, actually. He did follow through a little bit more than expected. He thought it was safe, and he dropped.
Happens.
Yeah, he dropped one of those accidental toilet bombs in the Oval Office and decided to blame everyone but himself.
It happens at that age, doesn't it?
He refuses to wear his man diapers.
Yeah.
Yeah. How can I put this? We should be on the lookout for a potential Trump trade taken in the next few days. Just find out that maybe, I don't know, his son Barron took a X percentage trade on Bitcoin or X percentage trade on gold or whatever prior to, I don't know, the ceasefire getting validated or invalidated. Because this feels weird.
Yeah, it does, to be fair. Yeah, it's
in one side he keeps saying, "Oh, we're working towards an agreement and all of this kind of like stuff, and this, America's the one coming to the table, and Iran doesn't want to talk to us, and yada 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 yada," and then ceasefire this, and they, hey. He probably longed oil. Probably did.
Possiblemente.
It's annoying.
One of those, though, no more walking to. What else is going on? Euro. Anyone trading Euro longs today? I know someone was in a GU long earlier this morning. Like I said, it's just too wicky for me. Like, all this is untradeable. This was a nice sort of confluence to this, so we could have been entering around here somewhere, but then, like I said, all this is non-tradable. All this here is just crap, in my opinion. Pound looks a bit nicer, to be fair. Could be some potential entry areas around here for some long ideas. But like I said, I want to come down to this gap. I want to try and fill the gap that we were on the open. Oh, we didn't gap on. Well, this data feed doesn't give me the gap on GU, so I don't know if we actually gapped. But we did get this sort of like wick here. Not only that, on the 15-minute, you can see, excuse me, we've got this beautiful 3-wick rejection. I was nearly getting past my first eval and not gone. Unlucky. Dude, that's super unlucky, man. How frustrating is it that it's going your way until you get some idiotic news event that's like, okay, thanks. Dude, that's really unlucky. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, gold. Sorry, GU actually kind of makes a little bit of sense on the 15-minute, as we have, we are in this downtrend. We are channeling down. We got this nice consolidation breakthrough, and then we're pulling back. We've got a 3-wick rejection and a beautiful reaction from. So to be fair, the short on GU does make sense, but again, I don't like it. Gold, trash, absolute trash. Don't like it. Nasdaq was looking nice. Nasdaq was almost predictable. Nasdaq was super nice. Like I said, there's a lot of wicking going on around, and this is where you took the trade this morning, Rich. And like I said, if Rich hits his stop loss now, there's a very good chance I can see this heading up and taking these highs here. And that's exactly what happened. It knocked Rich out the trade, and then it just came up and broke above the highs. Could we now get a pullback continuation for long setups? Maybe. Yeah, very, very maybe.
Griff, what are you looking at the moment? What is on the cards for you?
Not much. I mean, we started seeing some momentum on the hourly on EJ. I thought we could see something there, but we're still within this big range. But like, if we're able to break above these highs around here, there's definitely potential to move all the way back up to these previous highs over here. So I think that's the only thing I've really got my eye on. You can see that we're still very much within the range. So yeah, like until we break above this gray box or kind of below this gray box, I'm not looking for much. I would have considered like a continuation here, so like this, taking a limit order right there, but it would have to be super convincing because this isn't a huge amount of momentum. I really like to see like price really leave that range bound price action behind when I'm looking for a continuation. Yeah, it's difficult to determine exactly when you're going to be getting a trend and when it's just a big move inside of a range like we've kind of got right here. Like you never know when it's going to move and continue. So yeah, like this isn't super convincing. I'd need a really strong break. Everything else though, I mean, you can see AJ, it's difficult. There's nothing really. I mean, we've got, why am I drawing risk reward tools? We're moving from a descending into an ascending, so this signals larger range bound price action for me, and you can see AU very much the same. EJ, EU, GU, NJ, yeah, they're all moving quite similarly. GU's moving in an ascending, so still no trending opportunities there. Yeah, I think it's just EJ for me, Do you guys have anything interesting on the table?
I was looking at GJ this morning.
GJ.
But you know that I am more of a trend following trader, and I also do trade reversals of trends, so re-establishments of the opposite directional trend. And I wanted, if I can just go to my chart, I wanted us to go to the 4-hourly. I wanted us to go bearish and test 214 to about 215-ish, this area up over here, which was, if you just zoom out a little bit, it's this cluster of support that we had, where price started pushing up from it, and then eventually we had the intervention. It just absolutely tanked off. So we've been slowly but surely on this higher time frame been pushing bullishly ever since that initial intervention. Ever since then, we haven't really produced lower lows on like the 4-hourly and even on the daily all that much. We do have this pretty decent bullish structure that we've had. So I wanted us to come and retest this area. But so far today, it has, if you check down on the 5-minute, it has been a little bit sideways, like not sideways, but like down and up and down. But it's still slowly bullish, in my opinion. Like we're still slowly making our way higher. I'm just a little concerned about the fact that we reached Monday's highs and rejected off of it as of right now. So I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to continue pushing lower, and whether or not we're going to maybe potentially come and test this zone here, which was Monday's Tokyo high with this morning's Tokyo low, something like this. Maybe come and retest this and then decide if it wants to push up or start dropping lower. But as it stands right now, I am more bullish on GJ on the higher time frame. I'm just looking for where is that reversal point going to stop and then start pushing up again. Because I have a clear area I would like to test. And should that then fail, there's a higher area there's an order block higher, which happened to be on the drop that we had on the intervention. So I'm just waiting to see whether or not we're going to have that reaction. Because, I mean, we've been bullish ever since the 18th of May. So the last 2 weeks or so, we've had some pretty decent movements. Some rejections in this area over here on the lower time frame. Struggling to break through, then eventually breaking through. So I don't know if we're going to maybe come back down to this area down here. So push all the way down to there, and then potentially from here on decide whether or not we want to continue pushing up. That's kind of like what I'm looking at the moment.
It's funny, when I brought up GJ, when you mentioned it, because of that huge spike down on April 30th, my high-low indicator wasn't showing. I'll show you what I mean. So I was in here like this, and I was like, oh, my indicator's not loaded in. Normally it's got trail breaks like this, and I've got the blue lines. But because of this move, and we've been moving within these high and low, I was like, oh, that's strange. It's on. I don't know what's going on. How funny. This happens really rarely. And with my trend following strategy, I'm not able to take any trades within this high and low. So for GJ, if I was trading it, I wouldn't be able to even consider a position for over the last 26 days, according to my rules.
I mean, it's funny when you look at something and you're like, why is it not printing? And then you zoom out and you're like, oh, that's why. Reminds me of that Big Bang Theory meme where Sheldon is like reading a page, like a document, and he's like, why? And then he turns over, why? And it turns over, he's like, oh, that's why. Oh.
Yeah.
You're funny.
Yeah, so it just reminds me of that now. It does help to zoom out from time to time, doesn't it?
Always. My friend, he always says, like, maybe it's corny, but he always says to look up, because, like, it's a bit like zooming out, you know, like people always like locked in, you know, heads down, but like just look up, like bigger picture, you know. But that applies to while we're looking at a little screen on the charts.
Yeah.
So.
How was lunch, LJ? Or dinner, in your case?
I mean, I haven't eaten. That'll be later. But sitting there, yeah.
What did you get?
Just a burger. A Korean burger shop just down the road. So
There you get the best.
beautiful. Honestly, that is the best burger in Brisbane. Honestly, they're massive. It's stacked. It's fresh. It's so good, and they're actually very cheap.
Question.
Like, it's cheaper than McDonald's. Right.
Question.
That's
Did you omit the tomatoes and onions?
I mean, it doesn't have tomato and onion to begin with. It's like a fried chicken burger, because it's a Korean chicken and beer place. Right? And
So
then
it's
they
Korean
do,
fried chicken burger.
yeah,
Dude, I
and it's got
love
this,
Korean
like,
fried chicken. Oh,
yeah, special mayo that they do, and the chicken, the fried chicken is cooked fresh immediately, bang done. You're like, oh, so good. Beautiful fresh lettuce. They've got these beautiful soft buns. This like special mayo that they do, which is like a proprietary whatever thing they do there.
it's probably got some Kewpie mayo in there, because that's like the typical Asian mayo, a little bit
Yeah,
more
it's-
savory.
Yeah, it's like it's a mix of that and some herbs and whatever else they do, and then some little these small like cucumber slices for a bit of crunch and freshness in there. No, it's not. It's not. They're not pickled, right? So it's more just it's cucumber.
Yeah, that is what pickles are. They're
but
pickled cucumber.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
So
just-
so a cucumber, when you pickle it, then it becomes a pickle. But hence,
Yes.
what I'm saying is they're not pickled. So it's just
It's just slices of cucumber.
yeah, and then they're marinated in a thing, but they're not pickled. Put it that way.
Interesting.
Sounds
and then-
delicious.
Bit of cheese.
sounds so good.
It's so good.
They know what they're doing. I wish it was more accessible over here because, like, it's all. There's no authentic Korean fried chicken, you know? Like, there was when I was living in London. You know, there's a couple good places, which was. Now I realize how much I miss that. Like, having, like, proper authentic food. Like, in London, you've got a bit of everything. But now I've moved out of London, I'm realizing. I didn't realize how lucky I was to have all that. I barely have the good Indian restaurants now, and that's super common all over the UK.
Yeah.
No, I get that completely. The same in Hong Kong, man. You know, I was eating such good food, and even if I wanted like a quick lunch, I'd still be able to eat like a super delicious pork rice dish for the price of like £3 equivalent. Now, if I want something really quick and easy, and that I could walk to get that, you know, I could walk 2 minutes max and I could get that. Now I gotta drive down to Tesco, get a meal deal for £4. It's not as nice, it's twice as processed, and it tastes like garbage compared to it. And you're like, that's the quick lunch. And you're the thing, and you're like, wow, I didn't realize, and like, you know,
How
the
good I
missile-
had it.
Yeah, like me and the Miss will talk about like sushi, dim sum, you know, going out and just having really quick food. But that quick food would be in Wales, we'd go out on date night for that. You know, we'd dress up and we'd go out and, you know, have some drinks and go have some dim sum and then come back. We'd make a night of it. In Hong Kong, you just go. It's just that's just what you do, and it's so nice, and I miss that. Like, unbelievably missed that. It was like you said, you don't realize how lucky you are until you're not as lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Well, one of the
agreed.
things we have here, exactly like that, right? You've got the city, which has like a broad span of things and more like higher market restaurants with more top tier chefs and all that kind of rubbish, right? Obviously, much more expensive to run a business over there. But because of all the immigration and culture that we have here, like you get these pockets in certain suburbs. And everyone, like, people tend to aggregate to their people to a degree when they move here, and then so there's certain suburbs which is it's so good going over there because you go to like places like Sunnybank or whatever, and everything's like Chinese. Like most of the businesses and shops and, you know, signage and like little everything around it, like it won't even be in English. And you're walking around there and you're like, dude, I don't know where I am. I can't read this, but there's a lot of
I don't know where
people
I am.
here,
Smells
so
good.
it must be good, right?
Okay.
So that's the thing. Like, it's all people that have come over here, and so hence you do get that pure, authentic, cooking, right? And we've got that with like every single demographic, like Indian, Lebanese, all that kind of stuff. And you can go to these places, and it's so good. It's amazing having that here. So it's almost like you can semi-step into a different culture, different cuisine, that kind of stuff, without actually getting on a plane. And you've just driven like 20 minutes that way or the other direction or
Yeah, I
wherever.
kind of rate the idea of getting
So
on a
good.
plane, though.
So good.
Like, okay, for me, Asia, it's like 14 hours in a flight. That's a bit annoying. But like, I say to the missus, like, if she's ever like, oh, I really want Italian food, I was like, should we go to Italy? She's like, no, can we just find like an Italian restaurant? I'm like, ugh, boring.
Yeah, well,
you know, like the flight to Italy could cost like 30 quid. You know, it's
Yeah, well, I mean, over there, maybe
it's a
that
bit more
makes sense.
difficult for myself and LJ, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know,
no different to you guys. You know, you could jump on a plane and be in like certain parts of Asia, I'm sure, in like a couple hours. Whereas for me, like,
no, like even going
you-
to anywhere in Asia would be at least 10 hours.
Yeah, like I was about to say,
Yeah,
like you
at
forget where
least.
we live, mate. Like
Yeah.
LJ
about
is
a
the most
grand and a
eastern
half
point.
minimum on a flight plus 10 hours. If I want to go to Europe or the UK or something, that's 20 plus hours.
Yeah, fair.
Right. And then you got
Yeah,
layovers in between, and then that'll be like 3K plus. And right now, obviously, with the whole Middle East thing, that double and a half, triple it, right?
No,
Yeah.
100%.
It's the same thing for me, like being in Africa, like being in literally the southern tip of Africa. It's just everything is far for me. Everything. If I want to go to the US, go to Australia, want to go to Europe, everything is far, and all of them is going to be 20+ hour flights regardless. So the same thing,
yeah,
the same
fair.
idea that LJ has around Brisbane and Australia is that we have so many diverse cultures in South Africa that we get to experience a lot of cultural food. Like we do have a very big, thriving Asian community, specifically like Korean, South Korean. We do have a lot of like from mainland China as well. So we get to experience a lot of those dishes. We have a growing Japanese culture as well. Like South Korean food, I absolutely love Korean food. Love Korean food. It's like some of my favorites. But like Asian foods overall, like Central Asia, East Asia, Southeast Asia, any one of like, it can be like Thai, it can be Chinese, it can be Indian cuisine, like in general, like that whole band creates some of the most delicious food. And I love it. Like we had a Thai red curry last night that my wife made. But it was like instead of doing it with like pad thai or like noodles, not pad thai is a meal, but like with like rice noodles, anything like that, we did it with sticky rice. So we made it with like sushi rice.
Yeah, nice.
Blending a little bit. So there's probably somebody in chat that's like, dude, what the hell? I liked it. I really liked it. Sugar snap peas. Just like, oh, lovely.
So good. Just to give it example, Will. So like to go to New Zealand from where I am.
I'm literally I've got the map.
Which
Like,
is
you can probably
like
see it's slightly
3
blue. I'm looking at the map, dude. Yeah, I take everything
it's
back.
3.5, 4 hours typically to go to New Zealand, and I'm the closest state, like in Brisbane. So it's even longer from Sydney, even longer from Melbourne, let alone on the other side of Australia, like Western Australia.
Yeah, Western
the closest
Australia. Unless you're
it's like 7.5, 8 hours or something or more.
Yeah,
maybe 9 hours.
especially if you're
total.
like really really down on that little tip of Western Australia. You are in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like legit, you are screwed.
But yeah, so if you think about from where I am, and I'm literally the closest state to go to New Zealand, and it's about 3.5 hours, 4 hours, depending on like weather flux, right? Because obviously we're in this southern portion. Hence to go up to anywhere central, like Southeast Asia, and then Central Asia, like is double, triple. That from there, right?
Yeah, literally. Although I haven't heard that. Rich, you have got Madagascar not too far away. I've always wanted to go there.
The lemurs.
Yeah, I would love to go there, but like a typical destination for South Africans when they do fly somewhere is Mauritius.
Is it nice? Yeah, a friend of mine has just taken his. In fact, I did a trader interview with him. Rob, he's just taken his missus to Mauritius. And it looked really nice. It looked really, really nice.
My friend has a house there, but I wasn't. He invited all of his mates over to come stay there, but I wasn't able to because.
I thought you were about to say I didn't get an invite. I was like, oh. That is inhuman.
Just exposing himself. I got left out, guys.
Hope you're watching this.
Yeah, honestly, I think we got to do some more. We gotta do some cross country travel with each other.
100%.
Right?
International,
dude.
Yeah,
so,
and do some trading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I've got some awesome ideas. Like I said, there's some stuff in the pipeline which I really, really want to get solidified first. But LJ as well. You in particular, I need to speak to you about a certain couple of things. But there's some things that I really want to do that I think like to get us guys on a live stream would be difficult to do it. But I want to do like IRL live streams with the 5ers. Like you imagine like an in real life live stream of trading and not trading. So like you imagine now if you're able to watch
like doing other activities.
yeah,
at the
like you
same
imagine
time.
like you're watching us all stream now, like all of us are live trading. Let's say for example we went to Bali, like literally all 4 of us now in Bali, and you're watching us on stream, and then all of a sudden it goes from the markets and you're able, it like zooms out of the markets and you're able to legit watch us all just together and go off and do some side quests.
It's going to be really funny because we'll go from tall to short.
Yeah.
Griff, how tall are you?
I'm 6'1".
Okay, so we're the same.
Oh, you're pretty
so,
tall, Griff. That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
You got some good height. Nice.
So
Did you think I wasn't?
we're the same, and then it's Will, and then it's LJ. 6'4", 6'2", 6'1", 6'1". So
Normally,
No, I
and
didn't think you
height
weren't.
goes
Griff.
like this.
I just
but
wasn't.
then-
I literally had no idea. I thought you'd.
yeah,
probably
but
be
then
like,
opposite PNL.
yeah,
Yeah,
around 6.
the taller you are, the worse your
I think
PNL.
we're in well on my screen. We're in order of height now. Then
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't
yeah,
Well,
isn't it
techni-
the other way?
Technically,
Rich?
we can do this.
yeah,
Like,
exactly.
Wait, is it,
No.
are you trying to like reclaim me as short now? Have I just shrunk? Have I
no,
just lost?
short to tall, you muppet.
Well, okay. How about
Oh.
this? So that we are all winning, right? Tall to short.
You're
then,
taller than Will, though, aren't you, Rich?
No. He's 6'2", I'm 6'1", and Griff is 6'1". So
Oh, Will is
okay.
tallest.
Yeah, I'm
no, LJ is tallest. He's 6'4".
yeah. LJ is
Oh,
like
okay.
like
Wow, we're all
16.
tall then.
Dubakur is saying in
That's my
sync to
bad.
me, just not in gibberish.
Dude, what's it's like 184, 186, 184, 184. I think 6'2" is, and
Yeah, and I'm 182
6'2" in
or
centimeters.
183.
Is 188.
187.96 to be exact.
Yeah,
Is right.
188,
That's
yeah.
6 foot. That's 6 foot 1.6 recurring.
Oh yeah, I'm 185. Anyway, I better shoot off, guys.
That's right, Griff. That's fair.
Yeah.
No,
188.
I'm gonna
Sorry,
go. I'm gonna go outside. It's apparently 30 degrees outside.
Dude,
Touch some
mate,
grass.
so like during the morning session, I'll open my blinds, and then during the afternoon session, I'll shut the blinds because I feel like it just gives a bit of sort of diversification on the views, I suppose, on the viewing of my camera. I think it looks quite nice. Plus, I prefer it a bit darker. If I open these blinds now, all sorts of chaos occurs.
The whole room just catches fire.
It does, mate. Like I'm sweating now, and you say, "Oh, open a window if you're hot." No. I'm gonna open a window and then sweat even more, and then the lights are gonna burst in, and then I'm gonna turn into Casper the Ghost, and it's just
Will is trying to let you all know that he is indeed a Welsh vampire.
I am, to be fair. I've caught. You can't really see. I've caught the sun along my arm, and it's a little bit red now. It'll go so dark over the next like day or two, and then the rest of me will just look like a lobster. You know, like I go like red, like just a typical white British male. Yeah, I will go red. But my arms, because, obviously working out as a kid on the farm, my arms, I'll get like a proper farmer tan, and I will look like multi-race. But I look like I've stolen the arms of a black person and put them on a white person.
Okay. Nice talking to you guys.
Yeah, nice.
That's
Before-
like
before
Yeah, Griff's
Griff
like,
gets
I'm out.
cancelled.
This, all right. You
Griff
can
is about to
continue
get
after I'm
cancelled
gone,
by
right?
proxy.
Yeah.
See you. Bye. I'm not associated
Griff.
with any of this.
There you go.
He
Yeah,
noped out
dude.
so quickly.
He's like, oh, screw
that's
this
terrible.
out. Yeah, so dude, it's so hot here right now.
I will also say the market today in general just kind of sucks. Like, I'm looking for anything, and I can't see anything. The only thing I have a general interest in is probably NASDAQ. FX-wise, literally naught.
It
I mean,
does
gold
feel
is
as
pretty
though-
average. We did have a
Yeah.
bit of a dump. Like, that's had some direction as well just now.
Yeah.
But it's also seems a bit janky, right? It's not... yeah.
Do you think that we can come back to yesterday's highs potentially on Nasdaq? Like
So
29,900 ish.
that is what I'm exactly looking at. And I've been thinking about taking... because I think I've now figured out, since I came back, how to get into the actual account now after you explained it on the futures, 5ers futures, to potentially go long here, see how we tender that level, and then either if there's a further breakdown in the whole Middle East agreement, then we might get another temporary dip down, close the gap potentially, or hence obviously we get a actual like progress and we potentially vault higher. So I'd wait for that break once we got up there, but right now it does look the interesting thing is basically what I'm seeing is in FX we're slightly more negative. Oil also slightly more negative. I think we're picking up once again. Just let me double check.
We did. We took a dip a little bit.
Yeah, we're starting to
to-
push up higher. Yeah.
Yeah, we came back to a little bit of a lower time frame area of interest. Price really struggled to press lower from here. We did get new highs in relation to the previous session high. We had this little news candle here, which wicked up, and really did nothing. So potential. Cheers on buy trader.
See you, man.
See you later, man.
Or as his close friends calls him, Dubai Bling.
I would say it seems to be as though we're leaning higher, and particularly interesting within the like Nasdaq / stock market section, which obviously also looked at a portion of if you invested like 10 grand into everything that Trump has pitched on social media, that kind of stuff, when he talks about some companies or tickers outright recently, or sectors, etc. All the main players, like if you invested 10 grand since he started doing this, you'd be up over 480k off 10
So
grand.
buy and hold kind of thing.
No, it's just it's buy and
Invest.
buy more of whatever Trump says. You know,
Okay. So it's
Yeah.
investment into his.
Yes.
Okay, but is it when he said it, or is it?
Yeah, the first time he said it, not after the chop and change and the back and forth. Just the first time he said it, you buy it, and then he chops and changes and it fluxes or whatever. But you just keep holding it. Eventually, comes through. So the point is here, like it clearly. I mean, we spoke about this on Friday. I mean, the whole world needs this. We do seem to have progress. I think this might end up being more of a jostling point, I suppose, from Trump, from the US, because there do seem to be certain concessions from Iran, but then Trump's also going out. I don't know if this is the only portion that could also derail it. That like we saw a bunch of the sort of memes coming out, just like I think there was one where he posted like a drone striking like a Iran ship in the strait, right? So as soon as he gets some kind of leverage, he seems to press that hard measure button once again, which is not what you want to do right now.
No.
So that's really the risk. Like you'd be better off just sealing this deal, figure out the particulars on the back end later, but just get the straight open. That's a massive win for him, massive win for the midterms, for the Republicans. So if you think about it as like a political aspect as well, makes sense. So I'm still leaning to the upside that this does actually get done. I think we're coming to a crunch, and just how the price action has been in the past while.
Why does it
Yeah.
feel like, and this is, put your tinfoil hats on, people.
Yeah.
Tinfoil hat time. Why does it feel like this is that last-ditch effort, that Hail Mary, to just get that little bit more out of the market for Trump and his entourage? Because if you think about this, and you just mentioned it
What
now,
are the-
it does feel as though this conflict is pretty much, to a degree, over. Because you're reaching that point of like, okay, there's actual talks and all of that kind of like stuff,
Yeah,
and
there's
he's
been
just
actual talks for a
saying
few months
stuff.
now.
Yeah, but I mean, he's just saying stuff now, and then he goes against it immediately, like the next day, or somebody else like kind of contradicts him or something like that, and then he stands corrected, and it's just like, well, we're actively trying to. So it just, to me, it just feels like this is that like. It's a person that knows that they're done for, and they're just kind of like trying that last ditch thing to see if they can turn the argument in their direction. But they kind of accepted that it's over.
I kind of see what you're saying there, to be fair. I don't know.
That's why I say
Like-
tinfoil hat, mate. Tinfoil hat.
What do you mean?
No,
it's
it's
over
like-
as far as what portion though? Like,
No.
do you
I
mean
mean, like
Trump?
it's coming to an end. Like there's active discussions and all of that kind of like stuff. It feels like it's pretty much reaching, like it's reached its climax a while ago already, and it's been downtrending from there.
Okay, so you mean the Middle East situation, not Trump?
Yes. No,
Okay.
the Middle
Oh,
East
that's
situation.
different.
Yeah, Trump's. I don't think
of
Trump's
course.
going to be done until he pays off his debt.
No. I'm not referring to him.
Trump's
I'm
just
saying
manipulating
like
the markets to try and earn himself some money.
this manipulation that we're getting, like, because if you consider, we were talking about this a while ago, LJ, is like Trump and his entourage have really kind of like driven this gravy train to its end. They've really benefited from this
Yeah.
unrest in the Middle East, this situation. And if it comes to an end, that's pretty much, to a degree, like the end of the gravy train. For
I
this
see what you're saying. So
specific
that's what I was asking, because so there's the
Yeah.
Trump thing, and then there's the Middle East situation as far as U.S. Interests in general,
Yes.
right? And like a
Yeah.
more broader U.S. entity politics, and then there's actual like Trump just doing
Yes.
Trump things, right?
Yeah.
And then there's the So as far as Trump, like I think there was also I mean, there's been a bunch of the stuff sort of leaked out over the past week, 2 weeks with the investigations with Trump, where he's suing himself but not suing himself, type thing, right? With the investigations, that kind of stuff. And there's also been the other leaks of certain things of how much he's been trading this past while. Now, obviously, it's not his personal entity; it's other people doing it for him. But there's that many trades that no one sensibly would be going that gun ho and that aggressive in a certain time period without some kind of slip of information. Like anyone with half a brain can figure that out, right? But they go, hey, Johnny Smith over here did it and not Donald Trump. So therefore, there's no...
That's
Right.
okay.
Right, so that's kind of where we are. So definitely, I can see it as far as that, like, what's the next portion? I think there's no more real conflicts to exploit, right? They did the trade tariff thing. They've done the crypto thing. They've now got the Middle East thing. I can't see what else. Potentially, the only other thing is, like, more stuff with China. And you go to, like, the Strait of Malacca or something like that towards the end of his
his tenure.
presidency. Yeah. But yeah, it seems very much like it is a bit of a snatch and grab. I can't pretend to be in the brains of these people. I don't really understand why. Like, you've already got enough power, influence, money, all that kind of stuff. Like, yes, more is always helpful, but this is such like an aggressive grab. It's almost like desperate in like a weird way. Right?
That's what I mean.
Like,
it's like weird.
It's
It's
very
like a
odd.
last ditch.
He's already a player. Like, and then the other thing with those big players up there as well, they often more respect not that kind of aggressive ditch for certain things. Like, anyone up there can kind of read that. They'll see that, and so it's very odd, right? It seems very distorted. I gotta say, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
There's obviously other US interests, and then I think he's more just trying to align with a larger 5, 10, 15, and 20-year US plan, and then see how he can raid that in between for the period that he's here, in amongst the larger direction for the US. Because, for instance, like obviously the entire military, like everyone other than him being the president, is going to extend their time base over the next 10, 15, 20 years. And they don't just think about the next 2 seconds, right? They are trying to span out this kind of progressive talk and chatter and think about where China's going to be, where Russia, the UK, Europe, all these other adversaries are going to end up. Japan, Korea, all of that, right?
It is a interesting time now because it was clear what was the intention behind starting this altercation. Not that you agree with it, but like you could understand why he was doing it.
There's a trend. There's been a trend for a while.
Yeah. But now where we are right now,
even during Biden,
yeah,
right, which is not a Trump-centric thing. It's
No, well, I'm just referring now to specifically Trump and the, let's call it, the allegations of insider trading connected to the Pontus in this case, or POTUS.
POTUS, yeah.
Yeah. You can understand why he's doing what he's doing, even if you don't agree with it. It's not like a moral thing. We're not discussing the morality of what he's doing. We're just discussing the justification that he has in his mind for it. You're like, okay, well, if I were him, it would make sense. But now we've come to the point where it's like it doesn't. It's past that point of like it starts making sense, and now you start asking the question, but what is there more for you to gain from this? Like you can literally just end this now, and the return is going to be what it is already. So like you can just move on now, like call it a rest. So it's weird. It's just a weird thing at this point in time. I haven't had any more news though.
Yeah,
we got
so
news at 2 p.m. Or 2 p.m. GMT, but other than that, we got nothing out. The only thing that's going to be is unexpected garbage.
I see there's a tanker from the UK, that external explosion portside aft closed for the waterline. The crew and vessels are safe, although the master reports some bunker fuel has been discharged into the sea. So that aligns with this news information here, close to Muscat, Oman. Don't know if this, like what led to this specifically. But there's definitely some sort of reaction that's happening now. I don't know if this is due to the ceasefire or whether or not they hit a submerged mine or what. This could have been human error. This could have been something on the ship itself.
Yeah, I'd say, that, like I said to you a while ago, like there's so many of these mines that are going to be sitting there. Like they're not easy to sweep. Just by the way, though, Rich.
Yeah.
Do you have off the top of your head what is the drawdown limit, etc., for the futures?
Yeah, 4%.
It's supposed to be 4%.
4%, isn't it? Okay.
Supposed to be. You can confirm you can confirm in your hub.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I was just double checking because I'm on the thing because. NQM6 is the mini, right?
I just have it as MNQ FUT, so it's micro Nasdaq futures E-mini 5 minutes. So the one that I have on the screen right now is the one that I'm using.
Okay, that's maybe
MNQ. Yeah, it's micros.
Okay, because I bought this and it's
I'm glad
Moving
somebody was
around a bit
listening.
more than I thought. So
Yeah. I'm glad Affluent Mind was listening to us yesterday when I was going through the changes.
I'm going through changes.
all right, let me
Did you
'Cause
end up
I'm-
taking a standard size, a micro size, or a mini size?
He's taking a
Okay.
standard, I guarantee it.
yeah, I think I'm taking the standard. Like I was trying to take 1/10 of this
Um,
or whatever.
for the 25k, you can have 2 mini lots and 20 micro lots. Let's call it
Okay,
the
it must be on the
maximum.
mini then, and then not
Yeah.
on
Or the equivalent of like 100 lots on the TFT.
Yeah, mini is 2, micro is 20.
Okay. God, now I've forgotten. Like, where do I search another asset for a chart? Hang on.
So you
Can
can
you only
literally
bring
just-
up 2 charts?
No,
that it?
you can
No?
have as many as you want. So you can. Which asset are you looking for? Like you can go MES.
MNQ.
So if you just literally just type on, you can click anywhere on the screen and you can just type MNQ
And then just
as an
type.
example.
Yeah. Okay.
And then it'll show you description, MNQ M6, MNQ U6. It will give you the information that's there. I'm using the MNQ M6, which is the exact same as the MNQ FUT, which is the futures MNQ.
Okay. All right. We're learning, guys. We're learning. I feel. I know everyone calls me special, but I feel especially special.
You feel-
right now.
today.
You're special on this side of the spectrum, but now you feel like you're special on
special's-
this kind of.
Inverted. Yeah, it went
Yeah,
from
you're-
a plus positive stat boost, like you're playing a video game, to a negative like drag. And you're like,
From absolutely OP'd to nerfed.
yeah, I got nerfed.
It's just like we're learning with you. See that's perfect. Like if you guys are learning with us. Affluent Mind saying $20 per point on NQ. That is correct. That is for a mini, and $2 per point on MNQ. That is for a micro. And 1
Okay.
point is $1 movement, and you have 4 ticks per point, and a tick is 0.25, so 2 decimal points of movement, 0.25, 0.5, 0.75, and then a full one. So if you're gonna, like mine, I want 40 points, which is 160 ticks of movement. So on a micro, it is 50 cents per tick, which then equates to $2 per point, which then equates to, in my case, an $80 stop loss for 40 points in stop loss or in risk.
Okay.
Where if you are on a mini right now, you're on $20 per point, $5 per tick. So if you're going the same the same amount that I would normally go, it would be 10x. So if you were doing
look, it's
40 points for
it's-
$80 of risk, it's now $800 of risk.
Yeah. No, I closed it for $85.
In profit.
Yeah, in profit. So that's fine. I found the other one with the minis, but I tried to put in a different number, and it's giving me 5. I don't want 5. Like that's still too much. I wanted 1.
What do you mean like 5?
5 mini lots.
So here on the right-hand side, the quantity, is that where you're looking at it?
Yes, I think because there was 5 on the actual chart because I've got the like quick trade.
Did
thing
you
up,
have multiple
and that had
entries
5.
at one?
No. What do you mean? So basically on the chart. So say like you've got the chart in front of you. Hang on. If I show that, my screen's going to be
So
pixelated. as anything.
if I
But,
were to press Alt now, it'll show where I can place a trade. Are you saying this sell limit 1 is showing sell limit 5?
Yeah, no. So on that sidebar, right to the
This one here?
right of your screen,
Yeah.
I had one there, but then
Yeah.
just like you have on MetaTrade, where you have the MetaTrader, where you have the market order quick trade tab on the chart.
These buttons.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
This.
Yeah, not quite like that though. It's more like the MetaTrader one. It doesn't bring up that. It's literally just got the buy sell up in the corner. Yeah, like that.
This one.
Yeah. So that had 5, and then I had put 1 in the right hand segment, but then the other one had 5 there. Because before,
so this one here, you had 5 quality there,
Yeah.
and this one was showing 1.
yeah, so I
But they're
changed the
supposed
one
to be
there.
the same.
Yeah, but then I
if I go to 2 on the right hand side, on the left, it's supposed to go to 2 as well, and 3. So they're the same.
yes,
But that's weird. Like,
but I think it's because I was on the other NQ futures chart, and I hadn't actually tabbed over to the mini chart yet. Yeah. Anyway, guys,
Okay.
I'm in profit, so it doesn't matter. It's fine.
yeah.
It's
When
all
you
it's all working
accidentally
out. Like, dude,
select
I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I'm scrapping about, but I don't know what I'm doing. Like, we got the the 13K profit before, so we'll find out what happens. Here we go. Like you guys said, we're learning together. So I used to have an old futures platform. Like I've said before, that's actually what I started on back in the day. But this was also back when all trading platforms were way different in general. And I had like a broker platform. Like you didn't have iPhone trading platforms, all that kind of, like it was. So everything was like so old school, very Windows 95-esque. It wasn't even like 98 or XP or anything like that. It was, yeah. So I got used to that back in the day, but now this is actually better. This is way better, but takes a minute to figure out the
yeah, it's
yeah.
it was a bit of a learning curve yesterday, but it's a little bit easier now. Like, for argument's sake, if I press Alt, it'll show me where I can potentially place a trade. And I've got the shortcuts now, so Alt-L is a long, or Alt-S is a short. And if I press Alt, it'll show you exactly the amount that I want to trade. But let's say I press 2 and I do it again, it shows you it's 2. So it's whatever pre-defined metrics you've added. Like, if you see Alt, you'll already see that there's a minus 160 and a positive 320. Whereas if it's 1, then it's going to be 80 and 160. And that's exactly how I wanted it. It's the point value in dollars in this case is the equivalent. So it just multiplies it. And if I want to take it right here, right now, and take a long, I can say Alt-L, and it will takes a long. And it prints everything as it needs to, and I can go home. I can do whatever I want to. I have Alt-B as my break even. So if I get to a certain point, I can just say Alt-B, and it literally just moves the stop loss to break even. I think it's pretty cool. It just it takes
I think
time
it's
to get
very
used to it.
cool. Yeah, I think
Just not used
just
to
like
it
I was telling you, like I'll just mash my face on the keyboard, and yeah, I literally did that. So I literally just
See what
rolled it over there, and that's how we got the 13K. So you know, I'm still doing that now. It's like when you're playing PlayStation. You played like Tekken or Mortal Kombat.
I was literally about to say, like, that Mortal
And you're
Kombat.
just like, I don't know any of
you've
the
got
combos,
power
so you're
moves.
just like,
Yeah.
right?
You just
Yeah,
press buttons until something happens.
Just absolutely mashing, like, all at the same time, and then you're like wiggling the toggle point, and
So,
I gotta say,
LJ, if you
I'm
want
long
to...
Nasdaq, and originally I went full 1 bar. And now I'm kind of sad that I closed out early because I was scared.
Because you're trading in hindsight, mate. You're trading in hindsight. Stop it.
Dude,
I want to teach you something. Hopefully you
I'd
don't
be up
know
over
this already.
1,000 right now.
So,
God, futures
so
are
LJ,
crazy, dude.
if you
this-
right-click...
I like this. This is really good.
I like
If
this.
you right-click on the
Overestimate.
market
Yeah.
and you drag the mouse across, it will give you what is the equivalent of the drawing tool. So it'll show you the amount of ticks, the amount of candles, the amount of volume, as well as the dollar price for this specific chart. You can change it so that you can have an hour version, not an hour version, but like a drawing, like right click and you say timescales. Date and price. Then it gives you a box that you can then manipulate and move around if you so wanted.
Is that box based on what your trade size is? Like
It's based on the chart.
The dollar value?
It's based on the chart. So in this case, MNQ is a micro. It will show you what is MNQ's equivalent dollar value in movement. Yes. So if, like, I'll give you an example. So this one from the top of the box basically to down here is the equivalent of almost 400 ticks, so 390, and it's about 195. However, if I click here at the top on this button and I just say NQ, and I just wait for the E-mini, I'm just looking for the regular NQ.
I think that's NQ Fute, because that's what I was trading before, and I made 13 grand. So
no, but you get an E-mini version of it as well, micro.
What that's what I was
NQ.
on.
Okay, so this is the E-mini, the same area. So, sorry, from here, drag all the way down is equivalent to $1,900. The same almost 391 ticks. So it's chart dependent.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So in my case, I don't trade that one. I trade MNQ. I'm looking for that one. I say okay. It goes over to. So also, you can have just left click, and if you press Control once, you can have free movement. If you press it again, it gives you the line. So pressing Control hops between the hand to scroll or to move the chart around, and pressing it once again and left clicking will give you the drawing tool. Whereas right click and hold gives you. So anyway, we've got Affluent Mind saying, lol, welcome to NASDAQ futures. We've been trading NASDAQ for a while, mate.
Yeah, NASDAQ,
futures.
Yeah.
Click on the futures tab. Which one is the futures tab?
Just before you do that, I'm going to have to dart off real quick, because like I said, I got a lot of planning to do and prepping for this this webinar on Friday, which I'll tell you more about Wednesday or tomorrow or Thursday, but going to be a really nice, exciting one for you guys. Anyway, guys, I'm going to love you and leave you. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a fantastic day in the sun for those in the UK. If you're not in the UK and you're like LJ, then the sun is just... It's out 24/7 anyway. So
day.
It's been raining here for like a week, dude.
Is it? Oh, fair. I was going to say,
Yeah, it has,
if you're used to the sun, have a good day. If you're not used to the sun, enjoy the sun. Go put some clothes on. I would say go put some sun cream on, but dude, I don't like sun cream. So anyway, go protect yourself from the sun. Go stay hydrated and have a good day. Peace.
See you, Will.
Cheers, Will.
Ciao. What platform? Awesome Tube 3507. This is Black Arrow. So this is the futures platform for the 5ers, right? So it is definitely, hence we're talking about this. It's a bit more complex, a bit more institutionally aligned than something like that is a bit more click and trade, like MetaTrader. MetaTrader, you can get more complex with algos, that kind of stuff, just as you can with Black Arrow right here as well. But yeah, so it will take a bit more of a learning curve. I feel like when I first started trading back in the day and I opened up MetaTrader, I also hated it because it looked like Windows 95, 97, 98 or whatever.
Yeah.
And when I started trading was a bit later into like 2013 or so. I was like, and then I had broker platforms which are much more like intuitive. Obviously, now, you know, MetaTrader is dead simple, right? But at the time when I first looked at it, I was just like,
oh, this is confusing. Yeah.
Like,
I think that's our stage. We're in the learning curve right now. We're in that learning stage right now for the futures platform. So it's just that everything seems confusing and Yeah, but once we start getting very used to it, it's going to be like second nature again. So that's just kind of like what I'm trying to do, is just kind of like get comfortable and remember, like, listen, this is not MetaTrader, or this is not CTrader, or this is not TradingView. Don't try and compare it, because it's not.
Yeah.
So,
A good example is CTrader. Like, most people going from MetaTrader now think CTrader is like, oh my god, there's so much, it's crazy. But for instance, I preferred CTrader before MetaTrader, and then started using MetaTrader after CTrader. Now CTrader was more, I prefer that like aesthetic. It's a bit more intuitive, that kind of stuff. Obviously, it's newer, that kind of thing. But once you understand them in their own variants, you can direct them for their best use.
yeah,
So,
they're
same
each
deal here.
individual,
Yeah.
and they have their uses. So it's just at the end of the day what you prefer. Yo, Samir, what's up? The perfect guy to talk to when it comes to experiencing Black Arrow
Exactly.
platforms.
Yes.
Hello, guys.
Oh, you're lagging.
How we doing?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, yes.
Better.
Me and Dave, yes. Oh, I'm good. How are you, Eljan? How are you, Rich?
Doing very well.
You good, mate?
Nice. You seems very yellowish today.
Yes, LJ's way more yellow than I am. I'm
I am,
less
yeah.
yellow
Yeah.
than yesterday.
So this was also me trying to change to like the 5ers colors. So it's the purple and the kind of yellow, right? That was the idea.
All right.
So, yeah.
My
So let
camera
me
keeps
share the
auto
Black
changing. Are you gonna?
All right.
Please teach us, senpai. Please teach us.
Yeah, teach us. I'm in
I'm
profit.
not the
and,
expert, but I can
it's
I
going
can
pretty
share
good.
something. All right.
so I'll take
Let
that.
me
but,
share the Black Arrow. I'm just gonna
yeah.
open it first. I don't know why it is not opening in the background.
I
I'm
wanted to ask
trying.
you, Samir. Did you receive your new account?
Yes, I received the account. Thank you so much. And yesterday I placed my first trade. I don't know how much I'm in profits or in loss, because yesterday I took a very small risk. Okay, I'm up like $83. Let me share the screen. Okay.
And then I'll
But I want
ask
to close my
Victor the
trade. How do I
exact
close my
same.
trade?
The right-hand side on the screen, you can say close. There where you see the information.
If you
on the
open the
right-hand side.
trade, then there should be, like for an
An
example,
X button as well.
if I take, okay, the gap is filled.
It worked.
Okay,
But then, yeah, you got to remember to remove the stop that you had, because obviously futures is different to like a regular stop.
Yeah, you can say cancel
Right.
orders plus close. Just right underneath close.
I see. Yes. Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
blind.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
yeah, that is the also
Learning.
way, and you can also do this bracket orders. You can click on plus, and you can, if you want to risk like, whatever percentage you want to risk. For an example, I want to risk 1%, and so on. You can create 2. And okay, I think it should be somewhere around here. Okay. Let's say I want to risk like,
Oh, the OCO.
yeah, it is bracket order. I'm trying
Yeah.
to...
One cancels the other. That is something I read up about yesterday. Is the OCO.
Yeah.
So, if it hits stop loss, then it's going to cancel out the take profit, and if it hits take profit, it's going to cancel out the stop loss. And then you can make your own setups as well. Like you can, like in my case, I have Rich 1 to 2, which is the 1 to 2R trade that I'm going to be taking with 40 points of stop loss and 80 points of take profit. $80 in risk, $160 in take profit. So that you can do that
Okay.
as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. I use this, I used to use this when I was having a 50K account. So the amount that I want to risk, I create that bracket order, and quantity I want to make sure that what my stop loss is. For an example, I want to risk like 50 points. I make sure that my quantity is, I pick that quantity where the stop loss is according to, $250-ish dollars. So for an example, I take one quantity, so the stop loss will be placed automatically.
So 50
But,
points on MNQ is $100.
Yeah,
So-
on US30 it is the way I calculate it, risk divided by the points. It is I think multiply by 2 because $0.5 is the value of per tick here.
Tick.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
And there's
Right now I
four
don't see any-
ticks. Yeah, there's 4 ticks in a
Yeah.
in a point. So it's times
So
4.
that's
to
how
divide
I
by 4.
calculate it. Like I trade US30, so I just divide my risk by the stop loss in points, multiply by 2. So that's how I get the quantity here. On the Forex side, I don't have to do it multiply by 2 because the contract size is 1. So risk divided by stop loss in points. So that's how I figured this thing out, and to me it was easy. So that's how. I don't see any setup right now on US30. We can talk about MNQ. All right, we are again pushing high. I do think we cannot take these highs now because we are trying to push, and VWAP is also we're regaining the VWAP area. But at the same time, I don't want to risk here just to show our viewers because I do want to pass this account.
You can change
So-
over to simulation if you want to.
No, just risk it like I was doing. I was doing some crazy stuff, right? Come on.
Don't be an LJ.
I'm-
Don't be an LJ.
Dude,
Not
I'm
yet.
up right now. What am I up? Daily P&L $240. And
All
yesterday
in.
Oh wow!
when I thought
you
I
not
was
close
on
the
the
trade?
live account. No, I did. No, I
I do
did.
like this
That's
breakout.
what I mean. That was my
I thought you
closed
closed the
P&L.
trade.
But
Yeah, I did. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
240. Yeah. But yesterday, I thought I was on the live account, and I made like
And you make
$13K. I was like,
$13,000, by the way,
yes.
on a 25K account.
And then I was like, oh, it's on the sim. I was like, no.
I just took a trade here. I'm trying to figure
Sad.
out. Okay.
So if it's on the left-hand side, as people can see, the left-hand side is active. The right-hand side is pending. So if the information is on the right-hand side, it's something that's waiting to be triggered, basically. Like now, you'll see on Samir's screen on the right-hand side of the screen is the stop loss and the take profit. But on the left-hand side is the actual entry.
I like that.
I don't know
And
why
then
it
you
is
can
not showing in
add-
dollars.
Top right, I think. You need to change your value in the top right-hand corner to dollar.
Can you speak that very slow in English for me?
I'm
Which
trying
one?
to figure
Some bit.
out.
There at
Oh,
the top,
okay,
yeah,
okay.
there. Click on that.
Yes,
there we go.
I found it. Yes.
There we
All
go.
right.
Can you guys
struggling.
hear me?
Yes, we can, Victor. Can you hear us?
Okay.
Hello, Victor.
Yeah, I can. I'm just making sure because I've been talking for about half an hour and I didn't get any response. No, I'm just kidding. I just
I was
wasn't
about to say,
sure.
you're over-exaggerating.
Yeah.
LJ, what
I
were you
just
saying?
making.
All right. I'll just close this trade because the breakout is not getting that momentum that I was expecting. So let's just close the trade. Very simple it is. That's how you use Black Arrow.
Come on. It's not that simple. Come on. You're making us look like we don't know what we're doing, which is true. We don't know what we're doing.
I just know how to place the trade and close the trade, place stop loss and take profit. That's it. Other than that, I'm not aware about anything.
So, do you know
Dude,
what
I don't
would
know what
love
I'm
to
doing,
know?
but I'm making money. It's fine.
Weren't you
That's
the
all
one
good.
that just earlier said you need to understand why certain things are happening?
No. Just make money. It's fine.
LJ, what did you ask earlier? You said, can you say that slower in English? What did you want to know?
Can you say that again in English so I can understand your question?
Which question? The question that I had.
Yeah, that you just asked.
Which question did I ask?
The previous one right now.
I don't know. I'm so lost.
I'm sorry. I'm just griefing at this point. I do like this platform. I think it's very good. Like once you like hammer out and nail out all the like kind of the construction, how you want to build out the
The little teething issues in the beginning.
yeah, all that kind of stuff, and just also like the hotkeys and where everything is and that kind of thing. It's very much almost somewhat like a Bloomberg terminal where you can just start typing and like open things up. I don't like that, indeed, but hence, like I jumped onto the Black Arrow website before, and I was reading that up, and I was also concerned to like press certain buttons because I was scared of opening up random stuff.
Yeah, like pressing
accidentally
shift
when I was-
click will take a buy and control click will take a sell. And I was like, my fingers are always on shift and control.
Yeah, exactly. And especially if I didn't realize like I'm on the terminal on my PC, and I'm like, I think I'm on another tab on like Chrome or something, and press something, and then I'm on the Black Arrow terminal, and then accidentally open something up. So, but I do like it. This is definitely very up my alley. It's a bit more, at least leaning towards institutional-esque.
I like how you refer to the Bloomberg terminal, assuming all of us here has the same experience you have, that institutional experience. I like that. I would like to think I'm part of your league as well. Thank you, LJ.
You definitely are, Victor. Now, I mean, look, there's certain things you can do to try and find a Bloomberg terminal near you. I will say sometimes you can often sign up to certain specific finance courses at whatever your local university is. So not doing the entire degree or etc., where it's going to be very expensive, but sometimes you can sign up to individual courses, and
Short courses, yeah.
often get short courses, that kind of thing, where you will get access to the full suite within the broader degree, and you can literally turn up to your local university and use a Bloomberg terminal, and it'll cost you 1/10 of the price.
Interesting.
So just a tip out there. There you go. That's I mean, not everyone's going to have that, but I mean, I know we definitely have that here. There's a couple of unis in Queensland, New South Wales, like all across Australia. I know the UK does, Europe as well. So outside of that, not sure, but yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
sure
we have
they
one
have
as
it
well.
here as well. Even though I don't say where here is, but I'm pretty sure they have here one as well.
Madagascar. Victor.
Yes.
You got the lemurs trading, dude.
Mm-hmm.
They're all on that, right?
Yep. All of the lemurs. It's the Lemurs Trust Fund.
Of course, that's how they run the island.
Yeah.
That's why it's tax-free.
Yeah.
Everyone gets free coconuts, free bananas, free mangoes, right? Everyone's friends. Since you guys
Maybe
are having
not
a
free
war
mango.
over the bananas, mangoes, and coconuts, right? It's all free. What did you say, Rich?
Maybe not all of the mangoes.
They kind of are a bit more prime, aren't they? Are you saying you're more team mango, Rich? Is that right?
Dude, Team Banana. 100%.
No.
If I
You just
if
went
I
against
have a
your own
smoothie-
team.
If I
You just
have
went
a
against your
smoothie,
own team here.
I don't add a mango to it. I add a banana because a banana's got potassium. Potassium is great for the muscles, especially recovery. And
All
that's what I
right.
say
Before
about that.
we go on and actually get back to it, we have to ask then, Samir and Victor, you have one question.
Very important.
Team banana or team mango?
Make your decision now.
It's very critical and it will last. So this is a
Yes.
permanent decision. Okay, you can't
Very
backtrack,
important.
You can't switch. This is it, right? You're locked
Very
in.
important question.
With the
fate
little
of the
information
universe.
I have, with the little information I have to the relevance of this choice, I would, go to the nutritional value as well, and I find banana to be of higher value than mango.
So, are you Team Banana then by default?
With the information I have, yes.
Okay, good choice. Samir, yourself, Team Banana or Team Mango?
I have to say team banana because mango may can cause acne if I eat too much of it. But I think banana
Really?
will not cause that. Yeah, I don't know. I was having problem earlier, so I have to go with Team Banana. That's it.
For
Void.
various reasons.
We have beef.
Exactly. Did I just hear Mango? Yes, you did. And yes, Team Mango needs to assemble. Apparently, we've got 3 bananas right here. And look, I'm going to say, Henry, if you're Team Lychee, we need to form a coalition between Lychee and Mango to take on the bananas, because apparently there's too many. So we got to team up. Okay, all right. That's what.
It's like the
that's what we
Sith
gotta do.
versus the Jedi. There's only 2 Sith and way many more Jedi. And that is what we refer to as balance.
Sorry, who ends up winning?
The Jedi.
Do they? Is
They
that
do.
balance?
Yes? And on that bombshell, guys, I need
see you in
to
the-
hop out. For everybody that is still with us, thank you very much for continuing to support us and being here to send us your questions and to learn along with us. If you haven't already, please drop us a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. And then also, tomorrow is going to be an interesting day. Well, keep your eyes out on your emails this week. We're going to drop a bit of information about a event that we're going to have starting next month. So do keep your eyes out for that. It is super exciting. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be very profitable for everybody involved in the stream, people watching us, people joining us. So just keep an eye out for that one. I'm not going to divulge any more. It's a surprise, and you'll see it either tomorrow or the day after, but you will see it this week still. So I wonder what it is. I wonder. But yes. Samir and Victor, I hope you guys have a lovely day. LJ, yourself as well, dude. We'll talk soon. I hope you have a good night as well. All right, everybody, have a great one. Richard out. Cheers.
Take care. I like your
Thank you.
background, Rich. Great. Nicely done. I like it. I like the flag, by the way. And in gratitude,
It is a pretty flag, isn't it?
It is. It is. I like
Multicolored.
it. Yeah. In gratitude to your, in appreciation for your efforts here today and every day that we are live, a little round of. All right. Take care, Rich.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
See you,
Bye
Rich.
bye.
Take care, Rich.
All right. So LJ, you go ahead.
Hey, Vic, I will have to
No,
go.
go.
I've been on
Yeah, no
for
problem.
quite a
Forever.
time, so I will have to
You
say
have-
bye as well. I got my I ordered some Uber Eats. I think it was like 2 hours ago now. So
Wow.
it's been sitting there. I gotta wait.
Oh, it's been sitting.
I'm
Okay.
gonna have to reheat it. And go get some food and then get back to the charts, that kind of stuff. Gotta say, today is a little bit quiet, so hopefully you guys can find some activity. We were looking at Nasdaq Gold. It's kind of the only things moving. FX is very, very quiet. So good luck to you guys, and see you tomorrow. And also, I
Sure.
need to learn more from this futures platform from both of you guys, like we were saying before. So if I have any troubles, I'm going to direct them to yourself, Victor and Samir. So you'll just have to
Yes.
accept that. All right. And
No problem.
I'll see you guys
We'll
later.
be
I'll see you
here
guys tomorrow.
As for everyone, take care, LJ. Thank you very, very much
Ciao for now.
for
See you guys.
your thoughts and sharing your brains with us on this beautiful Tuesday. Thank you.
Peace.
All right. And then it was the two of us, Samir.
Hello, Victor. Once
The,
again, how are you?
the-
Let
The
me know.
dynamic duo.
Yes,
How's things on your side, Samir?
it's good. I just took
Our
a trade
things.
today, I think earlier, on US 30.
Okay.
It was a nice trade. took some take profit there. Yeah, this level that I was drawing, I took some
Okay.
shots around this area. I was aiming for this gap to be filled, and the momentum came, and I closed somewhere around here. It was a lovely day. But right now, I
Okay.
just took a shot on NAS 100. Let's see how this thing
All right.
plays out.
I
On
actually
the
have a short
trading,
on EU, which I will tell you
okay.
about it and tell you guys who are watching us right now. But go ahead, go ahead. You have something on NAS? You took a
I'm,
short?
I'm gonna share the trading view screen. Just
Okay.
let me do that. I'm gonna stop this, and
I'll
here is
switch
the
to
trading
mine
view.
anytime, just so you can
Okay.
switch back anytime.
Yeah, now is the trading view. Remy
Okay.
can switch that. Okay. The way I'm seeing the charts are very simple. We have this gap, and we are right on the supply area. This green candle, and then immediately fell down. Price got to the upside. 2 hour is also decent. We have this supply, and we haven't filled this gap. 4 hour, we don't have enough information going to the 15. So I am assuming that this area may can use as a supply area to at least take out this low, and then we don't know, we can fill the gap, or of course it can go higher also, because we have these liquidity areas also. Let's see if this liquidity area will get raided first, or the gap will get filled first. But eventually I do think we're gonna continue to the upside, but I think we can fill the gap, and then we will have enough fuel for the price to go higher. But I want to see some kind of lower leg before continuing to the upside. I don't trade this thing on my main account, but let's see how this thing plays out. I'm risking like, I think, 500-ish dollar. Let me put it that way. Okay, yeah. Let's put a stop loss around here. Okay, I'm risking around $550 for, I don't even want this much. I'll take 1 to 2, which is around this area. So
You're
let's see how
showing
this trade plays
you're
out.
showing the trading view now.
Oh, sorry. I have to
No
reshare, but
problem.
I will do it later on. But now you get the analysis. So
You can show
yeah,
you can show us in the trading view the trade with the stops and the
yeah, it
TP
is.
for those who are exactly. So we can follow your trade as it is developing
Yeah,
as well.
it is something
And
like
and
this.
okay.
So let's see if we take a stop loss or the TP. The story is very simple. I'm expecting the gap to be filled today, and there is a supply area, very decent area, and the momentum is there. So this might be a pullback, gap fill, and then we can find NAS 100 can find its feet, and we can continue this trend. Let's see how that thing goes. But US 30, the main pair I focus on, I'm done with that pair, and I don't even want to take the account on my trade on my main account now, because I got this small leg here. We just filled the gap, and my TP was right there at the gap, but I closed a little bit early. But I'm okay with that. Definitely will drop my analysis today, what we can expect. But trading wise, I am done for today. And yeah, if I take one win for the day, I'm done. If I take one loss with this higher risk to reward strategy, I can give second chance. But beyond that, I don't think so. It is gonna play in my favor. So I have came to the conclusion I might can give second chance to this system that I'm following, and I have explained what kind of system it is. It is VWAP based, supply demand based, and some kind of unfilled area that I go for. So very simple. Let's see what we get today. And NAS 100, let's see if we reject, good. If we go to the upside, still good. And yes, you was having your trade on Euro USD. So I also want to know your thought process behind this trade. So yes, you can share your screen and let me know also, and let our lovely viewers know also.
Perfect. I like that. I like that. I have a trade on EU. I'll go a little bit about the. I'll do a little bit of NQ, as well as gold and pound
Hmm.
before we go to EU. On the higher time frames, we are all the way higher. Last week we did create a bullish order block. That's the higher time frame market structure, right, is still creating bullish structure, even though we had that nice breakout that seems to not have an end to it. So it gives you an idea where to look for. Where is the bias if you're a swing trader? As well as you can see here, let me clean this up a little bit. As you can see here, that we are still breaking, at least not today. It hasn't broken yet because it's the daily. Needs to close above it to actually create, to break that supply zone that we have on NQ, which is that top supply. We are above it, so it looks like market is strong and has the intention to keep on breaking out and continuing higher, which is logical thinking about the kind, the type, the direction of structure that we're creating still. But that doesn't exclude the possibility of some kind of retracement before we continue. The intention is clear. There has been some escalation news, some headlines risk that happened during the weekend. Some vessels from Iran being targeted, struck by U.S. military, and that could, start a cascade of, escalation again. Who knows? But so far, it looks like the market is not really reacting, and fearfully of those news. So what we're seeing is that the higher time frame, the daily, does have a supply zone that has been now, even with the gap, um, a bullish gap, it seems not to be able to get a grip on price action, right? So supply zone is looking very weak. Not only that, you can see it on the higher time frame as well. After the break on the H4, I mean, it came back to do what? A break and retest of that broken line. So to me, it looks, quite ready to continue higher. All of that said, the market hasn't opened yet, so the open will set the tone. We'll have to wait for that to get the idea. Is this the price action we have seen so far? Is that going to have an amplification as the market opens, or a complete reversal on the tone and the sentiment? But so far, we have the weekly telling us, the weekly close, that we're likely going to be going higher in the next couple of days and perhaps even weeks. The daily is telling us, by being above the daily supply, telling us that price wants to go. Appetite is to go higher, risk appetite. Not only that, we came back for that retest, and we left a H4 order block right here. So that should give you the overall idea, anyone who's approaching this market, to see, okay, so the market really wants, it's setting up for a continuation, for doesn't have to happen all the time, but that's what it's telling us. That's what it's getting ready to continue, right? So we have an H4. I would be looking for this area to be retested to again get along for that continuation. That that alignment of timeframes is telling us that is likely to happen, but we'll have to see. And if I we'll see if there's anything in here to look for a short, which is quite valid trade myself, I would look to that as well. That's a lower time frame. Get in, get out in a couple of, maybe half an hour or so. Let me check first, because I think I lost audio. So let me check something here. You can still hear me, right?
To me, it's fine. To me, it's fine.
Samir?
I don't know about. Yeah,
Alright,
yeah,
so
I can
I
hear
can
you.
hear you. So hold on.
Hmm.
You say something?
Okay.
Hold
Hello, hello,
on.
Victor. How are you, man?
Yes. Okay. Yes, I'm fine.
All right.
So thank you. So this is
Thank you.
NQ. We had the break and retest, and let's take a look here to see if we have something that will, give us an idea if we can short this, maybe into that demand zone that we have below us, which makes sense as a continuation. If you go to the H4, there isn't anything here that is interesting for me. There is no fresh order block, and certainly there's nothing on the quasi side of things. There are a couple of areas, and we are getting closer. And this is likely the area that Samir, you were looking for on your charts. Even though
Yeah.
this is not CFDs, this is the futures. The charts,
Hmm.
the patterns, candlestick may look slightly different, but basically they're expressing the same kind of market sentiment. This is Both of them are they're overlapping. However, because this is fresher, I would like to use this area as the area. So this is an H2, so it's not based on the H4. On the main strategy, I wouldn't take this. But if you're trading, a less selective, this could be the beginning of your setup. Basically, looking for reasons to go short from this area, and you can then start building your case. If we go to, let's say, the 13 minutes, do we have a quasi? We do. We do have a quasi. Yes, we do. So the quasi would be, in my book, would be from that point. This would be the head. That would make this the left shoulder. It's a tight one, but it is valid, at least to me. So let's see, where are the levels for? So this would be the first one. The head has been retested multiple times, but in a quasi, that's perfectly fine to use it again multiple times. It doesn't have to be fresh, doesn't have to be without any other. Let me check here. So what else? What else do we have? That's the area. So this is a nice area to look for possible reaction. You can see the overlap right there. That's the area you want to especially be interested in, right? That little slither there, you want price to reach that before you start getting in. That's one thing. And actually, I can see already that the area is much, much bigger. Let's mark it as it should be. The market is actually this whole area. So basically, what I'm telling you, using the 2-hour and 30-minute combination, different from my own, which I use the H4, H2 plus H1, etc. But I mean, it's not about any specific combination that is special. It's about using different combination, having at least a factor 4, and from 2 hours to 30 minutes, that's a factor 4. So you're using the same principle to catch these patterns. So that's the quasi. The high, this is the neckline, the left shoulder, the neck, and I would see this as a area of interest as the market opens to see if we will create some kind of a reversal pattern into the order block we have below, I mean. And that's within the bullish bias that we have for longer. So this would be just to take it to the next level, basically on, let's see, on the hourly, not even, it is on the H4, the next level. And then from there, you have to see whether the market is getting ready again for the continuation or maybe for a deeper retrace. We'll have to see that. But I see your trade and I like it, Samir. Let's see. So this is the area of interest for the market. It's going to be opening in about 21 minutes. Let's take a look at gold very quickly on the higher time frame. There isn't anything to show. On the monthly, the weekly is same thing here. This is still NQ. That's why I said same thing. Haha. So on the higher time frames, we do have a supply zone that has been pushing price lower. We can see that with the upper wicks that have been creating, and that's not a coincidence. That's the supply zone on the monthly that is pushing price lower. We had a fresh order block that was created here. This is the weekly. So you got to see through the daily structures that are on the chart, which is a fresh order block. So we already, as we created this order block, we already reached the lower order block below us. So there are two things that can happen here, because this indicates the market wants to go lower for a couple of candles at least until it reaches something in the opposite direction, which it already has. It can either go back, retest this, and to push deeper into this demand zone, or the demand that has been left behind will be enough to change price and push even higher, because there is a fresh order block here, and because on the higher time frame things are still looking nicely bullish for gold. Why do I say that? Because the weekly structure hasn't been broken. That's the neckline, meaning that the weekly structure is not at all indicating a reversal of pattern or reversal of the trend in a reversal on the trend on gold, right? So that's on the weekly. Let's go to the daily. So we had the target right? The macro target has been reached. That was from above here. That's already nicely hit. And this one is being taken out. And we're still, as you can see, going from the weekly to the daily, we're still creating bearish structure and reacting bearishly to them, right? So the weekly idea for market to push higher is not getting any foot on, on reality. It may happen still, but maybe from a lower level or maybe in the future, but it's not happening currently. So you got to follow what's happening now, what's happening in the last couple of bars to understand, is the market doing steps and the sequence in the script, following the script to be continuing lower or reversing. And still, since it created the weekly above us, it's still pushing lower, and it seems to be, that's still the case. So the reversal for the bias, the daily bias for the weekly is still to be decided, but the daily bias in any case is bearish for gold, meaning we can expect price, if it, unless something else happens, we can expect price to be pushing lower from off this time frame, which is the daily. Let's go to the H4. The H4, what is it telling us? There isn't a quasi here, and so there isn't really any structure that we can use on this to align with that daily bearish one. We do have a structure, a weekly, not a weekly, on H4, what am I saying? On H4, fresh order block that was left behind. I would be quite interesting to see how this positions. But ideally, you want the market to create a quasi, right? So that would be this, right? So we want it to take out. Let's take a look. Yes, you would want it to take this low. This would be the head before it comes back to this area to then short it. So basically, this is the neckline, and this is a possible trade you could be taking, maybe this week, if it sets up correctly. That would be the H4 quasi. So it'll be the neckline, and this would be, if it hits it, if it breaks it, this would be the entry order block on that quasi. And you'd have to go to the lower time frame to find, there's already on H2 enough reason, and H1 as well, to further refine this area to your entry. So that's what I'm seeing. If you go for today, market is looking bearishly, close the gap on the CFD price feed, and we are seeing renewed pressure from sellers to go short. When I see this, I want to keep on shorting this pair. So you can see it on the H1 as well, very clearly that sellers are in control and are likely to be continuing to be in control. So that means that if I have we don't have an H4, so it's not the main strategy, a little bit less selective, but we do have the H2, H1. The 30-minute isn't exactly ready, and there's no quasi here that I can take. So it's a little, no, there's nothing here on that I could take. It's not setting up as a quasi, even on the 5-minute. So it would have to come for price to, do a new quasi, most likely, break the neckline, and then take the possible short here. But it is clear that the market is, indicating. All right, so let's take a look. Maybe we can get something here. So this is the area you want to be shorting from, this whole area. This whole area is to be shorted, but it's already touched it. So you can already start looking for quasis here or quasis in the future that may be forming. Let's take a look here at the 3, the 2. Okay, so there's only on the 1, so it's take it with a little bit of salt, a grain of salt, that is, because the it's only visible on the 1, but there's a little reversal structure right here. You can see it already, right? So this is the quasi on the 1 minute, and that brings us, this will make that the head, the left shoulder, and the possible right shoulder to be created. And we have one structure here that we could be looking for that reversal, right? So if price comes back, that could be a nice area for you to go short because it has the 2-hour structures here as well as the 1 hour, and it's telling us that price is likely to be going lower. What is it targeting? Let's take a look. What could it be targeting? There is nothing on the daily, and there are these lows. So I think that's the most logical area to be targeting, just this low, which is the first low, not the structural low, but the first low that you could target as well, which is that area. Meaning, if you get an entry, I would, try to target that area. So let's put a short there, just a trade idea. I mean, the whole structure. So if you want to be conservative, you want to put your stop above the whole structure, or you could risk less and put your less per attempt and put your stop tighter. The volume could be quite similar and target that level a little bit before that. That makes sense to me. I mean, maybe not as tight because this is gold, but you get the point, right? You can look for that possible entry. It is on the 1 minute, but you got to manage your risk accordingly. That would be something that I'm interested in, aligning with the H4, not the H4, the H2, H1 with the 1 minute quasi that I just showed you guys. Okay, so that's gold. Let's take a look on GU and EU before we continue. So we do have the market. This is the quasi on the. Let's take a look on the monthly. What do we have? Let's take this off as well as that. We are, reacting off a supply zone that is still fresh. This is still a first attempt, even though I don't like when price does this, right? When it goes away and comes back, it's not a second attempt, but it's already made its first. This lag is what you want to be catching. That move down. So it brings the probabilities a little lower, but it's still tradable. But I don't like to see it because I know the chances are a little bit inferior for it to continue much lower. But it's still a monthly supply zone there, so I think it is still good to be traded. The weekly time frame, this is no longer valid, and you can see the quasi, right? See the quasi. This is the well, there is no quasi here on the weekly. Is there? Let me check here. No, there isn't. This is not a weekly. Actually, it is. No, it isn't. There isn't a weekly. So this is not a weekly entry order block. Only after. Let me double check this. There is a daily, but it's not a weekly. This is the low is 0.16. The close, nope, that's not a reason either. So that tells me that, all right, so this is, yeah, this is just a regular weekly, not an entry order block, but still, you can see that the market came back while it's still being fresh. Let's measure that. This makes it the second attempt, so that's still not possible. Okay, all right. So that means that there isn't anything here I can trade. There's no fresh order block, no entry order block on the quasi as well. So that means that the only thing we have is a daily quasi. What is this? So left shoulder, neckline, head, breaks it down, takes out the neckline and comes back for a little reaction here, but that wasn't enough. It was the entry of the block, the second one that got triggered, and you can see how beautiful. It didn't trigger me. How beautiful that reacted to the entry order block. Okay, so once that happened, the market wants to go lower. This is too little for a quasi. It's likely going to hit something on this time frame, and it hasn't hit anything yet. Right, this would be the first level, so that would be my target to be, understanding that's likely where the market is going to go to. So let's mark that as a macro target. So you have a macro bias. You're going to be looking for levels either after we go up or just as we in our weight going down. You could be looking for these areas to understand that what is the direction we're going, and you want to be hopping on that move. Okay, so let's take a look. All right, so you have the entry order block of the quasi on the daily. If we go to the, there are some, the market has reversed, not reversed, but I mean, there's some building bullish pressure here. But what could be the area it is? All right, so there is a fresh order block on the weekly. Besides that, so that means that I can move this away. On the daily, there isn't anything besides a daily order, a daily quasi, a new quasi being created. If you wonder what I'm talking about, it is this area. Actually, it's a little bit lower. And this is the head, right? So that's the head. But if we look well, there isn't anything that we can use. There's no entry order block. So that quasi, that structure is not exactly helping us. So let's mark this as such. Let's mark it nicely horizontally. So what are we left with? With a activated daily quasi short and a recent zoomed in quasi that has no entry, so it doesn't help us. But we do have a weekly structure that is good. I mean, that's attractive to use soon. But there's not a lot to go with. That's my conclusion. There's not a lot to go with on that pair. Let's see, we have, all right, so if this is, that leaves us with one quasi and this pair, which is the H4. And let's have a look at where are the levels that we could be trading. So this would be one. And this would be the other. And this would be the there. Let me double check that. Nope, that's not one. Okay, so these are the levels that I'm interested in going short. It doesn't have the daily, so it's a little bit tricky. But having the weekly, having the daily structure, even though it doesn't give us an entry order block on the quasi, but it still has, still helps for your probability. So I would wait for the market to reach these levels to then short it, right? And if it doesn't get there, then we will have to look for something else. As you can see, GU isn't exactly setting up as beautifully as EU, as I'll show you now. So there isn't anything on GU to be looking. Let's see, on the higher time frames, we're still, to me, we're still reacting off of that reaction we have on the monthly structure, the supply zone above. On the weekly, we had a beautiful quasi with a reaction from that area. This is the quasi there. That's the head. That's the neckline. The neckline is there, but of course you understand I just misclicked it. Left shoulder, head, neckline, and then we came back to retest that entry order block, and we got that signal or that confirmation that the market got the picture. This is and grabbed the opportunity to go short, and that happened 2 weeks ago. But we still haven't reached the target for that, which is the weekly right here. I think that's the area still that we are targeting. It is this weekly structure because there isn't anything on the daily. So my bias is that the market is still pushing. Will try to push lower. Based on these technicals, right? So that's the weekly. And let's take and that's the one of the reason why I'm shorting the market as well. And the daily, the reason that I took this short is for this. So this is the daily order block that is still in its initial immediate retest. Hasn't even had its first retest. Immediate retest. If you go, that's enough reason for this time frame to target. And I'm targeting, above this weekly. If you go to the 4-hourly, what do you see? Okay, so the 4-hourly doesn't have anything on the left, right? Doesn't have anything on the left, but it does have a fresh order block on the most recent price action. Okay, so that's one reason. The other reason I have is the alignment. I need the H1. If you go back for the H1, we can see that we do have a reversal pattern, which is exactly this right there within the daily order block. This is the daily. That's the daily order block. Within it has been created, actually went all the way down, left shoulder, neckline, head, established uptrend first, and then comes back, retested once, and came back above the gap. And I understand that you want to be going long when you see these gaps, because it tells you market might continue. But based on the quasi, it tells me, and the fact that we created an H4 fresh tells me that the market has hit something and is likely to try to go lower, closing this gap and likely continue much lower. So we have the quasi on the, basically this on the 1 hour, and you have on the 4 hour, we have this beautiful fresh order block. And what do we see? So we have the, this is the area on the H1, and that is the area on the H4. And that's the area you want to be, because that's the overlap, that's the area of interest. And if you go lower time frame, you'll see why I took that trade. Right, this is the trade I'm currently in. And so the whole area that I just indicated, the area of interest, is this. That's the overlap between the H4 and the H1. If you go to the 5 minute, as you can see here, we can see that, right? So this is the neckline. You can take it from here, or you can take it from much lower. It doesn't really matter. Thing is, established uptrend, it breaks it, goes much, much lower, and then comes back to one of these 3 area, 1, 2, and 3. That's it. If it triggers at 1, I'm interested. And it came back and it pushed higher. Look at that precision here. I'm not making this up. Look at that precision here. What does that tell you? The market are watching that level. That level is important, right? So price came back, and from that moment on, I have my finger on the trigger. From the moment it hit that level, and I'll go to the lower time frame and get in on reversal patterns that I see. And as soon as that price came back to hit that level, I got short on. And this is a level. Why? Because it has a daily reason to it. Because it has a daily reason to it, I'm allowed to trade, 2 targets. Have a TP2. One would be based on the daily, which is a 1 to 7. In this case, 1 to 744, which is it's not exact actually, but 1 to 7 roughly. And the other, which is the daily trade, which is the swing trade, which is 1 to 18, roughly. So that's it. That's the idea, and that's the reason that I got into the trade. And that's the trade from the moment I got in, when it hit the level on the 5 minute, as you can see here. And I waited for price to come back to retest this level. As you can see, let me give you some specifics, right? So I waited for price to come back. A nice order block there after it indicated that it's hitting area, it is reacting on the entry order block. I waited for it to come back and then get my entry. It did push me, but relatively very little, and then eventually kicked in. This is the quasi. You can see it here. So I use the quasi, fractally, continually on all the time frames. As price comes back, creates that order block, I want to be, even though it didn't invalidate actually, but it came back and retest that order block. And you can see that's the reversal pattern from all the way from the daily H4, H1, 5 minute. And I think it's just beautiful how the market, look at that. That's a beautiful movement right there. All right. Took a long winded route to explain all the assets. I hope you guys enjoyed that. If you have any questions
That's
on
really
any of
awesome
those,
trade.
just let me know. So perfect.
That's really good trade. Even if I look at this price action right here, to me, I'm just looking it as price was losing its momentum to the upside, trying to consolidate, cut to your area. Actually, I was referring to your chart only. So,
Okay.
okay,
Let me
I
go back.
can.
No, I'll come back to. Oh, maybe I should put it on yours. Then you can show you your cursor on the chart.
Okay. So, I think you got involved in somewhere around here, right? Okay, let me erase this thing
Um,
here.
yes, exactly.
Okay.
Hmm.
So the way I'm looking at it, it was losing its momentum. It got to one of your area, and yes, makes sense to me also. You saw this quasi. Let me delete everything to make it clear. Okay, you saw this type of quasi. You took entry somewhere around here. So that
Yes.
is really amazing trade. If I just look at it with my point of view. By the way, the market open is here, guys. So let's see what NAS 100 is trying to do. Yes, we have a gap also which we make and fill. So trade makes perfect sense. Let's take a look at NAS, what NAS is trying to do. Okay, I'll share my other screen. Let me share that screen. I'm gonna stop this screen here. Maybe Victor can share. You can share your screen for some time, and I can put that. Okay,
Yes, this is the
thank
on the
you.
samest reversal pattern on the 1 minute, which I didn't use. It was a 5 minute entry for me. But you can see these
Mm,
patterns no matter where, what time frame. Sometimes you don't see it on every time frame, but this is one of the quasies you can build. This is the head. Either you take this as the left shoulder or that, doesn't really matter because price came from below. Let me take that off again. um, but you come to the same conclusion, that's being the neckline, and you wait for, as it reacted to the 5 minute structure, you wait for price to come back to something, and then react off of that as well, and then you can get in and put your stop above, and then just wait for the market to do its thing. It's not going to work all the time, but you're putting yourself in the best position because you're aligning all the way from the higher time frame to the lowest. Go ahead, let's switch to yours.
all right, thank you so much. So I just moved my take profit and stop loss at 1 to 1 because I realized the consistency score with the futures is 40%. If I just took one big win in one trade, it will be very hard for me to meet the consistency score. So forcefully, I have to follow the rule. I can decrease my risk, to extend my TP, but I'm like, just take 1 to 1 and just, get out. If price gets around here, the analysis is still the same. Price got to the supply. If there was a Fibonacci also slowing down a momentum, took out this high. There is a gap which was never filled. And if we break this trend line, I do think we can test this low and we eventually can potentially actually we can fill that gap that I was trying to show you. So let's see. So far looking good momentum wise. VWAP is trading in between. So it is really 50-50. So I will not consider VWAP that much. I'm just relying on that 1 hour supply and this trend line, which I believe even if we retest this trend line, I think TP should be done. So TP is also logical. Trade was decent. And even if I wouldn't have taken a trade here, I would have definitely taken a trade. Why? Because if you go to the 1 minute time frame, look at how price is consolidating here. Oh, okay, the order is filled. So yeah, this was a beautiful trade. And look at how price was. I don't know why I'm not able to put the rectangle tool. Let me figure out. Okay. So I was trying to say, look at what price is doing around that supply area. And if you closely follow me or listen to the things that I say, I look at the nature of the price. And to me, this was not impulsive. So when price is slowing down its nature in my area, I like to take a trade around, basically like to trade around that area, following the nature. So yes, we saw a little bit of liquidity move and eventually hit the trend line. If you break that out, okay, we if this candle close below I think the gap is gonna get filled today on NQ or Nasdaq or Nas 100 if you call it. Yeah, I think we might have closed on the 1 minute time frame. By the way, guys, this is our Black Arrow platform, which The5ers future use. I know this is a CFD channel. You might be wondering why he's talking about this because I just got the account. So, I was like, let's just share the screen. Okay, so if we close here, we might can get a pullback or we might not get because this is the NYSE open and we are about to close in couple of seconds here. It is not really closing that strong. If it would have closed strong, that would have been a good sign. Okay, 5 minute is what, let's see what 5 minutes trying to do. Actually, 5 minute has closed below this. Yes, you can short here. You can place your stop loss above this high and you can easily squeeze like 1 to 2 here. Let me see what kind of stop loss or take profit this is. Let me do this thing. I don't know why that arrow is not coming now, but anyways, so it is around, let's mark it 9:30. And here, yes, you have a decent targeting range if you are in shorts. And if you go to the 30-minute time frame, okay, so this will, if this 30-minute close, let's not even talk about 30 minutes, let's talk about 15-minute. If this 15-minute close bearish, and the VWAP will also be bearish to me. So I think this session, I will definitely be looking for shorts. So if you want more confirmation, you can wait for this 15-minute close. That will give you a little bit more confidence, a little bit more confirmation. And on the 1 minute time frame, you can, look for some consolidation and go shorts. But we need to close below this VWAP, so which I think can happen. So yes, on the US 30 side, okay, we have filled that gap fully. Let me take a look at trading view just for once, because if I'm missing anything, I will explain to you guys. I want that VWAP. Okay, we are way too away from VWAP right now. If I was not involved in NQ, actually I took a, take profit. I cannot take more trades. Why? Because I don't want to increase my consistency rule, because then I will have to make more beyond my target, So the target in this 25 K account is 1500, I think, if I'm not wrong. Okay, I would have taken a trade right here, place my stop loss here, and my TP around that VWAP area, which would have been, if I do that on my trading view, then I can give you my exact number. Let me go to the I will share this screen only, but just for you guys, let me see.
You wanna switch?
Um, no, I just want to give the number. I think it would easily have been 1 to 2.5 type of thing. We can even break this trend line. Let me delete this thing. This can be a trendy day also. We tested this. We can even break this trend line, which right now it's a big consolidation. If we break to the upside, then of course we can see new highs coming when we talk about US 30. Let's take a look at daily candle, what daily candle is trying to do. Okay, daily candle is testing this type of area. Oh, okay. This area. So yes, it is a retest to me, and we might can see new highs. But for that, we need to break that trend line that I'm talking about. And gap is filled. I don't see any reason right now. Of course, if we break this area, then it is going to be tough. Let me delete this. If we break this area, then this analysis is invalidated. But above this area, I can easily expect that price is going to create new highs. We can even test 51,500 areas, something like this. Because look at this leg. To me, not to me, even if you just see the higher highs and higher lows, we are just trending to the upside. And even if you see the larger scale of the price right now, this particular leg from here to here, we are just uptrending. So you can catch shorts, yes, but if you want the bigger moves, I think you should place yourself in longs, which right now makes sense to me. If you take longs around that gap, I think you can easily hold the trade to at least this high. And with our futures platform, you can hold the trades. So that is the plus point. But you cannot hold the trades throughout the weekend. But you can hold the trade throughout the day. You can hold the trade to tomorrow, till tomorrow. So that is a plus point. So I think if anybody is looking for US 30 longs, you are in a good place. Just wait for the trend line to be broken. Manage your risk accordingly. And I think you can trail your stops today. I think today can be a day where you might can use trailing method.
You
But
mean
if it is a fresh account,
you mean holding
yeah,
it for a much larger TP and just trading it as it goes?
yeah, exactly. If we break this trend line, I think we have literally no business actually for price to trade below this. Of course, it can happen, but the probability of that happening is low because the way I look at charts is you have 70% probability in your favor if you're trading in the trend and you use some kind of basic concepts. Here I'm using some gaps, some Fibonacci also. I didn't draw it for you guys, but I can observe it. If I use it like this, it is right at the 70% area. This pullback. Of course, you cannot see it here, but I can spot it this way only. So if anyone is looking for buys, if you're already in the buys, good. If you're not in the buys, I think waiting for the trendline breakout will be a good sign. So that can be the entry confirmation. Then you can have even more confidence. Like, yes, you are seeing the momentum. And I have noticed US 30, once it picks up the momentum, it likes to continue in that direction. And you can even see it, in a previous chart. Like this momentum, it continued from where the momentum started. Actually, momentum started from here or here. If he was in longs, that would have been good. But let's not talk about it. So waiting for the trend line breakout, that can be a good move. If you're already in the bias, good, you can hold it. MNQ, all right. Look at that. We rejected from the trend line. We didn't close below the VWAP. So now what price is telling you, we are holding this trend line, going to the 1 minute time frame. Okay, you could have taken a trade here at the right at the region of the trend line. So how you can enter here is if we retest around these areas, which I don't think so we will, but a small consolidation can be good. So you can look for buys. All right, we are breaking out and VWAP is here. I think even a breakout of this is fine. Why? Because VWAP is close. So if we break this out, that can be the trade for, I mean, if you're looking for buys, that can be another trade. You can keep your stop loss below the VWAP. So that can be the idea. You can easily squeeze 1 to 1 here. Okay, we are breaking out. This can be the entry signal. I would have entered the trade, but I have already triggered my limit because if I make more, I have to make more to hit the target. So I don't want to do that. So, so yeah,
The
we will look at this.
it's
Yes.
about, for those who are unfamiliar with the consistency rule, your biggest actually explain the consistency rule, Samir. Uh,
Okay.
for those who are not familiar with it, why does it matter? Is it one trade? Is it one day? What is the
Okay.
limit? Is it the biggest day or the biggest trade?
hmm Okay. So I will tell you the easiest way you can calculate the consistency rule. Okay. So the way I do it, let me put a text here. I will make it a little bit bigger so you guys can see it clearly. Okay. Let's place a text here. For an example, I'm just going to give a random example. Let's say your target is $3,000. Okay. And okay, let's make it bigger. Okay, your target is $3,000. I'm just giving you an roughly example which most of the futures firms have. So I will take the target and I will multiply it by the consistency rule. So for an example, at the 5ers you have 0 point actually it is 35% consistency rule. So I will multiply it by, let me, oh, I don't know why I cannot go there. Oh, let me delete this thing. I will use another text. I will use X. Okay, so you will multiply it by consistency rule. Okay, now it was a buy opportunity here. If you're in the buy, it is good. So we have 35%, you will write 0.35. Very simple. Okay, so what figure you gonna get? Let me do it for you. 3000 into 0.35. 1050. 1050. So you cannot make above 1050 in one trading day. If you made more than 1050, then in order to meet the consistency rule, you have to make more. Like for an example, if you made, let's say, $2,000, so now your target is also gonna go above, because so you are exceeding the figure. So that's how I calculate it. It's a very easy way. If some other company has 40%, you can use this formula. So you can plan your trade accordingly. So at The 5ers is 35% consistency rule when it comes to futures. Forex side, you don't have any consistency rule. Me personally, I don't like these consistency rules. If I make decent 1 to 2 in my first trade of getting the live account, I will just stop trading. But of course, in futures, there are a little bit, these type of rules. So that's how you can calculate it, and you can do the same in when it comes to the live account. For an example, $1,000 is good to you, so you can do 1,000 multiplied by 0.35. So the figure that you will get, you cannot make more than that in one trading day. So your goal is to make 1,000, just multiply it by 0.35, 350. So you cannot make more than $350 in one trading day. So that's how I calculate it. It's a very simple way. It was a very beautiful breakout, by the way, guys. Now, if you miss it, don't get FOMO. I think entering here, you are already way too away, and it right here, it is a very tricky area because we don't know if it is gonna be a breakout area or it is gonna be a liquidity area. But here, definitely,
The
breakout buys was good.
if
Yeah.
I may interrupt a little bit, yesterday, less than 24 hours ago, the 5ers
Mhm.
has made some changes in, has made send an email out to all the future traders, and actually the consistency rule has made even easier. The 5ers is making everything possible to make it easier for you to get payouts, and this is what I got here. So actually it was updated to 40%, which is actually better for you. So you can make bigger days. And there have been, as you can see on the chart as well, price reductions and conditions or rules being much more, easier. Just trying to make it easier for our traders to make money on it. So actually, the consistency rule is 40% since yesterday, yesterday evening. I got the email, so that's nice for everyone to know about if you're trading futures. That is.
That's awesome, actually. I'm also liking this thing. So I am trying to get the perfect setups in this account also. It is $25,000 account, futures account. So let's see if I can pass it or not.
And now
So
you're able to have trade 5 accounts simultaneously. That was before it was only two, and now it's 5. So it's only getting better at the 5ers.
all right.
All right.
So
So
if you're a
the
futures trader, it is gonna be
yeah,
amazing
that's
opportunity for you guys. And you already know. So we are here since like 2016. So at futures platform also, we will deliver the best, as you are seeing with our CFD side. And you already know the execution, the platform, everything is really amazing when you're trading with us. So we are trying to deliver the same thing with the futures. And Black Arrow, really, it is a very, I mean, look at this. I at the first time when Dave was trading this, so I really like the platform. Of course, I didn't knew how to use this, but now I am getting used to it. So It is really good platform. Let me know in the chat, guys. What do you think about this platform? Do you find it attractive, clean, like minimal, or you find it tricky? Let me know in the chat.
I think it has for everyone who has been accustomed to MetaTrader. It's there's a learning curve, and we're still. I mean, you and I, everyone on the team, we're
Yeah,
still. Since we're CFD traders, mostly, I do trade futures, but I'm only starting to be completely transparent about it. And
yeah, same here.
the so I don't know all we don't know all the ins and outs of the platform,
Hmm.
and but I do like it. It looks very customizable. It looks very flexible, and I like the fact that it's snappy. I mean, it's web based, very snappy.
Mm.
Very responsive. I like that a lot. So yeah, I think I'm very excited to get my fingers or my teeth into it and really understand everything and how to do everything that is possible. I think there's a lot of there with everything with platforms. You have ups and downs, right? If you're very accustomed to the apps, not the apps, but the EAs and the indicators that MT4 has. MT4 has a huge, has had a huge run. So years, decades, if I'm not mistaken, right? I don't know when MT4 started, but it's been so long, and in all that time, there are thousands of EAs. Of course, you're not going to have that on, on other platforms as good, but for that, there's are other things that make these platforms like, uh, you know, has advantages above MT4. There's one thing I want to see. I want to show here. I didn't catch this. This is the opening range of the. We talked about this, right? We talked about the
Hmm.
possible short that was possible on NQ. This is NQ, right? So we have the. It wasn't H4, but it was certainly an H2 and an H1 that give us this idea, and the 30-minute as well to go look for a short here, and that's still valid, I must say. However, if we close as an outside bar on the 30-minute and also on the 1 hour in 7 minutes, then to me, the the short idea is out of the window because it should not be doing that if it's going to go short. It's not supposed to be creating outside bars on H1. That doesn't make sense, right? So that's one thing. If it does close as an outside bar, this one becomes it's a huge area, I know, but it is what it is. That becomes your demand. So you want to be looking for retest into that area as the market moves away from it. It's also on the 15-minute. And actually, normally I would be getting in on this is the we didn't have the opening range yet when this quasi was when I was marking this quasi, but this was when you were talking. I didn't take this trade because I think I was at that moment I wasn't ready yet. So when I saw it, it was already moving away from it. But if you look to the
Okay.
left, you combine
Hmm.
the opening range, right? That's the 50-minute opening range with price action we had before. You can see a beautiful head, left shoulder, neckline. It breaks it, goes all the way up, comes back, and it didn't move at all to the first order block, didn't react to it. The second one didn't react to it. Actually, it invalidated it. So these two are not to be followed, but you can see this is nice confluence. The price did squeeze it, but wasn't able to close below it. And this is on the 1 minute. It means that only seconds the market was able to go below that level, below this order block, but no longer than 60 minutes each time. So that tells me something. It's reacting to the quasi. And as the market was pushing up, you could be looking for, I would be looking for, something that it needs to break. Likely I would go to the 15-second to get in. I don't know, maybe as we are breaking these highs, these micro highs, to get in and putting my stop either here or below that level and targeting the other side of the opening range, and depending on everything else, maybe even leaving us a portion for a few contracts for the continuation that we'll likely have after the pullback, looking at something like that. But it depends on the close of the on the 1 minute. I didn't take this trade because I saw it too late. By the time I saw it, it was already here, and it's a different trade by then, and I don't take those. But it's a nice it was a nice price action right there. So let's take a look at the EU, how EU is looking. Nice moves. Look at that. This is the 1 minute. I think I hit TP on another scalp I had. Yes, yes, very nice. I like that. Okay, so that is still moving
EU is nice today.
EU.
Yeah, you took a trade on EU. EU's moving
Yes.
decent today. So yeah, let's take a look at
I mean,
it.
whenever I see price action react to the level, to the quasis with the alignment, and just it goes, it just accelerates to one side. It makes trading way easier to manage your trade because you just follow your plan, your trade plan. My trade plan says, until my first target is hit, which is here, I'm not gonna be touching my stop loss. I can leave it. I will leave it open, even if it comes back. Statistically, that's the right thing to do for my strategy, even though it doesn't look like intuitive. And I will wait until it hits my TP, which is around this level. Then I will put the stop loss into above break even, so in profit. And I can leave the rest to do whatever it does. If it comes back and takes me out, that's fine. I'm already in profit, and I will just go to sleep and sleep like a baby, and wait tomorrow for the results of the if it's going to hit that or not. Doesn't always hit it, of course not, but it's profitable, and because of the stop that I have, which is tight, it's actually handsomely profitable, I must say. All right.
Yeah, that's amazing.
We have on the Discord community, we have a session today. I'm gonna be hosting it. So you're all invited. If you don't know what Discord is or our server is about, then get an account with the 5ers if you don't have one already, because in the dashboard there will be a icon for Discord. If you're still not sure where it is, you can go to the support line on the web page. There is a live support as well as via email, and you can ask how to get it to the Discord community. I'll be hosting and doing more of this, connecting with the traders, talking about them, sharing our trades, how I'm managing this or other trades, other opportunities that I see, or talk about general concepts like money management or risk management, psychology, and so on. This is the 5ers attempting to, the name of the YouTube channel says it all, right? It's funding and beyond. It's not only about funding, it's about everything else that is needed, right? Community, courses, education, and company. As we are here, right? Of course, we're trying to our best to give you good content and everything, but it's also about not making this a solitary activity. Having friends, we consider you friends, to be in the process, celebrate with you, and so on. But anyways, that's the whole point. So all of you are invited to join us at the Discord server today. It's going to be in about 1 hour from now. You're all invited. It's completely free, and we give out 10 hub credits to one lucky person. Sometimes we even do 2, and sometimes we even give free accounts, right? Who knows? Maybe today that could happen. No guarantees, no promise, but it is all possible. Samir, we are seconds away from the session's end, the stream that is. Do you have anything to say or want to look back at the NQ possible trade you were looking into, or something else for our viewers?
NQ was a really amazing breakout. So if anyone caught that, congratulations to you guys. But I didn't took that breakout, as I mentioned. I'm not I was not confident. Of course, not. I was not confident. I'm sorry. I took a win already. So as I mentioned, why I didn't took the trade. So with that being said, guys, so that's it for today. We will see you tomorrow, same time, and let's see what we can get today. Tomorrow actually. Today was a decent day. So yeah, now it has broken out. If now you enter a buy, it is not really a good area. So make sure, guys, you don't break your plan, your trading plan, because that is the only way we are gonna get ahead when it comes to trading. So I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Thank you so much for coming here, and yes, thank you once again. Take care, guys.
Perfect. Thank you, Samir. And everyone, see you soon. Bye bye.